Wei Yao trembled in fright at this sudden sound, hugging his arms, unsure of what to do, though Shen Xiao's tone remained fairly gentle. At recalling what was about to unfold next, Wei Yao was still terribly afraid.
Say, the spark of interest he just mustered fizzled out again. What a mood killer.
Shen Xiao suppressed the impulse to shoo him out, and asked him with strained patience.
Are you from Lingnan? So, do you know the local dialects from all over Lingnan?
No, I don't. Lingnan's full of mountain strongholds, each one with its own dialect, and I can understand them all. I'm no good at speaking them.
Wei Yao's voice rang out crisp and clear, like a mountain stream striking polished jade, most pleasing to the ear. Shen Xiao raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Your moods shift awfully quick.
Stand up and answer me.
Wei Yao pursed his lips, then finally rose to his feet.
Hungry?
Wei Yao flushed with embarrassment and settled down across from him, offering Shen Xiao a sincere smile.
Just now. Why were you so afraid of this marquis?
You want the honest truth.
Of course.
Then hear me out. Will you chop off my head and kick it around for fun?
Shen Xiao nearly choked on his tea and snapped irritably.
The Marquis isn't that savage.
He paused, realizing he'd sounded a bit harsh, and added stiffly.
Actually, I'm quite easy to get along with.
Wei Yao nodded in agreement. This man had likely weathered too many of life's cold realities. His instincts for people naturally sharp. He could sense it. Shen Xiao wasn't nearly as fearsome as the legends claimed.
Because you'd kept a straight face ever since he entered, looking for all the world like you were about to devour someone. And then there's you. You've got that killing aura.
Shen Xiao cast a complicated glance at Wei Yao, his straight face betraying a flicker of hurt all the same. He'd risen to fame as a youth, yet struggled to earn the troops' respect. Without that stern demeanor, how could he keep those 200,000 rascal soldiers in line?
On the battlefield, it is kill or be killed. This Marquis slays only the enemy, never the innocent.
Don't you feel like it is getting a bit hot?
This is good. There is a remedy right here in my heart.
With a sweep of his long arm, Shen Xiao pulled her into his embrace, leaned in close to her neck, and inhaled deeply, a faint, intoxicating body fragrance wafting toward him. Shen Xiao smiled in satisfaction.
My lord, how?
Effortlessly, Shen Xiao laid her down on the bed, tossed a cup aside, and precisely smothered the red candle thick as a babe's arm. In an instant, the room fell still, bathed in the soft glow of the moon's gentle light, casting their entwined silhouettes, adding an ethereal haze of beauty. But Shen Xiao had no time for further thoughts, for he felt as if trapped in a sweltering steamer, oppressively stuffy and scorching hot. She was his true remedy. The first autumn he'd ever lost his way. In the haze of confusion, Wei Yao's hand found his most tender spot.
This is just too frightening.
Wei Yao shrank her back in alarm. Yet he seized her ankle, drawing her back into his grasp. At first, it was all refined civility, but as it deepened, restraint gave way to wild abandon. Utterly mad. Isn't it?
Lying about some stone powder. Yes. Just this once.
It'll be over soon. The storm passes. Both of them slick with sweat. Wei Yao's head spinning in a dizzy fog, finally tasting the sweet relief of the antidote as the ache and exhaustion in her body began to ebb away. When Wei Yao woke up, the spot beside her had already gone cold. It looked like the Marquis had left ages ago. Hearing Wei Yao stirring, the stern-faced mammy pushed the door open and came in, carrying a bowl of thick, murky herbal brew, and held it stone, faced to her lips. Down it went. Then, she got dressed and headed back to the west courtyard. Of course, Wei Yao knew exactly what that avoid child soup was for. But if the mammy hadn't brought it, she'd have had to brew up a batch herself anyway. When Wei Yao got back to the side courtyard, the chatter in the yard cut off like a knife. A dozen pairs of eyes snapped straight to her, those prying stares boring into her like they could drill right through. Wei Yao let out a quiet sigh to herself.
Looks like her days ahead were gonna be anything but peaceful.
Aunt Wu was her closest confidante, and she came over with a cheeky grin to smooth things over.
Big Yao, did you get to see the marquee?
We all nodded, not wanting to say much. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. She just wanted to slip back to her room and crash.
Really? So, what is the marquee like? Handsome? How old is he? Like straight out of a Korean drama. Super young. In his early 20s. Something like that. The marquis just wanted to chat with me. Asked if I spoke the Lingnan dialect. He must have run into some tricky issue and needed someone who could help out in Lingnan Tong.
So where'd you crash last night? How come you didn't come back? And hey, what is up with your leg? You're walking all funny. The air around them went dead silent, and Wei Yao wailed inwardly.
The marquis didn't have a shred of tenderness for the fairer sex. Once he was done asking, he just shooed me off to the ear room to sleep. I froze all night long in the ear room last night. Woke up this morning dizzy and seeing stars. With my head feeling a bit feverish. I tripped on the way back and sprained my ankle.
Everyone drew in a sharp breath as the pink bubbles of longing for the marquis popped and shattered. Wei Yao seizes the moment to slip away, shutting the door behind her, while calling out to the group.
I've got some injuries here. I'm worried I'll pass this sickness on to you all. So I'll hole up in my room for the next couple of days. All right.
A few days later, Mama Li brought a group of servants to bathe and groom him once more, and confided in him.
The marquis really took to your serving him. Tonight, put in a bit more effort, and make full use of everything I taught you. If you can win the marquis's favor, he just might station you in the east courtyard. There are 10 vacant courtyards in the east wing. Each one exquisitely appointed, with heated floors. Far warmer than it is here.
Do they offer a monthly stipend over there?
What's a mere monthly stipend compared to that? The maids in the marquis's courtyard get more in monthly bonuses alone than your daily wage. If you can truly capture the marquis's heart, what fine things couldn't you have?
Wei Yao felt himself wavering, hesitant yet tempted.
Would it be easier to slip out of the estate from there?
Of course it is far more convenient than here. There are 2 side gates, perfect for dashing out to grab a snack or a little trinket. Oh, the perks don't end there.
Wei Yao nodded, grappling with the choice in his heart.
Father, Nanny Fang has prepared concubine Wei for you.
Shen Xiao fell silent, exasperated. What on earth is his mother playing at? She is testing whether he has any interest in women at all. Such meddling from his mother leaves him thoroughly displeased.
Go tell the old madam that if she interferes in my household matters again, I'll pack up and move to the general's residence.
This time, as Wei Yao entered the main courtyard, he finally felt less on edge, and curiously ran his fingers over it,
Eager to figure out what this sword was forged from. Why on earth did it feel so unyieldingly solid?
He was so absorbed in this rare curiosity that he didn't even notice Shen Xiao stepping into the room. Shen Xiao cleared his throat, announcing his presence with a subtle sound. Wei Yao jumped in surprise. He quickly straightened up, turning right into a warm wall of flesh. Shen Xiao had been a bit tense at first, but seeing Wei Yao so bashfully flustered, his nerves instantly eased. His strong arms gently drew him closer, and he softly pressed against him once more. This time, as soon as dawn broke, Wei Yao got up on her own accord, got dressed, took her medicine, and headed back to the courtyard, all in one smooth motion.
Auntie, I've got everything you asked me to buy, thanks to Uncle Catabio. Delivers veggies through the east side gate. It only cost 100 yuan in labor fees. See how important it is to keep good ties with folks around here. The more friends, the more paths ahead. I can't step out of this courtyard. From now on, I'll have to rely on you.
Xiaoying beamed with delight at the praise, twisting her fingers shyly.
Auntie, don't talk like that about relying on me. If you're better, then I'm better too. All right. We'll work hard together. Come, lend me a hand. Let's grind these herbs. First,
No luck selling the wellness pills, so this time we're trying frostbite ointment. Wei Yao spent 2 days making 10 jars first, so Xiaoying could try it out herself. Then, go show it off while fetching meals. Teach it while drawing water.
Auntie Wang, Washing veggies. It is so cold out. Why not use hot water?
Oh, it is Xiao Yang. Haven't seen you in ages.
You're here to fetch meals for Auntie Wei, right?
Drawing water means burning firewood, and she is not even on duty for that. Her voice dropped to a whisper on that last bit. All that saved firewood money lining the chief steward's pockets. Huh.
Yeah. Western mats are too far away, so I came a bit early, hoping to grab the food right out of the pot and carry it back hot for Auntie. That way, it is still warm when she eats, even a little later, and it'd be cold.
Xiaoying, you're such a loyal and sweet girl.
How is that auntie of yours to get along with? She is a good person. Really. Treats me well too. Even bought me some frostbite ointment. Yeah, look, my chilblains on my hand are much better now. Every year before, they'd swell up just like radishes. This year's swellings have gone right down, and the hard lumps have shrunk quite a bit too. They don't itch nearly as much at night anymore.
Oh dear. Your lady is really generous. A box of chilblain ointment costs over 300 yuan. You know, that is worth half a month's wages for me.
Seeing the fish take the bait,
Xiaoying's heart raced with excitement,
but she kept a straight face.
Her lady had said she'd give me 8 yuan for every box sold.
Auntie Wang, I told you, you mustn't tell anyone else.
Xiao Yang nodded and pulled the chilblain ointment from her bosom, opened the lid, and scooped out a soybean-sized dollop, gently spreading it evenly over the chilblains on Auntie Wang's cheek. After Shen Xiao and Fu Ying entered the city, they slowed their horses, chatting idly about official business along the way. As the two reached a quiet back alley, Shen Xiao asked Fu Ying,
This courtyard belongs to our Hou mansion, right?
Master, this area is the west courtyard of our Hou mansion.
Do you see someone up in that tree?
Yeah. It seems so. And it is a woman. What nerve!
You go back first with the gift for the old madam. I'll go take a look.
Shen Xiao ground his teeth. If he wasn't mistaken, that audaciously bold woman was his concubine Wei.
Wei Yao was furrowing her brow, surveying the layout of the Hou mansion,
plotting a perfect escape route.
Lost in deep thought,
she hadn't noticed at all that Shen Xiao had already arrived at the base of the tree.
Shen Xiao's voice carried a bit of inner strength.
Startling Wei Yao, with her eardrums faintly tingling. Startled, Wei Yao lost her grip and tumbled from the tree.
Shen Xiao was also taken aback by the sudden turn of events.
He pushed off with his feet and leaped up to catch her.
Quite the bold one, aren't you? Climbing such a tall tree. Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard?
Seeing Wei Yao cover her eyes, he thought she was crying from fright, and his anger completely dissipated. He regretted his harsh words, not befitting a true gentleman.
If this Marquis hadn't been here today, would you still be alive? No more tomfoolery in the future. You're forbidden from such dangerous antics. Got it?
If I don't thank you, Lord Marquis, you won't put me down, will you? I need to go inside and lie down to calm my nerves.
Shen Xiao said nothing more, carrying Wei Yao into the room, gently placing her on the bed, and gazing at Wei Yao for a moment longer until a chill ran down her spine. Only then did Shen Xiao rise and say,
You rest for now. And once this Marquis is free, I'll come see you again.
With that, he strode out, but paused at the doorway, turning back to add,
To guard against any mishaps, I'll have someone chop down that tree shortly.
I struggle to sit up. It is not that I hate it. The tree is innocent! I swear I'll never climb it again. I've truly been frightened enough.
This is non-negotiable.
The banquet table is packed full. The hosts of the Hou mansion are only Shen Xiao and his mother, while the rest are all from the Yi family. Minister Yi has 2 sons and 2 daughters, his eldest daughter long married, and his second son having already started a family and career. The third son, Yi Zhenyi, just having come of age this year, a notorious playboy in the capital.
Cousin Xiao, aren't you planning to get married yet? I've heard cousin has quite a few beauties, tucked away in his inner courtyard, and if there are any you don't fancy, just share a few with me, eh?
Grand Tutor Tai slams the ivory piece onto the table and scolds him sternly.
All these dishes can't stuff that foul mouth of yours shut. Lazing about all day. And you have the nerve to speak up to your cousin. What you should really be asking for is for your cousin to pull some strings and get you a post in the army camp. You two are clearly about the same age, but your conduct is worlds apart.
夜终于飘起来。
Here we go again. Ever since he was little.
Whenever he and Shen Shao are in the same room, Shen Shao is always the perfect child from another family, while he is the cautionary tale.
At least I have a son. Does cousin?
Minister Yi had meant to spare him some dignity, but this wayward son has the gall to bring that up, and it mortifies him, so he swings a slap without a second thought.
Get out!
You two, father and son, just calm down a bit. Today is sister's birthday, after all.
The old madam is plenty troubled by this nephew of hers, but she can't very well say much, so she just plays peacemaker. All right. You might just be a late bloomer, a great talent in the making. Father, cousin, please don't be so hasty. He is not bad at heart, just a bit too fond of fun, if I may say so. This stubborn rock in my family, that is the real headache. He is already 23. And still unmarried. How am I supposed to face my husband down the line? Shen Shao's head is spinning. It is not like he won't marry. He is just genuinely swamped, with no time to breathe. And besides, he hasn't found a woman who truly captivates him, so he figures he can hold off a little longer. A little maid emerges from the room, holding a ball in her hands. Spotting the man standing in the courtyard, she drops to her knees in fright, with a thought. Who did she see? The M. Marquis.
This servant? This maid pays her respects to the Marquis.
Wei Yao hears the commotion and peeks out from the main room. Her heart sinks upon seeing Shen Xiao, wondering if the Marquis has finally snapped out of it and come specifically to grill her about that tree climbing incident.
Go on. Push it.
Wei Yao paces back and forth in the room for a moment, thinking she might dodge the first offense, but not the 15th. Better to face it head on.
Why are you here, my lord?
Shen Xiao sidesteps the question, pointing instead at the small red clay stove.
What is brewing in there? What?
It is medicine to regulate the body.
The contraceptive brew from the Marquis's household didn't work as intended. The dosage was too heavy, so she whipped up some restorative tonic for herself, to minimize the harm.
What is wrong with you?
Unsure how to explain, Wei Yao just blurts out nonsense.
Well, you see... It is for women's regulation. If the little one drinks it closer to the time, the young son won't get a tummy ache.
Shen Shao awkwardly clams up. A gust of cold wind sweeps through. Wei Yao pulls her clothes tighter around her, noticing Shen Shao isn't even wearing a padded jacket, and shivers involuntarily.
My lord, come inside and have a seat. It is chilly out here.
Wei Yao 打个哈欠 and half-heartedly pours a cup of cold tea for Shen Xiao.
Tea for you, my lord.
Shen Xiao sits boldly on the couch, like a mounted warrior, reaches out to take it, and takes a distracted sipe. He is surveying the furnishings in this room. They look awfully shabby.
What were you doing climbing up that tree today?
I was just taking in the view.
Shen Xiao eyed her suspiciously.
I'm cooped up in this courtyard all day. Don't even get me started on how boring it gets. I had to climb up there just to glimpse some scenery and lift my spirits.
The Marquis's mansion is so vast. You could stroll through the back garden, row a boat on Lotus Lake, or head to Lake Mountain Pavilion for the views.
Wei Yao shot him an idiot's gaze and let out a wry, wistful chuckle.
Wasn't it your order that the concubine isn't allowed to leave the courtyard at will?
But that is no excuse for you to climb so high.
Okay. I really know I was wrong.
Don't keep bringing up this topic that makes him feel so guilty.
Is the Marquis unhappy today?
Shen Shao frowned, his eyes narrowing dangerously. How did he notice? He'd always kept his emotions well hidden. Had his mood really leaked out so obviously?
How did you know this Marquis was unhappy?
You've been frowning the whole time, and your voice is deeper than usual.
Shen Xiao was astonished at his knack for reading expressions, seeing Wei Yao in that timid little wife mode, realizing he might have scared him. He let out a quiet sigh. He truly shouldn't bring his outside frustrations home to his beloved. So he softened his expression, reached out and took Wei Yao's hand, and found his small hand ice cold, then pulled him into a tight embrace. Wei Yao went rigid, too afraid to even twitch.
I'm quite unhappy today.
Shen Xiao's muffled voice rumbled above his head. Wei Yao feared entering him further, so he stayed silent. Seeing him utterly quiet, Shen Xiao asked puzzledly,
Why aren't you asking why I'm unhappy?
I wouldn't dare.
Didn't you have such nerve earlier?
As the storybooks say, The more you know, the quicker you die.
What nonsense from those storybooks. No more reading them from now on.
Wei Yao shot him an accusing look.
You even have to control this.
Shen Xiao found it amusing to see the defiance in his big eyes. Unspoken though it was, so very endearing.
Another day, once I'm free from my duties. But sneaking out to fly kites? How is that a good idea?
Then you'd better wrap things up early.
Or it'll be too late. Might have already slipped out of the Marquise's mansion. Before he leaves, he still wants to take in the capital's bustling sights.
Shen Xiao had a sudden flash of inspiration.
And an idea struck him.
In a few days, I'll take you to Yunnan Temple to pray for blessings. What do you say?
Yunnan Temple. Where is that?
Up on Cloud Mountain, 80 miles outside the capital.
Sure, I'll scout which city gate has the fewest guards.
And which suburban roads the most crowded. That way, once he is out of the capital, no one will catch him even if they try.
Perfect.
Wei Yao sat in the carriage, like a cheerful little bird. The streets of the capital are so bustling. Shops lining every corner, crowds teeming everywhere. This is where Mother grew up. It is a shame she never made it back to her hometown before passing.
What is the matter?
Missing your mom.
Wei Yao lowered his eyelids, his voice thick with emotion as he spoke. Shen Xiao had looked into his background and naturally knew about his mother's story. But that matter touched on the imperial family, so he chose not to pry. He simply took Wei Yao's cold hand in his and offered gentle comfort.
The dead are gone. The living must carry on. Your mother's spirit in heaven surely wishes you peace and joy.
Wei Yao nodded, then lay down with his back to Shen Xiao, his voice a little muffled.
I got up early today. I'll catch some sleep first. Wake me when we reach Fenjing. Marquis.
Wei Yao's thoughts were all jumbled, and surprisingly, he drifted off to sleep. Seeing his breathing even out, Shen Xiao let out a soft sigh.
Bi Wei Yin, go to Bajin Pavilion and get some pastries. Buy plenty.
Wei Yao's always been so carefree, dozing off all lopsided in the carriage. Shen Xiao couldn't bear to watch, so he gently pulled him into the crook of his arm, letting him rest his head on his arm. His sleepy eyes were soft and adorably dazed, making one want to sneak a couple of bites. His long lashes were like tiny fans, or delicate feathers, tickling at Shen Xiao's heart. An hour later, they finally reached the foot of Yunnan Mountain, and Shen Xiao's arm had gone numb.
Wei Yao, stirred, awake.
Wei Yao's eyes heavy with sleep, half opens her eyes, her expression a bit fierce. Wei Yao tries to sit up, but Shen Xiao presses her back down. Wei Yao covers her red, swollen lips, glaring at Shen Xiao with shy annoyance. Shen Xiao straightens his own rumpled clothes for her, then clears his throat lightly.
Who told you to come looking for me? I called your name forever, but you wouldn't wake up.
She huffs back. I don't even have a habit of sleeping in. The mountain path up ahead is so narrow.
The carriage can only reach the foot of the mountain, and to go up, we'll have to walk, or ride horses. Wei Yao hesitates to leave the carriage. She is too proud.
Bring the horses over. You all go ahead and scout the path.
Once everyone's gone, Wei Yao points at him huffily.
You're off to that Buddhist forbidden ground!
You haven't even gotten there yet.
Wait, is there some misunderstanding here for now?
Shen Xiao meets her accusing gaze, feeling like a total beast himself. So, as if atoning, he pulls out the pastries he bought earlier at 8 Treasures Pavilion, opens the box and sets it before her. He coaxes her softly.
There.
I promise it won't happen again. These pastries were bought just for you. Have a taste.
Wei Yao struggles to tear her eyes from the pastries and sees Shen Xiao gazing at her with a gentle smile. His eyes brim with indulgence. She flusters and looks away.
Since you promise, I'll trust you this once.
Let's go. I'll take you horseback riding to enjoy the view. This is just a light snowfall so far. But if you come a little later, the whole mountain turns into a vast sea of white, a truly magnificent sight. I'll bring you back next year to see it in full. Just imagine, 1,000 mountains, birds flown away, 10,000 paths, no human traces. What a serene, ethereal scene that would be.
Shen Xiao leads Wei Yao on a leisurely stroll. The mountains cloaked in silvery white. Most trees stripped bare. with only a few yellow leaves still hanging on.
Back home, it never snows.
Just endless rain.
That winter rain, so damp and bone-chilling. It feels like a sickness in itself.
Shen Xiao knows the southern weather all too well, especially the Huinan Tian, that sticky, suffocating humidity that really lingers in the memory.
The southern climate is a whole different world.
So, do you like the snow?
Yeah, I do. It is so beautiful. And you can have snowball fights.
Suddenly, Wei Yao realizes this grove is perfect for a snowball fight. And if you're losing, you can duck behind a tree. Wei Yao excitedly tugs at Shen Xiao's arm.
Lord Hao, let's go have a snowball fight. A snowball fight? Seriously, don't you want to play? It is loads of fun. Or, how about we build a snowman instead?
Shen Xiao curves his lips into a smile. Though he finds it a bit childish, he decides to indulge in a whimsy this once, fulfilling a little obsession from his childhood.
Huh? No crying if you lose, okay?
Who are you underestimating? Who wins and who loses is anyone's guess. Let's set some ground rules first. First one to land a hit wins. And the loser has to grant the winner one request.
Shen Xiao lets out a scoff, confident that victory is already his. Look at Wei Yao's tiny frame. Her thighs aren't even as thick as his arms.
I need to think carefully about how to use this advantage.
The fox will definitely go easy on me, right?
If I manage to dodge your 3 snowballs, then I won't hold back.
I have to play it safe too, and maximize my gains as much as possible.
Let you turn your back and count to 10 first. So, I don't get a head start running.
Brother Shen obediently turns his back, and starts counting to 10. Then turns around once he is finished. A snowball comes flying straight at his forehead. He leaps aside, barely dodging it, but still ends up with snow all over his face.
Why'd you have to be so honest? You mean me?
You're the one breaking the game rules!
All's fair in love. And war. What now? Anyway, I've already lost. I was wrong. I'll never dare to do it again.
My lord, please overlook the faults of a petty person like me. Spare me, please.
Kiss me, and I'll let you go.
Shen Xiao smokes wickedly. A true hero doesn't suffer losses right in front of him. It is not like we haven't kissed before. Wei Yao, quick on the uptake, grabs Shen Xiao's collar and tiptoes up, pecking him lightly on the cheek.
I didn't mean the cheek.
In broad daylight. What else do you want from me?
Since you're so unwilling, then don't blame me for being heartless.
Wei Yao grits her teeth and pecks him on the lips again, then blushes furiously and runs off. Shen Xiao bursts into hearty laughter.
Why are you such a scaredy cat?
The pair arrived at Yunnan Temple as evening fell, with Shen Xiao disguised as a wealthy young man from the capital out buying New Year's gifts. And since it was getting late, traveling with his fair maiden was inconvenient. They decided to seek lodging at Yunnan Temple. Wei Yao, sporting dark circles under her eyes, shares breakfast with Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao eyes her listless state and asks puzzledly.
Didn't sleep well.
Wei Yao swallows a steamed bun in her mouth, nods, and says pitifully,
Oh my lord. I feel like this temple isn't clean.
What do you mean by that?
Wei Yao glances around wearily, swallows hard, and says nervously,
I felt like there was a ghost in the room.
Don't talk nonsense. This is a Buddhist sanctuary. The last place ghosts would dare to haunt.
Last night, I think I was pressed down by a ghost.
That must have just been you not sleeping well. Having a nightmare.
Wei Yao wasn't entirely sure if it had been a dream, but since the Marquis said it was a nightmare, then it must have been. She lets out a sigh of relief and nods along.
I told you so. How could there possibly be ghosts in a temple?
Wei Yao hurried back in a trot, finally reaching the courtyard where she and Shen Xiao shared their quarters. She pushed open the door and headed straight into Shen Xiao's room.
Okay.
What is the matter, my lord?
We need to get out of here. Quick! This temple's no ordinary place. It is hiding something sinister.
What makes you say that?
Shen Xiao fixed her with a cold stare and asked. Wei Yao glanced toward the door, seeing no one outside, then finally shut the door and lowered her voice.
I just went to draw a marriage fortune slip. That monk attending to the women's side kept staring at me. I know I'm pretty, so it is normal for people to sneak a peek. But
Shen Xiao's mouth twitched.
This baffling self-assurance, is it really helping?
even monks preach that form is emptiness. So they should be all about purity and detachment from desire. His behavior is anything but what you'd expect from a man of the cloth. And I noticed, every time he looked my way, he'd glance over at the Buddha statue, like it was some kind of signal. So I pretended to wander around the main hall. That is when I spotted something off about that Buddha statue. It has to be the entrance to a hidden passage.
Shen Xiao sat up straight, his face turning grave, his voice dropping low.
What?
The lotus pedestal under the statue. It is darker on top, lighter below. The bottom looks worn from constant handling. But devotees only clasp the Buddha's feet in prayer. Who goes rubbing the pedestal? I'm betting that is the trigger for the secret tunnel.
Seeing Shen Xiao go silent, Wei Yao assumed he doubted her and stomped her foot in frustration.
If you don't believe me, my lord, go check it out yourself.
Shen Xiao gave her a look, then softened his tone.
You head back to your room first. I'll check it out myself.
After taking a few steps, he turned back with a reminder.
Stay in the room. Don't come out. Wait for me to come back and get you.
Shen Xiao hurried off, reaching the adjacent courtyard where his personal guards had already assembled. With a grave expression, Shen Xiao issued orders.
Folly, take my token to Dali Temple and find Zhou Yutang. Tell him we've got a lead on the missing girls case. Have him bring his men to Yunnan Temple at once.
Over the past 6 months in the capital, several young women have vanished one after another. None seen alive, no bodies found. The case remains unsolved and is currently under investigation by Zhou Yutang, the junior minister of Dali Temple.
General, should we alert Deputy General Lai and have them surround the place?
Not yet. We haven't located their hideout. What if they slip away through another secret passage? This whole operation would be for nothing. All over again. If those girls are truly in their clutches, if they get desperate and lash out, they might kill them.
Fu Ling hesitated for a moment, then spoke up as if steeling himself.
General, since they've already targeted Lady Wei, why not turn their scheme against them?
Under Shen Xiao's piercing stare, Fu Ling swallowed hard, struggling to get the words out. Shen Xiao's face darkened, glaring at him in displeasure.
Once this is over, you'll take the stone whip thoroughly. She is my woman. I'd never use her as bait.
Before he could finish, a massive crash echoed from the next courtyard, the sound of porcelain shattering. Shen Xiao's expression shifted in alarm. Wei Yao's in trouble. The monk noticed Wei Yao staring at him and let out a sleazy chuckle, rubbing his bald head, as he sidled up to her with a lewd leer.
What? Little beauty, you've recognized me, haven't you?
Wei Yao was hurled to the ground by the brute without a trace of mercy for such fragile beauty, the impact nearly shattering her bones. She had no strength to rise, only instinctively kicking and scrambling backward. The monk saw her cowering in terror and erupted in depraved, unrestrained laughter, thrilled like a hunter beholding his prey's futile struggles. He reached out with his greasy, grimy hand and groped her face. The skin felt smooth and supple to his touch, his eyes gleaming with lewd desire.
Get off! Don't touch me!
The monk's eyes bulged with lust, and he pinned her beneath him in an instant.
Truly, skin like ice and bones like jade. Monk, I've never savored such tender flesh before. My beauty. Come play with me nice and proper.
No! Don't! Let me go!
Wei Yao thrashed desperately, feeling her blood run ice-cold through her veins. These beasts. She'd sooner die than be defiled by them. She was desperately plotting how to take her own life, when suddenly a scar-faced leader yanked the monk away from her face, interrupting him with clear displeasure.
Flower monk, since you've thrown in your lot with Black Wind Stronghold, you must obey the rules of our lair. And this beauty is to be savored first by our big chief.
Your big chief isn't in the stronghold right now.
Scarface pointed to several chests in the corner and said coolly, rubbing his hands together.
Then we'll bundle him up with a silver tribute and send it all to the big chief at Blackwind Stronghold.
You old ghoul. Don't you forget, this is my turf.
Of course, I know this is your turf. But don't you forget, the Dali Temple's hunting you down across the world right now. If it weren't for Haifeng Village stepping in to cover your tracks, you think you'll still be breathing today?
Meng Hua's breath hitched, his eyes lingering on Wei Yao with bitter reluctance, before letting out a heavy, scornful snort and storming off with a furious flick of his sleeves. After learning all about Yunnan Temple's history, Shen Xiao and Zhou Yutang clashed over how to eradicate the bandits. Zhou Yutang insisted on a direct assault from the cave entrance, and stationing another squad at the secret tunnel at the mountain's base to ambush any escapees.
Xiao, could it be you've developed true feelings for that lady?
Shen Xiao flung his sleeve in fury.
Utter nonsense!
Then why complicate things by taking the long way around? Not to mention the immense danger of sneaking in yourself. Do you realize your plan means forfeiting all the treasures they've stashed on the mountain?
Spare a few lives, and interrogation will reveal everything. With Lord Zhou's methods, are you truly worried? You couldn't pry it out of them.
He added with a mocking sneer.
Even setting aside that Aunt Wei is my woman, there are other abducted women inside. As the local magistrate, will you ignore their plight?
What a noble-sounding excuse. When you massacre prisoners, have you ever spared the old or the weak?
I only slay those who deserve death. They aided the Hu barbarians in poisoning our army's water supply. Don't dodge the issue. We'll proceed as I command.
Your plan is far too reckless.
As the two traded sharp barbs, a soldier suddenly rushed in with a report.
General, Lord Zhou, thick smoke is billowing from the mountaintop. The cave is on fire.
Both men froze in shock. Shen Shao leaped forward and bolted out, racing straight to the summit. Zhou Yutang watched his frantic retreating figure. Narrowing his eyes, he waved his hand and barked at the waiting soldiers.
Follow me, Dali Temple man, to the mountain base with me. What a heaven-sent stroke of genius. The cave's plunged into chaos all on its own. Then we can wipe them out without firing a shot. A clean sweep.
Shen Xiao raced to the mountaintop at breakneck speed. A thick column of black smoke surging from the cave mouth. Faint cries and shouts echoing from within.
There are other women still trapped inside.
Including one strikingly beautiful lady. The ones that Flower Monk snatched up. We couldn't get out.
Since it was Flower Monk who nabbed him, he'll definitely bolt down the mountain through the secret tunnel. Few people even know about that passage. Compared to this side, it is far safer that way.
Shen Xiao whirled around, unleashed his lightness kung fu, and sped down the mountain. Fu Ling surreptitiously wiped the sweat from her brow, handling the fallout as best she could.
Brother, I'm leaving this in your hands.
With that, she dashed after Shen Xiao down the slope, hoping the general would spare him for his steadfast loyalty and honor their years of master-servant bond by letting him live. I don't know how much time had passed when he finally caught a faint glimmer of light. The first rays of morning sun. Flower Monk turned aside, letting the bandit leaders shove her out, and sneered sinisterly.
You old ghost. Now Yunnan Temple is no longer safe for us. I can leave the golden jewels behind, but I'm taking this beauty with me.
B.A. Monk, we've been holed up in these mountains for ages without a hitch. By the moment this woman shows up, this cave goes up in flames. Can't you see this is all because of him?
I know full well it is tied to him. That is why I want him to suffer a fate worse than death.
Take care of yourself, and heaven forbid you die under the peony blooms. A ghost soul's one night of romance.
Flower Monk waited until they were safely out of sight, then started stripping off his own clothes until he was stark naked, itching for another brothel romp.
So tiny.
Much smaller than the Marquise's back home. Flower Monk froze on the spot. He, who'd ravaged so many women, facing this for the very first time.
What has he got to be ashamed of? Is this woman really the victim here? How come Flower Monk looks more like the one getting played?
What did you just say?
I said you're ugly as sin. But that is not all. You don't even look like a man.
How dare you mock me like that? You damn wretch, mocking me! I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you.
She gripped the jade hairpin she'd hidden up her sleeve and thrust it savagely into the major artery in Flower Monk's neck. She poured every ounce of strength into that final desperate strike. But whether it was her frail power or the hairpin's blunt thickness, it only sank in a fraction of an inch. Wei Yao 暗道, thought to herself,
It is over. It is over. It is over. Guess I'll just rot away in this hellhole.
Fascinating. First time I've ever snagged prey this. Intriguing. Then let's drag each other down to hell.
With that, he yanked the hairpin from his neck, then thrust it straight at Wei Yao's slender throat. But in his final moments, he swore he glimpsed a strikingly handsome face. Black and white, impermanence, why no lolling tongue? Zhou Yutang pulled the dagger free from Flower Monk's back, and wiped the blood clean on Flower Monk's robe with utter disgust. He gazed down at the unconscious Wei Yao, a sly grin curling his lips.
This woman's got real courage and cunning. With looks like hers, no wonder she drew every bandit's greedy stare. A stunner with a sharp mind to boot. Makes this rescue worth every bit of trouble. Are you guarding her personally?
Shen Shao nodded. Zhou Yutang was speechless.
Why not just get a maidservant to do it? Hasn't she woken up yet?
Can't do that.
Zhou Yutang shoved the bowls and chopsticks right in front of Shen Xiao.
Yeah, now I wanna eat.
Shen Xiao eyed the table loaded with dishes, and suddenly his stomach started growling. He'd gone from last night straight through till now, a full day and night without a single bite. Zhou Yutang watched him and let out a most ungentlemanly scoff, clucking his tongue in mock amazement.
Ah, man, who'd buy this story if it got out? The legendary Marquis of Nanny, the battle-hardened great general of valiant might, scarfing down food like a ravenous ghost fresh from the grave, and somehow packing away 6 bowls of rice in one go.
Shut your trap. You gonna eat, or what? If not, I'm not saving any for you.
Fine, I'll eat. Aren't you dying to know how I pulled off rescuing your little darling?
Haven't had the chance to ask. So, how'd you save her? Doesn't matter how it went down. I owe you one.
Zhou Yutang's expression turned even more inscrutable. For men of their rank and status, anything money could fix, they'd never let slide into a personal debt, since you never know what the other side might demand in return.
Why are you staring at me? Spill it!
Zhou Yutang recounted the scandalous spectacle he'd witnessed to Shang Shao in lurid, living color, especially when he got to the part about it being so thin and short, and slyly glanced down at Shen Shao's lap for good measure. Leaving Shen Shao so pissed, he nearly hurled his bowl.
He couldn't have been repulsed by me. No way in hell. He even begged me for mercy. But that brazen hussy.
How does she have the guts to blurt it all out? Zhou Yutang, what the hell's that supposed to mean? You were the one who tailed me right from the jump. You just stood by and watched her in mortal danger, letting that monk scare her half to death. How could you be so stone-cold heartless?
I had no clue she was your Aunt Wei. Besides, I was mostly dying to see how that sleazy monk pulled off his nasty scheme.
Building his thrills on someone else's agony, without a shred of tenderness for a delicate beauty. No wonder a guy your age is still unwed.
PFFT! You got the gall to rib me, when you're 2 whole years my senior.
Suddenly, Zhou Yutang spots a graceful figure rounding the corner. Shen Shao with his back turned to Zhou Yutang, oblivious to Wei Yao's approach. Zhou Yutang glances at Wei Yao and decides to twist the knife in his brother's ribs twice over, before hollering loud enough for Shen Shao to hear.
Lord Shen, to snare scum like this in one fell swoop, not sparing even family ties as bait. Such a grand act of righteousness leaves us in utter awe.
Shen Shao is utterly baffled by Zhou Yutang's sudden volume spike.
What is eating you?
Your Aunt Wei just showed up. And I said all that for his ears.
Wei Yao returned to her room, cried her heart out in grief, and eventually drifted off into a hazy sleep. In her delirium, she sensed someone watching her intently. Finally, a cool, large hand suddenly touched her forehead. She jolted awake in terror, shrinking fearfully into the corner of the bed.
Don't be afraid. It is me.
Shen Xiao's throat tightened, and he awkwardly pulled his hand back.
Good. You're awake now. Your fever hasn't broken yet. I've had someone brew a bowl of medicine for you. Be a good girl.
and drink it all.
Seeing him pretend as if nothing had happened, Wei Yao felt a chill course through her entire body. She suppressed her shivers and nodded obediently.
It seems I'm perfectly fine.
I'm all right. Thank you for your concern, Lord Marquis.
This smile was utterly grating to Shan Xiao, identical to the fawning grins of those sycophantic women in the inner courtyard. The hand he had withdrawn clenched into a tight fist, tucked behind his back. As a stifling panic and a hollow emptiness filled his chest, he felt compelled to explain himself to her, or risk losing something irreplaceable forever.
So, he started.
But Wei Yao cut him off.
Lord Marquis, your heart is ever with the common folk, truly a pillar of devoted service to Great Zhou.
To be of any aid to you
is the good fortune of this humble concubine.
If I were standing in your shoes, Shan Xiao, surely I would act no differently, wouldn't I? After all, sacrificing one insignificant woman could avert the bloodshed at Yunnan Temple. It is undoubtedly the wisest strategy. Shan Xiao's brows furrowed deeply, enough to crush a fly between them. When had Wei Yao ever called herself this concubine? He despised this distant, detached demeanor of hers.
Are you sick of me already? I'll have someone bring in some food.
With those words, he turned tail and fled in panic, unable to endure Wei Yao's overly cautious and timid facade. Shan Xiao woke up before dawn today. As was his habit, his head throbbed dully upon waking, and he knew he'd caught a cold too. Shan didn't bother seeing a physician. Knowing Wei Yao was one herself, he wanted her to check him over, seeing it as a chance to make amends with Wei Yao.
You take my carriage. What about Wei Yao? How dare you make a delicate lady like her ride horseback in this biting wind? Besides, she doesn't even know how to ride.
As for me, you can forget it.
Can't you see I'm too ill to even sit up straight?
As Shan Xiao spoke, he dramatically collapsed onto the carriage seat, looking for all the world like he was on his deathbed. But that casually crossed leg gave him away. Zhou Yutang snorted derisively.
Your carriage is plenty spacious. Room enough for 3.
You have the nerve to intrude on a couple's private moment.
PFFT. What couple? She is just a concubine. Don't get the hierarchies confused. Besides, concubines can be gifted at will. Who knows? One day you might tire of her and pass her on. You could give her to me then. I'm rather taken with her.
Shen Xiao shot up in fury, his gaze darkening ominously.
You covet her.
Zhou Yutang frowned at the sudden surge of killing intent from him, unfazed by the sentimentality between two old pals who'd share diapers. He merely fixed Shen Xiao with a complex stare.
And you claim you have no special feelings for her. Tell that to someone who'll buy it. We're brothers, after all. Brothers like limbs. Women like clothes. You gonna fall out with me over a mere garment?
I'd never give her away.
What if I insist?
In your dreams.
Shen Xiao lost it completely. No wonder he has been stirring up trouble between me and Wei Yao. Turns out he has been harboring a covetous eye on her all along.
You're actually tailing me over a woman.
What are you two up to?
Wei Yao came in carrying a bowl of freshly brewed medicine, staring puzzled at the two men squared off like fighting cocks.
Marquis, take your medicine first before we set off. It has just been boiled, or it'll go cold.
After handing Wei Yao the medicine bowl, he glanced at the two men's expressions and said cautiously,
I'll just ride in the carriage behind.
No need for that.
Shen Xiao's gaze sharpened like a blade.
So Zhou Yutang really does have designs on what is mine. Does she want to spend every waking moment with him? Am I dead or something? Since Lord Zhou's in such a rush to report back to the capital, then gallop back at full speed. I'm still feeling under the weather. Wouldn't want to pass my sickness on to you.
A dog biting Lu Dongbin. Ungrateful for a good heart. You'll live to regret it.
Are you still resenting me?
No, I wouldn't dare. My lord, you should rest now.
Shen Xiao phoned. He hated this cold, distant way they interacted. Worse, even than when they first met.
Good night. I'm truly sorry about what happened back there. That wasn't the plan at all. But I never imagined you'd be so perceptive, uncovering their true identities. Let alone that they'd strike that very night. It was my oversight. I wasn't thorough enough, and you ended up getting hurt.
Wei Yao suddenly lifted his head and asked earnestly,
So, did you use me as a pawn, my lord?
Shen Xiao's expression stiffened. He didn't know how to respond. Did he or didn't he? In that situation, he had indeed used Wei Yao as bait. He admitted guiltily.
That wasn't my intention. I was merely turning their scheme against them.
With that, he fell silent, leaving nothing more for Wei Yao to misunderstand. He nodded.
I get it.
Seeing Wei Yao's impassive expression, a surge of frustration welled up inside him.
Come here.
Feeling deeply aggrieved, Wei Yao shuffled over. Shen Xiao reached out with his feverish hand and yanked Wei Yao into his embrace. Wei Yao jumped in surprise, his startled cry barely escaping before his lips were sealed. Back at the Marquise's residence, everything seemed to reset to normal. His composure and restraint returned in full. He was once again the profound and dignified Lord Shen. Weren't you supposed to go pray for blessings with the Marquis? How did you end up coming back injured?
Oh, just an accident. That is all. Little Yang, next time you go out, try to make yourself look less appealing. If you're plain, people won't take notice of you.
Wei Yao chattered on about what happened to him, omitting the parts he didn't want to mention.
Little demon, have Cabell pick up some other medicines for you tomorrow. Remember, don't get them all from the same apothecary. Buy them separately.
Why is that? Wei Yao made up an excuse on the spot.
Oh, it is your aunt's handed-down family remedy. Afraid the apothecary might steal the formula.
Wei Yao didn't give it much thought. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Shen Xiao was panting heavily and barked in irritation.
Didn't I tell you not to bother me?
Wei Yao heard that heavy panting and the stifled growl and instantly got the wrong idea. This sound was just like the ones from those not-for-kids moments in bed. Exactly the same.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt.
He blurted it out and bolted, terrified that if he was too slow, his head might roll. Shen Xiao realized it was Wei Yao's voice, and he sounded absolutely terrified, like he'd been spooked. So he quickly pocketed the cash, without even bothering to put on his clothes, and flung the door open.
Stop! Right there!
He is pissed. What do I do? What do I do? I really didn't mean to.
Shen Xiao saw Wei Yao, frozen stiff in the courtyard, not even glancing his way, which stirred up a wave of frustration in his chest, his tone laced with annoyance.
Get over here.
Wei Yao wasn't about to go anywhere near him. That would just make it even more awkward, right? He had zero interest in finding out who the woman inside was.
I said, come here!
Wei Yao stiffly turned around and saw Shen Xiao hadn't even bothered with clothes, which terrified him even more, his face crumpling in dread.
No, wait. I swear I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to crash your fun. How about you two just keep going? Pretend I was never here.
Shen Xiao suddenly realized what the misunderstanding was, and it ticked him off.
Does he think I'm some kind of sex fiend? Hooking up in broad daylight. In the study, no less. What is even worse? He wasn't jealous at all.
Shen Xiao felt even more frustrated inside, his tone turning icy cold.
Let me say this one last time. Come here.
Seeing how reluctant Shen Xiao was to even face him, the anger in his heart surging wildly, he yanked him into the room, slamming the door with a thunderous bang.
I was just practicing boxing in the room. What the heck were you thinking?
Wei Yao let out an ah, finally lifting his head to look at him, and saw Shen Xiao, covered in sweat, the sweat trickling down his solid chest to his abs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, before vanishing into the waistband of his white pants. Wei Yao didn't dare look any lower, his face instantly flushing bright red.
Why are you blushing? It is not like I haven't seen it before.
The demonic Qi isn't rushing. Didn't her mother ever teach her to pretend not to notice when someone's embarrassed? And yet, he has to point it out. Wei Yao shot him an irritated glance.
I've seen it. There is nothing worth looking at. Nope.
Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Xiao pinned her against the wall and kissed her fiercely, until Wei Yao was gasping for breath. Only then did Shen Xiao release her.
I'll give you one more chance to take back those words. Worth looking at or not.
Can't you stop using your mouth every time? Can't you just talk normally? Mouths are for talking.
Yeah. So did you talk properly?
I didn't use my mouth on you.
Then let me make it up to you.
Wei Yao desperately wanted to roll her eyes at him, but she didn't dare, so she could only secretly grind her molars.
Since the Marquise is full of vitality now, why'd you trick me into coming here?
Shen Zhao knew this might be Fu Yinggan's doing, and offered no explanation.
Do I need a reason to summon you?
With that, he extended his hand toward her.
Check it for me.
Shen Shao couldn't resist using his other hand to grasp Wei Yao's slender waist. Wei Yao twisted away from his wandering hand and shot him a displeased look.
What are you doing?
Can't I? Just leaning on you.
And with that, he actually rested his head on her shoulder. Wei Yao staggered under his weight, but managed to steady herself.
Oh, good. You're fine now. No more medicine needed.
Wei Yao let out a relieved breath and seized the chance to stand up, curtsying in respect.
Since the Marquise is fully recovered, then I'll head back first.
Shen Shao stared at Wei Yao's retreating figure, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, feeling that his authority had been challenged like never before.
No response.
Moments later, Fu Ying appeared at the doorway.
My lord, your humble servant is here.
Who gave you leave to bring him here without orders?
Shen Shao's face was cold, and he unleashed a torrent of reprimands. Fu Ying's heart sank.
It is ruined again. This bootlicking just backfired spectacularly.
Your servant will fetch the whip right away.
Fu Ying bowed low and shuffled toward the door. Admit fault early. Reincarnate swiftly. At least it shows the right attitude, right?
I'm back. If you end up crippled, who'll handle my affairs? Don't let this happen again.
Thank you, Master, for your mercy.
Go fetch the dossiers of the other concubines in the West Wing.
They're just women. After all, his inner courtyard is full of them. He tells himself it is merely indulgence in pleasure, a mere fondness for Wei Yao's body. And since Wei Yao won't behave, he'll simply switch to an obedient concubine. It is all just a trifling matter. Anyway, changing things up isn't out of the question. Moments later, over a dozen scrolls were laid out on Shen Shao's desk. He flipped through them one by one.
This one it is. Have her attend you tonight.
The Master has finally seen the light.
3 wives, 4 concubines, surrounded by beauties on all sides. That is the Master's proper life.
Ambition. Auntie Sang's hands trembled with excitement. A day she'd waited far too long for. She angled her face to show what she deemed her most alluring profile, and glided gracefully to the center of the room. Has the Marquis dined yet?
I have.
Auntie Sang bit her lip, desperate to keep the conversation flowing. Then, shall I keep you company with a game of chess? At the mention of chess, Shen Shao actually breathed a sigh of relief. He strides right over to the chess table. Shen Shao was reminded by her mother, first thing in the morning, to come home early for dinner tonight, saying her real cousin has arrived and will be staying at the Hao Mansion. So the two of them should start building their bond. Cousin, do you head to the Western Hills barracks every single day? That is quite the trek. It must be utterly exhausting commuting back and forth each day.
It is manageable. Far easier than marching off to battle.
Shen Xiao seems utterly distracted, while Yi Zhen assumes he is tied up with official business. And to uphold her image of gentle attentiveness, she simply can't bring herself to interrupt. Auntie, it is getting late, and cousin has to rise at dawn tomorrow. So why not let her retire for the night?
Sister Chen, you're so considerate. With you looking after Xiao from here on out, I can finally let go and enjoy my twilight years in peace.
Yi Zhen's delicate features flush crimson as she shyly hides behind her handkerchief.
Auntie, cousin's still right here.
All right.
It is late enough as it is. Off to bed with you all.
Yi Zhen dutifully rises, helping the old madam to her feet.
Auntie,
let me assist with your evening wash-up.
Such a devoted girl you are.
Then I'll take my leave, mother.
The old madam shoos him away like a pesky fly, then turns right back to gossip with Yi Zhen. Wei Yao has just blissfully slipped under the covers, ready to dream of the Duke of Zhou, when Little Ying's thrilled voice echoes from outside the door.
Concubine! Concubine! The Marquis summons you to the main courtyard. Open up quick! Supervisor Fu Ying's waiting outside. Resigned to her fate, she reluctantly drags herself upright, slipping back into her clothes, opens the door, and tells the beaming, breathless little Ying,
Put the hot water bottle in the bed for me. I'll be back shortly if the bedding's cold when I return. You're in for it. No treats for you tomorrow.
Shen Xiao clutches the military treatise, not a single word getting through. His ears perked the whole time, catching those shuffling footsteps, drawing closer and closer. Finally, lingering outside the door forever. Before Haoren steps in,
Which leg did you sprain?
Shen Xiao shoots him a fierce glare, too mad to even respond, silently talking himself down inside.
Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Why waste anger on an idiot? Don't get mad. Don't get mad.
Marquis, just ignoring me. Don't tell me your ears are messed up too.
Can you hear me speaking? Marquis?
Right now, Shen Xiao has just one thing on his mind, to hold Wei Yao close, to wrap her up tight in his arms. Wei Yao meets his burning gaze, her cheeks flushing red. Why stare at him like that? Now, he's the one feeling shy.
Wei Jie, I'm really not great at this.
Before he can even finish, Shen Xiao pulls him into a tight hug. Shen Xiao towers way over him, leaving him dangling half off Shen Xiao's frame.
Relax. I won't judge you for it. Just explain what is going on with your ears first.
I've been talking your ear off and you can't hear a thing. Should I just write it down for you?
Shen Xiao's focus shattered by the interruption. He grits his teeth and pulls away.
What do you mean you won't judge me? What can't hear?
Wei Yao stares at him, eyes wide.
You're not deaf after all.
Which eye of yours saw me go deaf?
I've been asking you forever with no reply. And you're just messing with me.
Shen Xiao draws a deep breath, not wanting to pick a fight. He deploys his secret weapon, the master art of changing the subject.
My legs hurt, so I didn't feel like talking.
Your legs are so flexible. Where does that even look like an injury?
It is true. The injury's on my thigh.
This past few days, I've rushed back to the capital non-stop, riding a horse the whole way.
Then, lie down. Let me take a look.
Shen Xiao obediently lay down on the bed and very consciously removed his outer pants, leaving only his undergarments on, in a pose utterly yours for the taking. Wei Yao reached out and gently pressed the purple bruise at the base of his thigh. Shen Xiao drew in a sharp breath, feeling as if that finger had triggered some hidden switch, sending his blood surging wildly through his veins.
Besides the pain from the external injury, is the bone hurting too?
No pain.
As long as the tiger's head isn't blocked, it is no big deal.
Just rub some 3-fish oil on it. This bruise of yours will need a few days to heal.
Or, it won't clear up easily.
With that, Wei Yao pulled out the stasis dispelling oil he brought along and handed it to him. He'd prepared it earlier when he mentioned the sprained leg, ready to go. And now it was perfect timing.
I want you to apply it for me.
Wei Yao's face flushed red. Such an awkward spot. He had no desire to go fumbling around there.
What is wrong?
Is this how you treat your patients?
Or is it that you've got something else in mind?
Wei Yao, Chi, crying, wait, perhaps a nickname or slip, but keep intent. He wasn't fooling himself about what Shen Xiao had in mind. But knowing didn't change a thing. Could he even resist? No.
You think I'm like you? Well, tough luck. Who is afraid of who?
Shen Xiao stretched out his long arm and hooked him in, pulling him down beneath him, deftly loosening the collar of his shirt. Gazing at Wei Yao's half-exposed collarbone, his eyes like cool autumn waters, stirring an irresistible surge of desire. Wei Yao raised both hands in surrender.
I haven't washed my hands yet.
Shen Xiao just wanted to silence that mood-ruining mouth of his. Wei Yao had been avoiding looking all evening, afraid that one glance would leave him captivated by that allure. But now, with their breaths mingling so closely, he couldn't look away even if he tried.
It is over. It is over.
This little calf bruise has been nagging for days. The big bed swayed gently. Flood waters surge wildly. The moon shyly slips behind the clouds as the spell finally breaks. After the water's touch, Shen Shao feels utterly unsatisfied and grumbles in frustration.
What? Cat got your tongue?
I called out.
Did you just mumble something about moon vibes? Shen Xiao nearly doubts his own hearing and raises his voice without thinking.
What? You saying you can't afford silver?
Wei Yao's eyes go wide, as if he looks anything like a rich guy. All to perfect that prophecy cake, he scraped together every last penny.
I'm sorry. Yes, I did. Tomorrow, have the accountant give you 1,000 taels first. Once you've spent it, just come back for more.
Wei Yao's eyes lit up. 1,000 taels, more than a peasant family could spend in a lifetime. She tightly grabbed Shen Xiao's muscular arm, speaking at breakneck speed.
You'd better keep your word, or the wolf will eat you up.
I'm your husband. If you need anything, just tell me straight. You're so coy. When it comes to bargaining, as the dignified Marquis of Nanning, would I ever wrong my own wife, right?
All right. I won't hold back. My lord, you're so good to me.
Shen Xiao planted a kiss on her lips.
No. Tomorrow, head to the storeroom and pick out some jewelry you like.
That is too much. Too much.
Wei Yao's eyes lit up even brighter, her eyes sparkling with little stars, gazing joyfully at Shen. Her coquettish look greatly pleased Shen Xiao.
Thank you, my dear husband.
Don't believe me. If you really want to thank me, help me out.
He leaned close to Wei Yao's ear and whispered something. Wei Yao's face flushed bright red upon hearing it, burying her face in the pillow.
I'm going to sleep. Sleep. I'm so tired.
But Shen Shao wasn't about to let her off, his hands roaming up and down, before scooping her up by the waist, her hands pushing against his chest.
My lord, how do you come up with such weird ideas? All these erotic notions.
Food and sex are human nature. Don't you get it? I don't know the first thing about romance.
I don't want to move. My back's broken.
Oh, just one last time. Hurry up.
Wei Yao was so exhausted, she fell asleep. Shen Xiao stroked her smooth back, his phoenix eyes fixed intently on her, as if gazing upon a priceless treasure. He realized his anger. These past days had all been for naught. Why on earth had he picked a fight with Wei Yao? And in the end, wasn't he the one left feeling the worst? Is your Aunt Wei at home? I came to have a little chat with her. Seeing Xiao Ying just standing there without inviting Our Lady in after all this time, Xiao Yuan scolds her with a huff, putting on airs.
Our Lady came with the best intentions to visit you, to catch up on old times. How can you not even let her through the door? Is this how your lady receives guests?
Wei Yao hears the voices suddenly rising outside and hurries out to see what is going on. The moment she steps out, her eyes meet Aunt Sun's gentle face. Wei Yao is utterly astonished.
Aunt Sun, what brings you here?
Aunt Sun sees Wei Yao emerge and flashes her a warm, affectionate smile. Aunt Wei, may I come in? It has been ages since we last met. I just wanted to come chat with you.
Come on in. Have a seat first. Xiaoyou, go, brew some tea.
Aunt Sun quietly surveys the place. This courtyard is so tiny and so worn down. It doesn't hold a candle to her Zhangfeng pavilion. She feels a quiet swell of smugness inside. It looks like the Marquis cares even less about Aunt Wei than he does about me. After Aunt Wei moved out of the side courtyard, has she been staying here all this time?
Yeah, it is not even as nice as the side courtyard. At least the side courtyard had some liveliness.
Tell me about it. After the two of them chat idly about everyday things for a while, Wei Yao starts to wonder about her true motives. She can't really just be here to reminisce, can she? Back in the side courtyard, we used to paint together all the time. Those days were so innocent and carefree. Looking back now, I miss them terribly.
Yeah, those were the days. I was always tagging along to learn painting from you, and picking up business tips from Aunt Wu. Life felt so breezy back then. I just wonder how Aunt Wu's faring these days.
She is still the same as ever. I had Xiao Yuan go check on her, though she couldn't get inside. But they managed to talk through the door. Aunt Wu said she misses you quite a bit.
Come to think of it, I haven't even gone to see her. I'm confined to this courtyard, and I can't just wander around freely.
I'm in the Hidden Wind Pavilion, and though I can stroll out into the yard, even there, I don't have anyone to talk to. If you don't mind, I'd love to come over often to chat with you and ease my boredom. What do you say? Seeing her so genuine, Wei Yao responds with equal warmth.
Sure, as long as you don't mind how modest my place is.
I know the Marquis has you in his heart. Wei Yao's expression froze for a moment. Then she let out a light chuckle, as if she'd just heard the most ridiculous joke. She knows her own worth. She's got that much self-awareness.
You're reading too much into it. There is no way he'd have feelings for me.
Third aunt looked a bit puzzled, but her reaction didn't seem forced at all. Could I really be the one overthinking this? But she wasn't about to drop it, and pressed on with her probing. If the Marquis didn't have you on his mind, why would he have you attend him at the main banquet?
I was just a little injured myself, so he asked me to check on him. That is all.
Aunt Sun eyed Wei Yao suspiciously upon hearing this. But did that really call for an overnight stay?
The Marquis is injured.
Where is the injury? Is it serious?
Just a twisted ankle. It is already much better after applying the salve.
Aunt Sun was lost in her own schemes, plotting how to get close to the Marquis herself, and barely noticed Wei Yao's subtle unease.
Such malice, mother.
If I may be so bold to ask, when you're alone with the Marquis, what exactly do you get up to? The smile froze on Wei Hao's face. How on earth was he supposed to answer that? What else could there be?
So, what did the two of you do together?
Wei Yao tossed the question right back, and Aunt Sun's expression stiffened for a beat. That night, she'd spent it in tears, not daring to close her eyes even once. Just staring hopefully at the door the whole time, waiting for the Marquis to return and claim her. That was forward of me. The Marquis and I. That night we played a game of chess. He even praised my precise moves. I countered him 3 times in a row that night, and he didn't mind a bit. He is a man of broad mind. After all, Wei Yao gave a perfunctory smile. I'm not sure how to respond. Playing chess, you know. He knows how to. So why didn't the Marquis ask him for a game? Wei Yao sat up in bed, clutching the quilt in a huff, staring at the cold laba kanji on the table, and venting her frustrations.
It is all your fault.
It is all your fault.
It is all your fault.
A calm yet puzzled voice came from outside the door.
What do you mean everything's my fault?
No way.
Speak of Cao Cao. And he comes. Shen Shao pushes open the door, carrying a food box, with a startled gasp.
What have you been up to today?
Nothing at all.
Shen Xiao grew even more convinced that Fu Yun had done something he didn't want her to find out about.
What is that you've got there? It smells amazing.
Shen Xiao looked at him with amusement, but didn't press the matter, figuring he had plenty of ways to get the truth out of him.
Roasted lamb from Tianxianglu. I had Fu Yun grab it just now. And it is still piping hot.
It is festival day today. Wei Yao's bound to be missing her mother, and in a sour mood because of it. Sure enough, she hasn't touched the laba kanji sitting on the table.
Why didn't you eat it?
I'm dieting.
You're not fat at all.
So why bother dieting? No dieting allowed.
Your constitution is so delicate. You'll tire out after the slightest exertion. And besides, he wanted Wei Yao to put on a little more weight.
But too much would just be inconvenient.
I said no dieting, and I mean no dieting. Here. This spicy roasted lamb leg is a brand new dish, and it is absolutely delicious. Don't believe me? Just try a bite.
Wei Yao glanced at it a few times, but still looked away, shaking her head as if hypnotizing herself.
I'm not hungry.
I don't want to eat.
Eating lamb won't make you fat. See, there is no fat on the lamb at all. I'd be no better than a beast if I lied to you.
He silently added to himself. Just kidding. How could he let his favorite spot slim down? He'd be the one suffering down the line.
Tomorrow, I'll send over some food for him too. How about that boiled fish from Yun Kai? I have to fatten him up nice and plump.
Why isn't Marquis here?
Shen Xiang had grown used to her heartlessness, his teeth aching with sweetness.
To spend the festival with you.
Well, thanks then.
Shen Xiao tidied up the aftermath, took off his shoes, socks, and outer robe, preparing to climb into bed and sleep. Wei Yao murmured.
My lord, you'd better go back. This bed of mine is too small. It won't fit 2 people.
Seeing her in low spirits, he hadn't planned on doing anything, but for her to chase him away like that. Then he simply had to do something to vent the resentment in his heart.
My lord, you'd better sleep in your clothes. After all, there is no heated floor in the room. You might catch a chill.
She was a bit... displeased with Shen Xiao and still a little reluctant. He pulled Wei Yao tightly into his arms, as if venting his frustration. One leg draped possessively over her waist, utterly, shamelessly.
This bed really is small, so hold on tight, lest you fall off.
Fine.
No helping it.
I'll just treat you like a big hot water bottle.
With that thought, he truly felt a wave of warmth spread through his body. And with the warmth came drowsiness. He let out a yawn and closed his eyes. Shen Xiao felt a pang in his chest.
How ignorant. It has been days since we last met. And you don't miss me. Not even a word of concern. At least ask what I've been up to lately. And here I am, tossing and turning alone at night. The moment I return, I come straight to you, eager as can be.
In her hazy half-sleep, Wei Yao felt a sudden chill on her skin, and she snapped awake in an instant. Clutching her undergarment, she huffed.
Didn't we agree you'd just sleep?
You do your sleeping.
Shen Xiao had finally bided his time till the clouds parted, and was just about to charge into the fray when urgent knocks suddenly echoed from the door, followed by Fu Ying's timid voice outside.
There is also urgent dispatch.
Yeah. You'd better have a damn good reason.
Fu Ying in tears. He knew full well he shouldn't interrupt the Marquis with Concubine Wei, no matter what. After all, Concubine Wei isn't some chance encounter on the road for the Marquis, like that nameless concubine son he can't even recall.
Lord Zhou's condition hangs by a thread.
Shen Jiao bolted upright at once.
You get some rest. I'll head out.
Yeah, go on then. Lord Zhu will pull through, I'm sure. If it comes to it, I'll put in a good word for him.
As if struck by a sudden thought, Shen Xianxia pulled her close in one swift motion.
Then hurry up and get dressed. We'll go together.
Wei Yao's expression turned grave, pointing at the horrifying gash in Zhong Yutang's lower abdomen to Shen Xiao.
Lord Zhou, this wound is the deadliest. To save him, we must stop the bleeding first. If the blood keeps flowing, even the great Luo Immortal couldn't bring him back. I do have a way, but only a 50% chance. Marquis, do you want me to try?
A flicker of resolve flashed in Shen Xiao's deep phoenix eyes as he gave the Topoli Yao El Yao, his voice heavy with emotion.
He has been my best friend since childhood. I don't have many friends, and he has always treated me well. I don't want him to die.
Wei Yao met his gaze. His expression like that of a big puppy pleading for help, impossible to turn down.
I'll give it my all, bumping it up to 60%.
The others nearly keeled over, but Shen Xiao's lips curved upward, a relieved smile breaking across his face.
I trust you.
I'll dictate. You write. Brew a bowl of this medicine, according to the prescription, and have him drink it. I also need clean gauze, needles, thread, and scissors boiled in boiling water, and bring the strongest liquor. Put out the brazier to lower the room's temperature. The warmer it gets, the faster the blood flows. Everyone else, clear out. Let some fresh air in.
As she issued these orders, she transformed into another person, the very picture of a general unflappable in crisis, exuding confidence and poise, radiant and captivating, leaving Shen Xiao stunned, unable to look away.
Madam, actually, we could lend you a hand. Rest assured, we have no intention of snooping. I just want to lend a hand here.
Wei Yao untied his bundle, glanced back with a smile, her eyes sparkling with charm, full of gentle allure.
It is fine if you sneak a peek. If you all master this technique, you can help so many more people. That would be even better. Let's get started together.
Shen Xiao gazed at her intently, his Adam's apple bobbing, saying nothing. A warmth surging through his heart.
Remove the patient's pants completely, then cover it with gauze and shave off all the stray hairs around his lower abdomen.
Shen Xiao stepped forward and pulled him aside, his voice thick with displeasure.
Forget it. Wait for the imperial physician to treat her. How can you look at her body?
Wei Yao saw this and knew his male pride was kicking in, making him uneasy at the thought of his woman seeing another man.
My lord, no matter what, I'll always be yours.
Shen Xiao listened, his gaze steadying as he looked at her with burning intensity. After saying that, Wei Yao coyly lowered her head.
You've gone and coaxed me like that, so how can you have the nerve to keep staring at me?
He had Butler Li send over 3 additional prescriptions, then instructed the physicians.
These 3 prescriptions are for anti-inflammatory and pain relief and for reducing fever. Remember to administer 1 dose every 2 hours. Following this sequence for 5 days straight, and in half a month, once the wound has healed, remove the stitches. He'll likely develop a fever soon. When the fever hits, use the final prescription. If he makes it through tonight, he'll be out of danger and just needs time to recover gradually.
Hey, Auntie, it is already past midnight, so why don't you and the General rest here tonight? If Lord Zhou encounters any unforeseen complications, at least we'll have a pillar of strength to rely on.
This place belongs to the Marquis, doesn't it?
Butler Li nodded with a look of unspoken resignation.
You should have said so earlier. I thought this was Lord Zhou's residence.
Where is the fire brigade?
I'll head over soon. I'm dead tired already.
And there might be a tough fight ahead.
So I need to get some rest.
With that, he tugged at Shen Xiao again, heading back to rest as well. Shen Sheng snapped back to reality, his gaze shadowed and inscrutable. His husband shot him an irritated glance, noticing the exhaustion etched on Wei Yao's face, then took his hand in a tender squeeze.
You go ahead and rest. I've still got matters to attend to.
Shen Xiao sat brooding in the head seat of the study, his eyes blazing with unbridled killing intent. A dozen men stood within the room, all his advisors and personal guards, each holding their breath in tense silence, the air thick with dread.
What happened today? Which jungle sect was behind it?
Yeah, it looks like the work of some assassin guild.
Investigate thoroughly. Whoever uncovers it will be promoted 2 ranks. Whoever fails to uncover it, each will receive 30 lashes.
Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They hurriedly bowed and replied,
We shall complete the mission without fail.
When Wei Yao wakes up, the sky is already bright. He feels his back pressed against a scorching chest, his waist gripped tight by a muscular, powerful arm.
What are you thinking about?
Wei Yao hasn't even had time to wonder where this voice came from. Before answering honestly,
Thinking about Master Zhou.
After blurting it out, she senses something's off. Turning around to face Shen Xiao's sullen, stormy scowl, she lets out an ah, her voice pitching higher.
Hey! How are you already awake?
Why can't I wake up?
Did I interrupt your pining for Master Zhou?
No! That is not what I meant. I meant wondering how his injury's doing.
And what kind of wondering would that be?
Can we just talk normally?
You were sneaking peeks at him last night, huh?
In that dead certain tone. How could Wei Yao possibly admit it? Not even mentioning this petty jerk right in front of her. This hurdle's tough enough. She'd feel guilty about it deep down anyway. She is a doctor. After all, how could she leer at a patient's body like some creepy she-wolf?
I didn't. That was just inspection. Auscultation, inquiry, and palpation.
Does she have a better figure? Or do I?
Why would I compare myself to that pale, scrawny white-cut chicken?
No, she much preferred Shen Xiao's type, wild and sexy.
Say, you totally checked him out.
I already told you it is the 4 diagnostics. Why are you twisting everything? Doesn't the Marquis want me to heal him?
Who is twisting things here? That is not what I was getting at all.
Then what were you getting at? If I don't look, how am I supposed to stitch him up? The other docs couldn't handle it anyway. And now, you're turning around and blaming me.
Shen Xiao's face darkens. He is absolutely fuming. They keep bickering, but can he really not win this one?
Come with me!
You actually bit me!
Shen Xiao was momentarily distracted and got shoved away by him. He clutched his numb, stinging lips, fuming even more.
What? You get all starry-eyed and don't want me anymore.
Shen Xiao sees her writhing in agony like this and gets startled too, hurrying over, but unsure how to even begin.
Could the wound have split open?
Quick, come check on him.
This is my first time stitching a live one too. I don't know. Maybe the knots didn't hold.
Shen Xiao Weizi thunderstruck, eyes bulging in disbelief.
First time! You've never sutured anyone before.
Wei Yao gulps hard, averting her gaze from him.
Well, not exactly. I've never sutured. Just cadavers. Though I have done live subjects.
This one.
An injured dog.
Cadavers and dogs. Shen Xiao
nearly stumbles over as Zhou Yutang, amid his throbbing pain, overhears their chatter and flies into a towering rage.
How dare you treat me like a dog?
I've only practiced on cadavers before, but human anatomy, I'm an old hand at it now. No problems with the procedure. My mom used to stitch up the same way for midwives, delivering babies. Slitting the belly, pulling out the child, then closing it up, layer by layer, all 7 of them, after the cesarean delivery, to make sure she can conceive again. You're way more deft than those midwives.
Zhou Yutang, upon hearing this, is so furious. He is lightheaded. This brazen woman, treating me like a dog, was bad enough, but comparing me to a birthing mother. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated.
Take your wench and get out of my sight now.
Wei, can't stomach this. She snaps back without a second thought.
I did save your sorry life, after all, and this is how you treat your lifesaver.
I'd rather die than take anything from you.
Then, go find someone better. I'm just repaying the favor for saving my life. If you're not grateful, fine. We're square now anyway.
With that, he turned and stormed off. Shen Xiao was at his wit's end, pulled Wei Yao aside and said gravely,
Enough! Both of you, shut your mouths!
Wei Yao shot Shen Xiao a pitiful look, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she'd break down in sobs if he uttered one more word in Zhou Yutang's defense.
This jerk actually dares to doubt your skills. Then, you absolutely have to heal him. Hit him right in the face with your talent. So next time he sees you, he'll have to bow and call you Divine Dr. Wei.
Wei Yao's eyes lit up at that, and she secretly puffed out her chest. What in the world could feel better than that kind of smackdown? Zhou Yutang was about to complain some more. Shen Xiao swiftly smacked him on the body, turning him instantly into a big-mouthed gourd. The only thing he could do was glare at Shen Xiao with his eyes.
There is nothing wrong with the wound. You're in so much pain because the anesthetic has worn off. That is normal. The incision pain is normal too. It'll feel much better after 3 days. Plus, you absolutely must stop moving around. If the wound really splits open, we'll have to stitch it up all over again. That means taking out these stitches first, then shaving the area around it again. If you don't want to go through that torture again, just lie still and behave. Keep squirming, and you're the one who's gonna suffer.
Shen Xiao tapped him once more with her finger. And finally, Zhou Yutang could move again. He shot Shen Xiao an accusing glare.
Fine. He is unreliable. That is one thing.
But you actually let him stitch up my gut like it is a damn shirt.
Okay. Stitching it up is whatever.
But why the green thread? Is the general's mansion so broke you can't even afford black thread? Even white thread would have been better.
Yeah.
Your situation yesterday was truly life-threatening. Delay it by even a quarter hour, and we'd be holding your funeral today. How could I afford to be picky? I had to treat a dead horse like a live one. Just do what I could.
Then suddenly, a brutal thought hit him, and he snapped his eyes open.
My belly's gonna be this garish for the rest of my life. How the hell am I supposed to get a wife like this? She'll laugh herself to death when we consummate.
Once your wound heals properly, I'll remove the stitches for you. Then, just rest up properly, and all you'll have left on your belly is a scar. Don't you guys think scars make a man more manly?
Who fed you that lie?
Saw it in the book.
Isn't that right? Shen Xiao Yiden enunciated each word, gritting his teeth.
Don't look at that nonsense in the book anymore.
You won't let me do this. Won't let me do that. Might as well set up a begging bowl and become a monk.
Zhou Yutang, the physical torment from this wound, that is bad enough. But mentally, getting force-fed their lovey-dovey PDA on top of it.
You two, go flirt and bicker outside. Right now.
Shen Xiao rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward.
Yeah. Rest well. While you're recuperating here in the general's mansion, there is a traitor in our ranks, and I'm already looking into it. The men below will keep your injury under wraps. As for the killer, Don't worry about it anymore. Leave it all to me.
Wei Yao just wanted to slip away from here. These secrets probably aren't meant for his ears. Right.
I'll go leave a message for Dr. Wan.
Wei Yao was used to Zhou Yutang's antics that smug, looked like a 10,000-year-old turtle. He didn't think much of it, just staring at him gravely. Zhou Yutang's heart raced under that piercing gaze.
What's the matter with me?
You're poisoned. And this poison is extremely rare.
I'm poisoned? How could I have been poisoned?
There are 3 poisons that present symptoms similar to the one in your body. To pinpoint which one it is, we first need to determine when you were poisoned. Think back carefully. When exactly did you get hit? Just a friendly tip. First, the poison was administered before your injury, typically slipped into flavored wine. Second, the poison hit during your injury, possibly coated on the enemy's weapon. Third, the poison was administered after your injury. So, you mean I was ambushed right here in the general's mansion? But I can't for the life of me figure out how they pulled it off. Only by identifying which poison it is. Can we administer the right antidote?
Zhou Yutang's face turned ashen. Each of these 3 possibilities carrying a different weight. If it happened before the injury, the field of suspects is far too wide. Could be right here at home, or out in the field, or even in the Eastern Palace.
I felt perfectly fine before the injury. Afterward, aside from the pain, no other discomfort at all. But last night, after taking those doses of medicine, the wound started throbbing twice as fiercely. I grew incredibly restless, like I had endless strength to unleash. My mind barely able to keep up with my body's surge. It is as if my Ren and Du meridians had been unblocked. I just wanted to spar with a few experts.
So, you're saying you were poisoned after getting injured? After you've been lying here, Dr. Wan has been the one looking after you all along. Do you really think he is the spy? But I heard from Fu Ying that the Marquis showed life-saving kindness to Dr. Wan's entire family. If he turns out to be the spy, that would be utterly heartbreaking.
A cold glint flashed in Zhou Yutang's eyes, as he said bluntly and harshly.
The human heart is unpredictable. It is very likely him. Grab him first. Torture him until he confesses. He won't hold out.
At that moment, Fu Ying pushed the door open just then. He'd overheard their conversation from the doorway, and whispered in protest.
Lo Zhou, calm down first. I've already made comprehensive arrangements. Keep him under watch for a few days, to see who he contacts. Then check if there are others in the general's mansion, in cahoots with them. If they make contact, we can catch them all in one go.
Zhou Yutang had thought of that too. What he'd said earlier was just venting in anger, while also testing Wei Yao. What if it was him who did it? The next day, after administering the acupuncture to Zhou Yutang, the 2 of them started chatting again to pass the time.
With your medical skills, you could make a living anywhere. So why insist on coming to the Marquis's mansion to be a concubine?
You think I wanted this? Between me and the Marquis, it is not what you're imagining.
Oh? Then, what is it like?
Wei Yao glanced at him. Seeing how genuinely concerned he looked, suddenly she really wanted to confide in someone about her grievances. She said dejectedly.
Sorry. Through a twist of fate, I ended up as the Marquis's concubine. The woman who was originally meant for him wasn't me. It is a long story. The Marquis probably doesn't even know it himself. He was fobbed off with someone else.
So tell me about it. If there is some injustice here, maybe I can set things right for you.
No need for that. I think he's actually been pretty good to me. It is just that my mother once told me I'd rather stay unmarried for life than become someone's concubine. But now, things have gone against her wishes. I feel so ashamed toward her.
Zhou Yutang grew even more curious. His eyes sparkled as he gently coaxed her with eager curiosity.
So, what exactly happened? Tell me. I'm at least a Dali Temple Vice Minister of some standing, and I won't let any injustice go unnoticed right under my nose. Now, since you've saved my life, and promised to detoxify me, I don't like owing favors to people. If I can help you out, consider it my way of repaying your life-saving grace.
Wei Yao's eyes brightened a bit. She'd been wronged from the start in this concubine role, and now there was talk of turning things around. Wouldn't that be even better?
But
Will the Marquise agree?
I heard you're friends with the Marquis. So, if you talk to him, will he listen?
We've been tight since we were in split pens. Do you think he won't hear me out?
So, could you talk to the Marquis for me? And ask him to let me leave the Marquise's mansion.
周玉堂 thought he'd misheard and dug at his ear, unconsciously raising his voice.
Yeah.
About this matter.
Wait till Ajal gets back, and I'll bring it up with him.
You can't put it so bluntly. I just feel like I can't turn back now.
Wei Yao saw he wasn't speaking, thinking he felt awkward being stuck between them, and sighed disappointedly to herself. Maybe she'd set her hopes too high after all.
Never mind. All you need to do is give the Marquis a subtle checkup another day, so he won't be left completely in the dark. And I'll handle the rest on my own.
No problem. I'll definitely remind him. And if you ever need help down the line, just come find me. I'll do whatever I can to help you.
5 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Today, Shu Weiyao performs acupuncture on Zhou Yutang for the final time. His recovery is going very well. He can now get out of bed, clutching his abdomen, and walk slowly.
Fu Ying says the Marquis has returned too. I might have to head back to the Marquis's mansion.
No, it won't be long. What am I supposed to do if you leave?
Then you talk to the Marquis for me. Let me go back to the mansion, grab my things, and return.
Okay, I'll tell him.
And ask him to let you come back to care for me.
He'll surely agree.
The words of agreement hadn't even left his mouth when the door was kicked open from outside with a loud bang. A tall figure strode in carrying the chill of the cold air.
What were you two just up to?
Zhou Yutang jumped at a sudden commotion, regaining his wits, and yelling out in annoyance.
What else? Just getting acupuncture. Duh. Can't you see I've turned into a porcupine?
With that, he flashed a teasing grin and quipped.
No.
Why the sour face? Lose a battle or something.
Shen Xiao felt utterly mortified under his teasing stare, awkwardly digging at his foot, but he absolutely couldn't let his composure crack, so he kept up the icy facade to save face.
You calling my face stinky? Then, try galloping through the biting wind for 2 hours yourself. They say a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Looks like you won't be dying anytime soon.
Shu Weiyao couldn't figure out what was eating him, and just instinctively wanted to steer clear of this king of hell, lest his wrath catch her in the crossfire. When his gaze shifted to her, Shu Weiyao instinctively wanted to bolt.
I'll go fetch the medicine.
He staggered to his feet, tiptoeing out without daring to make a sound. As she passed by Shen Xiao, he suddenly grabbed her hand.
Don't be scared. Not mad at you.
Wei Yao nodded stiffly, then stiffly hiked up her skirt, and bolted out of there. Not mad at him, must be mad at Lord Zhou instead. I'd better get out of this powder keg fast, before the fireworks start flying my way.
Speaking of that, I have to say, I'm a bit envious of you now. Where on earth did you pick up a gem like that?
Why don't you call him a spy while you're at it?
As you wish. He couldn't possibly be a spy. He is kind-hearted, utterly guileless, and couldn't pull off anything underhanded.
You're quick to change your tune.
Zhou Yutang glanced back at him, chuckling softly with that infuriating, teasing smirk.
He told me everything. His background, and how you snatched him away.
Me? Robbing him?
He was all set to marry back at the manor. Match already chosen, but fate twisted, and you dragged him into the Marquise's inner courtyard. If that is not strong arming, what is?
Shen Xiao's brows furrowed so tight they could crush a mosquito. How could he not know all this?
What nonsense are you spouting? Where would he even have a marriage prospect?
You dare claim you knew nothing about how he sidelined Li Qiang?
Shen Xiao fell silent, as Zhou Yutang twisted the knife further.
Knowing full well yet, you still force him to stay by your side. What else would you call it but a brazen grab? Or could it be you actually like him?
Shen Xiao's face darkened, his voice rising like a cat with its tail stepped on, unconsciously pitching higher, as if desperately trying to prove something. Nonsense.
The one I like is my fiancé, Yi Zhen!
Why shout like that?
I'm not deaf.
You know.
Then, with a lazy half-hearted cupped fist salute, he said insincerely.
Well then, congratulations. You've found yourself a fine match.
Wei Yao's hand froze mid-knock, the tray in his grip trembling slightly, a drop of the medicinal broth spilling out. He carefully wiped it clean with his handkerchief, steadying his nerves before knocking again.
When did he get here? How much did he overhear?
Wei Yao pushes the door open and enters, with her head bowed submissively. She places the medicine in front of the bed without glancing sideways, making it impossible to read her thoughts.
After the new year, I'll be betrothed. I hope by then you'll have fully recovered. And come share a cup of wedding wine to bask in my good fortune.
Shen Xiao blood sticks out on impulse, his eyes fixed intently on Wei Yao. Wei Yao's movements pause for a moment, her face showing nothing but focus. No trace of other emotion, as if she'd just heard a casual remark like fine weather today.
Oh, of course. I'll go. Absorb some of your bridal luck. Who knows? Maybe I'll snag a beauty like that myself. Aunt Wei, don't you think?
Wei Yao smiles faintly and nods along in agreement.
Exactly. Who knows? Maybe even 2 kids in 3 years. To start a lively little brood.
A tightness grips Shen Xiao's chest. He rises abruptly in discomfort, flicks his sleeve, and strides out. He reaches the doorway when a gust of cold wind hits him, his brows furrow.
Hurry up, and come attend to my bath.
Wei Yao feels utterly helpless, dealing with such a moody master. What is a girl to do? What can she do? Arms can't twist thighs. After all, just go along with it. Shen Xiao throat bobs, the pent-up frustration in his heart easing under Wei Yao's gentle touch, even turning tender and intimate. He tries to shift his focus with some small talk.
These past few days, how have things been with Lord Zhou?
Pretty good. She watches his expression carefully, but notices his gaze darken, his brows furrowing, as if he is displeased.
Actually, it is not all that great.
That pent-up breath in Shen Xiao's heart finally eased completely. Then he remarked, that dogged temper of Zhou Yutang's, Wei Yao could never get along with a guy like that.
Bathing together, scrubbing each other's backs.
I only woke up yesterday.
Oh, then you can help me wash up. I've been in the barracks with no chance to bathe, so you need to scrub me good and proper.
Even if I'm on top, I can still scrub with you.
Wei Yao didn't want to kill Feng Jiu either, but she really couldn't take it anymore. She slumped against Shen Xiao's shoulder, struggling to catch her breath.
I can't catch my breath.
Sister Shen Xiao, Wei Yao's face was flushed crimson, clutching her chest tightly, looking like she could hardly breathe. Realizing she'd held her breath too long, he quickly leaped out of the water, grabbed a bath towel from the side and wrapped it around her, then scooped her up and strode out. Wei Yao drank some water and lay prone on the bed for a good while before catching his breath.
Your stamina is way too poor.
Clearly, you soaked for too long.
Shen Xiao raised both hands in surrender.
All right.
I'll have someone bring the meal right away. You just lie there and rest.
Wei Yao then realized that the other was still naked and quickly averted his gaze, tightening the quilt around himself, and reminded him indirectly.
Clothes. My clothes.
Shen Xiao then felt a bit chilly, but he couldn't show any weakness. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was the others who would be embarrassed.
Where are your clothes?
In the West Wing room.
Before he could finish speaking, the other had already pushed open the door and left. He grew a bit anxious. If he saw that new undergarment, it'd be so embarrassing.
How am I supposed to get dressed with you staring like that?
It is not like I haven't seen this undergarment of yours. Wasn't it specially made for me to see you in it?
Who said I was wearing it for you to see?
Shen Xiao wore an expression as if he'd seen right through everything, treating it all as mere shyness on his part. It is not made to wear for him to see. Then, is it for him to wear it himself?
Marquis, you go out first for a bit.
You have 2 choices. Either I watch you put it on, or I help you put it on.
As long as I do it myself, that is fine.
Shen Xiao's Adam's apple bobbed, and he reached up to cover his nose, afraid a nosebleed might start. At the tantalizing curve of Wei Yao's chest, faintly visible, adding 70% allure, 30% tease, leaving endless fantasies.
No, what are you doing?
He pressed up against him from behind, his hot breath spraying against the nape of his neck, sending a shiver through him.
We're not done from earlier. You think you can just brush me off?
When did I brush you off? I'm just hungry.
Be good. I'll feed you till you're full.
I'm not talking about what is cooking in the kitchen.
The food won't be ready for a bit. So, let's get some exercise first. You can eat plenty later.
He'd really think this guy's a riot one moment, all moody and snapping. The next, he is shamelessly flirting away. Is there anyone in this world who flips moods faster than him? Wei Yao stopped being mad at him. Instead of sulking and going hungry, she decided to play along with Shen Lang.
Come on, hurry up.
Shen Xiao was thrilled beyond words right now. Afraid she wouldn't, but even more afraid she was too good at it. With skills like that, how could he hold out?
Ah, miss. You're killing me here.
The gale clutches the rain. Red plums quiver in the wind. Fu Ling sets the table, then sadly squats in the corner, picking her nose.
I'm so unlucky. Why do I always have to be on duty at times like this? Just 'cause I've been single my whole life?
Maybe just let them bring the food in.
Then, go do it quick.
Shen Xiao opens the door and signals Fu Ling from afar. Fu Ling then notes, leads the servants to carry the dishes to the outer room, then withdraws with them. Only then does Wei Yao sit at the table, legs still trembling.
Have some soup to settle your stomach first. After starving so long, don't dive into the heavy stuff right away.
You know that, right? Can't go too long without eating.
Drink up.
Wei Yao eats her fill, sets down her chopsticks and wipes her mouth.
I'm full. I'll go stretch my legs and tidy up.
Wait for me. Wait till I'm done eating. I'll join you at Shen Xiao's.
He eats quickly, but with such grace. Watching him eat, you see the true refinement of an aristocratic clan.
What? You look down on my appetite.
No, I'm jealous. You martial artists naturally have bigger appetites than you as mortals. If only I had that physique. One meal could last me 2 days.
Not bad. As the saying goes, the food on your plate. Every grain comes from hard labor. Wasting, it is shameful. In Great Zhou, many folks still go hungry. And the soldiers on the frontier don't get these fancy fish and meats. So, I never leave a scrap behind. And neither can you.
Slapped straight through till dawn, Wei Yao felt like she was lying on a coffin plank. Couldn't even budge.
You've never called me Shen Lang like that before. My heart's so far away.
From now on, call me that in private. I love it.
If you say it like that, all those past nights were wasted.
Shen Xiao caught his constipated look and couldn't help but pull a face.
What is wrong? You don't like it.
I've got to rush off and grow donkey fur.
How am I being bad? Am I just shy or something? Oh, Gui.
Only then did Shen Xiao regain his normal expression, and that hand of his started wandering again. Wei Yao clutched her belly and scrambled out of bed.
I need to hit the privy first thing. Oh, you go ahead and catch a bit more shut-eye.
Wei Yao wiped sweat from her brow outside the door, realizing they'd slept clean through till the sun was high in the sky. Zhou Yutang eyed the Tandi Wei Yao with deep resentment. Wei Yao touched her face.
What is up? Something on my face.
Where is that guy who puts romance over friendship?
It is like his wife's been stolen away. Wei Yao threw up her hands helplessly.
I have no idea. The Marquise's whereabouts. That is hardly for me to pry into.
Zhou Yutang's expression softened a touch as he slowly settled into the chair, but he still had a bone to pick with Wei Yao.
One after another, leaving me high and dry here. I'm heading back to the Duke's mansion today. Don't stick around to cramp your style.
You're pretty much healed up anyway. So, yeah, you can go. Besides, New Year's, just a few days off. You do need to head back.
Zhou Yutang's face eased a bit, his tone losing its snarky edge.
So once I'm home, can I just get back to my normal routine?
Sure. But no strenuous exercise. And it is best to hold off on bedroom matters for the next 6 months.
Got it. You're nagging.
So when do I come back to get the stitches out?
In about 2 weeks. Keep that wound dry for the next half-month.
I can't even get my hair wet. So how am I supposed to bathe?
You want to take a bath? You're getting way ahead of yourself.
A whole month without washing. Won't I just reek? Who could even stand that?
He is already gone half a month without a wash. His hair's all matted. You can smell his special fragrance from a mile away. Today, the Northern Marquise's mansion is hosting a banquet for guests. He figured he'd check on Wei Yao first before heading to the banquet. So following the servant's lead, he made his way to the pharmacy. Just as he stepped inside, he saw Wei Yao surrounded by a group of people, and she was crying.
How dare you?
Shen Xiao strolled over swiftly, his gaze fixed intently on her, demanding to know why she was in tears.
Who dared to bully you?
No one bullied me. I just remembered my mother. The gentlemen were just consulting me moments ago about a remedy for infections. My mother nearly died from that very thing.
Only then did Elder Lai catch on, and he hurriedly explained, red-faced with embarrassment.
General, you've got it all wrong. We only sought a bit of guidance from Lady Wei, with no other intentions whatsoever.
Is that really all?
Yes, truly. That is all there is to it. Shisu, I'm truly fortunate to have such a protector.
Elder Lai quickly bowed low in apology.
It was our rudeness that stirred up Lady Wei's painful memories, and we hope Lady Wei won't hold it against us.
How could I blame you? It was just me, losing hold of my emotions for a moment. It is not your fault at all. Regarding penicillin, I'll first compile my mother's notes and sort through the key points. Then, we can refine it together. The toughest hurdle my mother already conquered it, so I believe cultivating it will just be a matter of time.
Everyone's eyes lit up once more, as they all chimed in, admitting it had been one massive mix-up. Shen Xiao felt utterly mortified too, and he hurried Wei Yao out of there, leaving just one parting line.
Carry on with what you were doing.
Wei Yao trailed after him, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. He was standing up for me.
Okay. The departed are gone, and we must look ahead.
Wei Yao gave a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying it.
Don't be afraid. From now on, let me be the one to protect you.
Wei Yao jerked her head up, staring at him in stunned silence, her heart pounding like a drum under relentless beats, thumping wildly out of control.
Since you've chosen to follow me, it is only right that I take responsibility for you.
So that is it. It was all just a sense of duty.
Wei Yao nodded slowly, her eyelids fluttering down. She wondered how to reply. Finally, after pulling an all-nighter, Wei Yao successfully planted the Baodu strain, just as dawn broke on New Year's Eve. And the Baodu strain has taken root. With Shaoying waiting outside the door, she knocked softly, her heart pounding.
Concubine, the Marquis asked Manager Fu Ying to fetch you.
Wei Yao stretched lazily, her weary steps carrying her as she opened the door. Seeing sunlight for the first time in days, she shielded her eyes with her hand, taking a moment to adjust, before letting her eyes adapt to the light.
Look, concubine, you've been working yourself to the bone, eating and sleeping in the pharmacy these past few days. You've lost so much weight, and those dark circles, they're way too obvious. How are you gonna face the New Year's Eve dinner tonight? What if the Marquis and the old madam take one look and turn up their noses? Hold on! Help me change into something fresh. Isn't Manager Fu Ying waiting for me? I dropped off the item and came straight back for some shut-eye.
Shen Xiao waited in the study for Wei Yao. Today, being New Year's Eve, tonight, he'd join her and her mother for the family feast. But for some reason, he'd been on edge all day, wondering if her mother would take to him.
How did you get so worn out?
I'm fine.
She said it with a bright smile, gazing at Shen Xiao, then reached up to loosen her outer robe. Shen Xiao's face flushed red, and he glanced around guiltily, like he'd been caught red-handed, nervously swallowing hard.
In broad daylight. This isn't right, is it?
What is so wrong about it? Anyone else around?
Wei Yao kept untying her sash, her beaming face fixed on Shen Xiao, as his ears turned scarlet, and he cleared his throat, feigning composure.
So, then, let's find somewhere else. This is the study. That won't do.
Wei Yao had already reached the cord of the arm detoxifying pearl, and he shot her a suspicious glance.
What do you mean? Won't do. Just close your eyes first. I've got a little treasure to show you.
It was the first time Wei Yao had been so forward. Shen Xiao felt a bit lightheaded and obediently shut his eyes.
What is this new game? Kinda thrilling.
Wei Yao saw Shen Xiao with that constipated look on his face. He couldn't take it anymore and said loudly,
Do you even know what this is? This is one of Lingnan's 3 great secret treasures, the Bai-Poison Pearl. To make this pearl, I spent half a year hunting down the rarest herbs and stayed up all night last night just to finish it for you. If you dare to turn it down.
When Shen Xiao heard Bai-Poison Pearl, his face changed instantly. He cut Wei Yao off with utter disbelief on his face.
You're saying this is a BI poison? Pearl! The legendary fatal poison spider that rivals 100 toxins.
Have a little faith. Drop the spider.
Do you have any idea how precious the BI poison pearl is? They say there are only 3 in the entire world, and even the imperial court only received 1. As a tribute from the king of Miaozhang to the emperor 10 years ago.
How was I supposed to know? In the whole jungle, there's only one, the bee poison pearl. Of course, it is precious, but it is not impossible to come by. Its true value lies in how incredibly hard it is to cultivate.
Shen Xiao was truly moved, gazing tenderly as he caressed Wei Yao's cheek, yet still couldn't quite believe it.
Legend says it is a sacred relic of the Wu clan. The Wu clan wanders like ghosts. Some say they vanished long ago. How on earth did you get it?
My mother gave it to me. When I was 3, while gathering herbs on the mountain, she happened to save a woman in difficult labor. That woman's husband was so grateful. He gave my mother a BI poison pearl and taught her the pearl cultivation method. As for the legend of there being only 3 in the world, that was the old days. Ever since my mother discovered they can be propagated, that shatters the legend. This big shoestring, if nurtured well, can split into 2. Those 2 can then divide into 4.
All it takes is one deep breath, and I can't even put into words how I'm feeling right now. Borrowing Zhou Yutan's words, what kind of treasure has he really stumbled upon?
This big shoestring. Crafted just for me.
The Bidu string transmits its medicinal power through skin contact, so it must be worn directly against the skin. If you like it, I'll put it on you right now.
I love it. Put it on me.
Shen Xian's eyes shimmered with tender affection. In the moment, he lowered his head. She deliberately brushed her lips against his cheek, then rested her head on Wei Yao's shoulder. Wei Yao, what other surprises are still waiting for him to uncover?
You stayed up all night just to give me a gift, without a wink of sleep. Then why not rest here for a bit? Whatever you need, I'll have Fang Yin prepare it.
Wei Yao bit her lip. This guy is just too much, always seizing every chance to take advantage of me, and then teasing me about it afterward.
All right then, Shenlao. You'd better hold me tight, and don't drop me. Bring it on. Let's see who hurts who more.
Sure enough, Shen Xiao's body went rigid, his ears turning bright red in an instant. He clenched his teeth. This woman was even better at this than he was.
Huh. I mean, you can go over there and catch some sleep.
So, Shenlong, won't you carry me over?
Sure enough, Shen Xiao's pitiful groan echoed in her ear again. Wei Yao pursed her lips to stifle a giggle, dying to tease him some more to see who'd come out on the losing end. Before he knew it, he was pinned to the couch and showered with kisses.
Weren't you supposed to let me?
Go to sleep. Shen Xiao took several deep breaths before finally sitting up, suppressing his urges with a strained voice.
You sleep. I won't disturb you.
Wei Yao closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Shen Xiao gazed deeply at her sleeping face, finally letting out a helpless sigh.
Oh, well. Rules and etiquette be damned. Just to let her sleep.
She hurried back to Yike Pavilion under the cover of night, rummaging through her things to change and freshen up.
Mommy,
hurry to the kitchen and prepare a few fine dishes. I'm taking them to my cousin in his study.
My lady, I've heard the Marquis's study is heavily guarded, and he has never let an outsider inside.
I know. I won't go in. Just catching a glimpse of him from afar would be enough. Mommy, what do you think about me wearing this ruby headdress set?
The young lady is so beautiful. She looks stunning in anything she wears. It is the new year. Wearing red brings good fortune.
Then this set it is. Quick, help this young lady get dressed up. Wei Yao woke up from hunger, and right by her pillow sat a dazzling set of ruby head ornaments.
This headpiece is called Yi Cai, once owned by Empress Sun of the previous dynasty. This is my New Year's gift to you. Do you like it?
I like it. I love it so much. Such a beautiful headpiece. I'll take it home and flaunt it around. Admire it every day. For a long and prosperous life.
Why keep it enshrined when I can wear it myself?
But it is too eye-catching. What if thieves get their eyes on it? Shen Xiaoxiao.
Looks like that Yun Temple incident. Left a real scar on you.
Don't worry. It'll never happen again. A sense of protection, outer safety. Your everyday descriptions are just too plain. You don't sound like a proper young lady at all. It is from me. You have to wear it every single day. If I catch you one day still looking so plain, I'll take the whole thing back.
Just then, suddenly, Fu Ying's voice rang out from outside the door.
Young master, the young lady cousin is here.
Seeing Shen Xiao's displeasure, Wei Yao thought she feared being caught in the act, and conveniently, he felt the same dread. So, why don't I hide for now?
Hide? What? Am I some shameful secret? So terrified of anyone spotting us together. Why bother hiding? She won't bite, you know.
But seeing Wei Yao so disheveled and dusty right now, he felt a wave of relief. Women do love their looks. He figured she just didn't want to be mocked by the other ladies. Hence her urge to hide away.
Then go back. Freshen up a bit, and slip in through the back door later.
Wei Yao gave a wry self-mocking smile, then turned on her heel and left without a word. Once out of the study, Wei Yao mulled it over in her mind. So that is the future mistress of the Hao Mansion. Truly so poised and lovely. Cousin.
What brings you here like this?
Ye Zhen noticed her cousin staring right at her, her cheeks flushing even deeper. She bowed her head and shyly gestured to the food box in the maid's hands, speaking in a soft whisper. I heard you'd returned, cousin, and thought you might not have eaten lunch yet, so I brought some dishes for you. Are you occupied with official matters, cousin? After speaking, she glanced toward the study room, subtly hinting that she'd like to step inside. Shen Xiao, ever perceptive, saw through her intentions at once.
My thanks. Come in and join me.
This festival, the Hao Mansion has welcomed a new face. So it is no longer just me, my son, and the old servants rattling around alone. My son, don't you still have concubine Wei? Why didn't she come?
She says she is fallen ill, afraid of spreading it to the others. No need to worry about her mother.
She was perfectly fine this morning, and now, suddenly, ill tonight. Shen Xiao didn't believe a word of it, suspecting something deeper lay behind it. A flicker of anger stirred in him. Does Wei Yao truly dread meeting his family so much? Huh? How did Aunt Wei fall ill so suddenly? Wasn't she just fine at noon today? This illness struck so fiercely. Have you sent for the physician yet? Shen Xiao glanced at Yi Zhen, pursed his lips, and said nothing. But the old madam's brow furrowed. She was fine at noon. Zhengge, I saw Aunt Wei at noon. Yes. When Zhengge went to bring lunch to cousin at noon, I spotted that Aunt Wei in cousin's study. The old madam's face darkened, yet she held her tongue, for she knew her son all too well. The old madam stared intently at Shen Xiao's expression. She knew full well that concubine Wei was her son's first woman, so it is only natural that he favors her a little. As long as she is confined to the west courtyard, I can turn a blind eye. But if she steps out of the west courtyard through her own merits, then she must abide by the rules of the Hao Mansion's inner quarters. Faced with the interrogation, Shen Xiao showed no superfluous emotion, merely replying coolly.
Mother, you oversee the Hao Mansion, where she resides. Aren't you perfectly aware? You can rest easy. Your son is no longer a naive youth.
His deep gaze swept over the three women present, with resounding conviction.
I know full well what I'm doing.
The old madam faltered at his words, her expression shifting several times, before letting out a deep sigh, her voice tinged with uncertainty. As long as you understand. These years, with my son constantly away, mother and son have seen little of each other.
Much apart, it has become hard for me to fathom Shen Xiao's thoughts.
Madam,
You've surely misunderstood. When I encountered Concubine Wei in the study today, she greeted me with impeccable noble etiquette. Clearly a woman of great propriety. Shen Xiao's thin lips pressed into a tight line, his heavy gaze flicking toward Yi Zhen. Those who knew him well, seeing this expression on his face, knew he was teetering on the edge of anger.
Let's eat.
All right.
You're all good children. Eat your vegetables before they get cold. My son, once Concubine Wei recovers, let's move her to the east courtyard. The old madam being a worldly woman, how could she not see through Yi Zhen's little scheme? But as for what kind of person Concubine Wei truly is, she'll need to judge for herself after meeting her.
Xiaoyang, while it is still early, why don't you go play with the young ladies? You don't need to keep me company. I'm feeling quite drained. I'll rest first.
Xiaoying's heart leaped with joy, but she couldn't shake her unease.
Concubine, are you sure you'll be all right alone? It is nothing. Go on without worry. I really do want to sleep.
As Wei Yang slept in a hazy stupor, she caught a whiff of alcohol and opened his eyes. There, by the bed, stood a tall figure.
Marquise, how did you get here?
Shen Xiao couldn't fathom why he'd come to check on this heartless woman. It was like he'd seen a ghost. The mansion is bustling everywhere, yet here it is utterly desolate. Not a soul in sight. How is this the new year at all? And he is still fast asleep. Doesn't he feel lonely? Is he a pig or what?
Just claims she is sick, and that is it.
You just don't want to meet my mother like that.
Shen Xiao sees Wei Yao just staring at him, not even deigning to reply a word. The pentap anger erupts in a flash. His face darkens instantly. He strides forward and seizes Wei Yao's arm, pulling her close to him. His grip is ironclad.
My head hurts.
Shen Xiao hears this and eases his grip a little, but shows no intention of releasing her. He stares into Wei Yao's eyes and says coldly,
Wei Yao,
Don't you dare forget your place. Here, with me.
there is no room for presuming on favor.
Wei Yao feels utterly wronged. Presuming on favor. Has he ever truly favored her? He is nothing but using her as a bed warmer.
Rest assured, my lord.
It was merely gratitude. I shall always remember my station. He releases her hand. His lips part, but no words come out. His expression shifting unpredictably.
Oh, this moment is just perfect.
Shen Xiao glares coldly at Wei Yao, then lets out a sudden scoff and sweeps out in a fury. Wei Yao watches Shen Xiao's retreating figure. The tears she has held back all day finally spill over.
They all come to bully me, one after another. Just because I'm a woman, do I deserve this? Why me?
Believe me,
Tomorrow, I'll brew a pot of poison and poison you all.
Mrs. Cao was quite curious too. What kind of woman is this elusive Aunt Wei, who comes and goes like a dragon in hiding? So she sent a maidservant to invite her to Yan'an Hall. I heard from the Marquis that you know medicine.
To the old madam, I do know some esoteric arts, but what I'm truly skilled in is the art of tonification and care.
No woman can resist a secret that makes her more beautiful. The old madam took an immediate interest.
Okay.
No wonder you have that rosy glow under your fair skin. Your complexion is simply radiant. All from your own regimen.
To the old madam, it is from my own tonification. I confess, with nothing much to occupy me, I love delving into these ways of wellness and beauty.
With that, as if by magic, she pulled a jar of snow skin cream and a bottle of wellness pills from her sleeves, cradling them in her palm. She presented them proudly.
This is my family's ancestral wellness pills. They nourish yin and enhance beauty, warding off the signs of aging. And this is the snow skin cream I've prepared myself. It can be used like a fragrant balm for long-term use. It makes the skin soft and supple, while fading spots and smoothing wrinkles. I apply it every morning and evening. After using it, the skin feels so moisturized. Even powder glides on without caking.
Wei Yao uncapped the snow skin cream, scooped out a small dab with her index finger, right in front of the old madam, and smoothed it onto the back of her own hand. This balm of yours is truly miraculous. It melts right into water. What on earth is it made from?
It is crafted from herbs that beautify and nourish the skin. Old madam, would you like to give it a try? As long as you apply it regularly, your skin will become delicately smooth. Not to mention, it'll radiate a luminous fairness from the inside out. Even without any powder, it'll keep your skin tone perfectly even. Guaranteed to make you look 10 years younger.
The old lady's eyes lit up at these words, clearly eager to give it a try. Yi Zhen, seeing this, couldn't have felt more frustrated.
And wait, how can you just give Aunt something of dubious origin like that? What if she has an allergic reaction and her skin swells up? Can you really take responsibility for that? It is made entirely of the gentlest, most nourishing herbs. And I've been using this snow skin cream myself with absolutely no side effects. It is even safe for pregnant women. If Madam isn't quite reassured, she can test it on her hand first. And if there is no reaction, then apply it to her face.
Good child. You really weren't lying to me. You're truly a master at preserving beauty.
Time never defeats a beauty. You're already so beautiful and youthful as it is. I merely brushed the dust from the pearl that is you. Just follow these steps to apply the milk lotion. I guarantee you'll look just like this 10 years from now.
You child. You sure know how to sweet talk. And beautiful and young, no less, when I'm nearly 50.
But that is true, isn't it? If you weren't beautiful, how could you have borne a son with the Marquise's dragon like Grace and Phoenix, like Poise?
To flatter a mother, 10 compliments to her pale, in comparison to one about her child.
Speaking of the Marquis, in my life, I've never seen a more exquisite man than the Marquis. The first time I saw him, I thought, oh my heavens. Is this an immortal descended from the heavens? How can he be so handsome?
In this lifetime.
The Marquis is my sky. If the Marquis tells me to go east, I'll never veer west. If he bids me sit, I'll never stand.
When Shen Xiao arrived at Heian Hall, panting heavily, he happened to overhear Wei Yao's infatuated confession right at the door. His steps faltered. His face flushed, uncertain whether from embarrassment or exhaustion.
That look on his face. He definitely heard it all. Oh dear.
Everyone, please leave us. I need to speak with the Marquise alone. Once everyone had gone, the old madam finally turned to Shen Xiao, frowning with a mocking edge. It is such a cold day, yet the Marquis arrives drenched in sweat. It seems the rush here was quite taxing.
Mother, as we agreed before, I'll follow your wishes in marrying Miss Yi. You won't meddle in my household affairs any longer.
I didn't mean to meddle in your backyard. I can tell you like him, so I wanted to see what kind of person he is. Shen Xiao's heart raced with unease, yet on the surface he feigned calm indifference, and said softly,
Mother, I don't like her. How did he end up as one of mine? Don't you already know that, Mother?
The old madam already felt a pang of guilt, and upon seeing his expression, her heart skipped in alarm, fearing this wayward son might rebel again and retreat to the monastery. So she had no choice but to yield. She sighed. Very well. Very well. You've always had your own mind since childhood. Since you've set your heart on Ku Zhenner, it must be after much careful thought. I trust you won't betray him. Just don't follow your father's example by favoring concubines and neglecting your wife. From now on, even if your household erupts in chaos, I won't interfere anymore. That should settle it, right? Shen Xiao saw him looking all guilty, like a thief caught red-handed. A wave of anger and heartbreak washing over him from the betrayal. He needed to hear the truth straight from Wei Yao herself. He said with a stony face.
Come down here. Fine, I'll take 2 steps west.
I heard it even in my hazy, half-asleep state, and now you're flaunting it. Can't you leave me a shred of dignity? West. Where is West again?
So he shuffled 2 steps to his left, and Shen Xiao clenched his teeth in fury at the sight.
You really were stringing my mom along.
Wei Yao's heart skipped a beat. He'd figured it out. Wei Yao panicked a bit, frozen to the spot.
And you claimed if I said go east, you'd never veer west. But now I say west. And you head south.
Isn't it up north, down south? Left west, right east.
You can't even tell your directions.
Where I'm from, we just say up and down, left and right.
I'm standing here. That is west.
Shen Xiao suddenly felt utterly drained. like he was actually mad at an idiot, which made him feel even dumber.
Turns out you're this childish.
Me? Childish? You know what happened to the last fool who said that to me?
The grass on his grave's 2 meters tall by now.
Shen Xiao couldn't take it. That cheeky smirking attitude of his. It just sapped all his anger away. So he forced a cool tone and said,
Cut the cheeky grin with me.
That is miles away. Sorry. I shouldn't have bullshitted like that before.
What you said at Yana Hall. Were you really complimenting my mom?
I'd never dare fool anyone, especially not Madam. Besides, everything I said was the honest truth. Staying up late. Do you think you're not pretty enough?
Wei Yao saw his sharp brows, still tightly furrowed. Quickly pledge your loyalty.
The old madam is kind and benevolent. I hold her in the highest regard.
Wei Yao had no finished speaking when Shen Xiao pulled her into a tight embrace. So intense, it felt like he might snap her in half at the waist, nearly squeezing a fart right out of Wei Yao. Luckily, Wei Yao clenched and held it in just in time,
or she'd have been mortified beyond words.
Tail, demon! I wish I could tie you up and give you a good beating.
I didn't mean to hit you on purpose. If you're still mad about it, then just hit me back. Alright, but no whips. Okay.
Shen Xiao heard this and slowly released Wei Yao, his gaze turning deep and suggestive.
Then how about a stick instead?
No way!
Before the words were even out, Shen Xiao had pinned him down on the bed. He shrugged off his outer robe, using the sleeves to bind Wei Yao's wrists behind the bedpost.
What are you doing to me?
Wei Yao was scared out of his wits, wondering if he was about to get strung up and thrashed. He quickly backed down, pleading loudly for mercy.
I was wrong! I was wrong! I swear, I won't do it again!
Then came a sharp rip, cutting him off mid-sentence. Wei Yao felt a sudden chill on his skin, as Shen Xiao tore his clothes right off.
Let me go!
Be a good boy. If you ever talk back to me like that again, this is how I'll punish you. Today you're getting a lesson you'll remember.
Shen Xiao bound his hands and feet to the bed in a widespread eagle position, then proceeded to have his way with him.
Let me go! You!
I think it is quite lovely. If you think it is unfair, you can always pay me back later.
What bald-headed monk did you pick up these naughty tricks from? Can't you just charge straight at the king's page like a man?
Relax. This time, let's try something new. You'll like it, I promise.
Wei Yao's eyes fluttered half shut, his limbs going limp as if he might faint any second. Shen Xiao's hands roamed over him again and again. Shen Xiaojiang notices Wei Yao getting sleepy and suddenly remembers the surprise he's prepared on the bed, hurriedly taking her hand and leading her to the bed, all mysteriously secretive.
I've got a special gift for you, and I know you're gonna love it.
Now close your eyes tight.
What is it?
Shen Xiaojiang guides her to face the bed, then excitedly yanks back the quilt in one go, mimicking the thrilled tone Wei Yao used back when she presented her own treasure.
Ta-da!
Wei Yao puzzledly opens her eyes and sees him looking utterly horrified, as if he has just committed some unforgivable blunder.
Big brother, how could you smother a little kitten under the covers like that?
Wei Yao thinks to herself, helpless and utterly speechless. This guy seems so sharp on the surface. Who would have thought he was actually such a lovable goof? Or else, how could he pull off something this ridiculously out there?
Is this a green-eyed snow? When it grows up, it is pure white all over, with eyes like gleaming jade. It only has 1 litter a year, making it incredibly precious. I noticed you don't like venturing out much, and I was worried you'd get cooped up and stir crazy. So I dragged a bunch of friends into it, pulling every string to finally get my hands on one.
Almost suffocated it myself.
My lord, don't beat yourself up over it. You didn't mean any harm. A big, strong guy like you just doesn't know his own strength.
It won't hold a grudge against you. Shen Xiaojian's heart eases with relief as long as Yao Yao doesn't hold it against him. Wei Yao deftly changes the subject.
Miss,
this old servant has an old friend.
She is a mammy who was just retired from the palace a few years ago. She has a pair of fiery golden eyes. She can judge if a woman is still a virgin just from her walking posture.
You mean...
Have her examine if third concubine's son is still intact. Only then can we tell if her words are true or false. If it is true, then we'll invite concubine Wei to join us and let her take a look. As a concubine, she is no longer a virgin. Then this concubine Wei, before you entered the household, must not be a virgin.
Good. Let me go and arrange it quickly. Third concubine's son had said all she needed to, but seeing Missy still seated so calmly, she couldn't help growing anxious. Cousin Miss, aren't you worried? If third concubine tells me all this, aren't you afraid I'll tell the old madam? If the old madam learns you've deceived her, you'll face dire consequences. Third concubine's son knew this was a test of her loyalty. She bit her lip, her knees buckled, and she knelt before Missy, pressing her forehead to the edge of Missy's embroidered shoe, and said humbly, "This servant knows that Missy will one day be the mistress of this Marquise's household, and so this servant has always been sincere in wanting to serve at your side. I only beg that Cousin Miss will always treat this servant kindly, and grant this servant a proper place." Sister, what are you saying? After all these days we've spent together, I naturally know your gentle nature, so rest assured, with such sincerity on your part, in the future, I'll ensure you a dignified position, come what may. Then about what this servant just mentioned. I've already devised a plan. Here is how. In 3 days, invite concubine Wei to stroll in the garden. Just say I've invited you to join me for tea and plum blossom viewing. Yi Zhen spoke in riddles, leaving half unsaid, casting a meaningful glance at Aunt San. Aunt San's heart swelled with quiet joy. She nodded eagerly and said, "I vow not to fail in my mission." She didn't care if Yi Zhen would use her to her own ends, for their shared enemy now was Wei Yao. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Once this dire threat is eliminated, he'll find his own way to extricate himself completely. Wei Yao was utterly oblivious to all of this, plagued now by fresh torments.
These herbal dregs, when did you begin burying them?
Yes, it started after we moved here from the remote countryside.
After every time I attended to him, I'd drink the antidote. Right.
Previously, it was Mama Feng who delivered the medicine after learning that the concubine had spent the night with the Marquis. Every single time. But there were a few times when the Marquis came in the dead of night, unknown to anyone in the household, so Mama Feng didn't send any those nights. Yet the concubine would take it herself each time. My lord, the dowager would always grant the concubine medicine upon learning you'd been together every time. Out of fear, the concubine never dared to refuse the draft.
Even if the dowager overlooked it once or twice, where did these dregs come from?
In instances unknown to the dowager. Shen Xiao felt a dull ache seize his heart, as if a world-devouring blaze of fury ignited in his chest.
She had been willfully ingesting this vicious poison.
But why? Why would she do such a thing?
His face darkened gravely, and he strode swiftly into the study hall, just in time to see Wei Yao propped against the bed, reaching out to take the medicine bowl from Mama Feng's hands, poised to drain it in one gulp.
What are you drinking?
Contraceptive decoction. Shen Xiao's eyes narrowed sharply, his gaze turning darkly upon Mama Feng, a feral glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Terrified by his predatory stare, Mama Feng's legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to her knees on the floor.
My lord, temper your wrath.
This old servant
Merely carries out her desperate duties.
Get out!
Shen Xiang, I never would have dreamed, the who mentions lineage already dwindling, that his own mother would stoop to such vile schemes against his beloved.
Whatever they force you to drink, you swallow it down. Why never come to me with your pain?
Why burden you with my woes? Isn't that just the way of your great houses?
Don't you know how it ravages the body?
I know.
Then, why do you still take it?
Shen Xiao's voice cracked into utter hoarseness. Unable to deceive himself any longer, he asked, lost in despair.
Even if they never sent it, you'd still take it in secret.
Isn't that so?
Wei Yao saw his entire body rigid with tension, sensing he now knew of her secret doses of the contraceptive decoction. Guilt-stricken and at a loss for words to Shen Xiao, she only bit her lip and bowed her head.
Do you truly never want to bear my child?
He felt deeply wronged, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. He raised his head solemnly, gazing at Shen Xiao as he asked gravely and earnestly,
Marquis, do you even know what you're saying?
Answer me seriously.
Wei Yao met his gaze with heavy, burdened eyes, calmly and methodically, laying out her reasoning to him.
The Marquis hasn't taken a wife yet, and if an illegitimate eldest son were born first, it would tarnish the Marquis's reputation.
Shen Xiao fixed her with his pitch-black, brooding eyes, staring at Wei Yao without so much as a blink, his doubting stare piercing as if she'd committed some unforgivable betrayal against him.
You know, that is not what I'm asking.
So, does the Marquis intend to abandon the mother and keep the child? Or perhaps the Marquis has no intention of ever marrying, wanting only a lifetime together, just the two of us, one world, one pair.
Wei Yao sliced open the raw bleeding truth, laying it bare before Shen Xiao. In an instant, Shen Xiao's face drained of color, turning deathly pale. As he recoiled a step in shock.
What did I tell you before?
Marquis, none of these things matter.
But Shen Xiao's emotions erupted with savage force, transforming him into a raging lion. He bellowed hoarsely, straining his voice to the breaking point. Then what do you think matters?
Not caring about your own body at all? Or is it that you never wanted to bear my child in the first place?
Shen Xiao's pride had never been crushed like this before. His face now a mask of icy terror, the seething rage in his eyes nearly solidifying into something tangible.
Or rather, you never truly meant to stay by my side forever. You've been humoring me with empty pretenses from beginning to end.
Wei Yao watched as his roars grew louder with each outburst. As if he were ready to devour her whole, she'd felt a twinge of guilt at first. But Shen Xiao's attitude now filled her with burning resentment.
Damn it! I just don't want to bear your child! It is because I don't want my child to call another woman mother someday. I don't want my child to always be looked down upon like that. And I certainly don't want to stumble into becoming an unworthy mother.
Wei Yao was furious yet heartbroken. Words born of lost reason spilled from her lips unthinkingly. Her piercing tone struck like steel needles, ruthlessly jabbing at Shen Xiao.
Since you already know, my lord, why force me to say it aloud? Can't we at least preserve a shred of dignity for each other? If you feel I've deceived you, then just grant me a divorce decree. That is all.
Perfect.
I don't want to linger in this godforsaken cage of a place either.
Stop it. Just stop!
Shen Xiao's voice rasped hoarsely as he bellowed over Wei Yao's every heart-wrenching word, his bloodshot eyes betraying a flicker of desperate pleading. For in this moment, he'd never yearned more for Wei Yao to lie to him, just once. Shen Xiao sat across from the old madam, his face darkened with fury. He said nothing, glaring at her with eyes full of resentment, leaving the old madam both incensed and uneasy.
Marquis, you've come to hold me to account.
Mother, why do you break our agreement time and again?
My son.
Mother, everything I've done is for you and the Marquisate.
You aren't married yet.
With rumors swirling of an illegitimate firstborn, people will point fingers and gossip behind your back.
Our family's reputation will come crashing down.
How then will you lead the Shen clan? Look at all the noble daughters in the capital. Which one would wed into a house in such utter disarray?
Reputation! A man's standing. Do you think it can only be upheld by wronging your own woman? My military achievements. Years spent in the saddle amid endless campaigns. Surely they count for more than the mere honor of marrying some noble lady.
You're really something, aren't you? Even if I was wrong. Is this how you speak to your own mother?
As she spoke, tears welled up and she began to sob once more.
Your father stands guard at the border year-round. I've held this fort alone, struggling to uphold the Marquisate and this vast estate. My quarrels with your father have dragged on to this bitter pass. All for whose sake, I ask you! And yet I've prided myself on my strength all my life, exhausting every ounce of my being to raise you, only to end up with a sentimental fool.
Shen Xiao squeezed his eyes shut in anguish, a dull ache throbbing in his heart. From his youth to now, his mother had indeed sacrificed so much for him, even turning against his father for his sake.
Does mother truly wish her son to die without an heir?
What utter nonsense are you spouting? You're stabbing straight at my heart.
Seeing her so enraged, Shen Xiao, I'm also afraid he'll get so worked up, he'll make himself ill, so I had no choice but to hold back a little.
Could you let me finish what I have to say first?
What on earth has happened? Shen Xiao's face grew grave as he half knelt before the old madam, his voice dropping to the barest whisper.
This is a matter of utmost military secrecy. Yet now, I have no choice but to confide in you, Mother. I beg you, keep it to yourself.
I'm about to.
Mid-sentence, he fixed the old madam with a look that conveyed everything words could not. The old madam recoiled in shock, her eyes widening in utter disbelief. What feelings stir in the sea swallow of the borderlands? The realm enjoys peace.
How could there be any talk of war?
Li, there has been unrest in Yuna since last year. His Majesty intends for me to curb the feudal lord's power. Starting next month, I'll mobilize under the pretext of suppressing bandits. Then station troops all the way south. Mother, let the words end here. Don't you see?
What? You mean... Mother?
I won't be home for much longer. On the battlefield, blades spare no one.
Say no more. Mother's mother was wrong.
Mother, this means stopping the medicine for your concubines.
Such a grave matter! Why didn't you tell me sooner? This is worse than taking my life. The mere thought that he might have missed out on 2 grandsons makes his heart sizzle like oil in a frying pan. Wenner,
why not just take all a dozen or so from the west courtyard?
Cast a wide net, sow seeds far and wide,
bound to yield a harvest.
Shen Xiao stared at the old lady in speechless dismay. As her face darkened in an instant, she gave an awkward smile.
If that is too many, pick a few plump ones who will bear well.
Shen Xiao's face turned pitch black, like the bottom of a pot, as he rose, stepping back a few paces. He huffed.
I beg you, Mother, stay out of things between me and Wei Yao, or else I'll take her to live at the general's estate.
All right. No meddling there. No meddling. But I have just one condition. If you're so eager to wed and consummate, you must treat her kindly.
I won't have her tread the bitter path I did.
Shen Xiao's expression shifted in a flash. The old lady's enlightening words jolting her son awake.
Keep your mother's teachings in mind.
Since you'll be stirring up the winds and clouds, we should hold your wedding sooner rather than later.
Mother will visit Huguo Temple another day
to match your birth charts with Sister Jen's, then pick an auspicious date, then marry her in without delay.
In the meantime,
treat Zhenzer with genuine care, and don't let her sense your feelings for Wei Yao.
Shen Jiao lowered her gaze, reining in the turmoil within.
She replied coolly.
I understand, Mother. I'll take my leave for now.
With those words, he offered a formal bow, then strode out of the room. His heart weighed even heavier now, choked with gloom. Wei Yao just got rough with him moments ago, kicking him hard, then slapping him across the face and clawing at his cheek. His pride as a man has been utterly shattered by Wei Yao's defiance today.
You'd better explain exactly what you meant by those words just now. What do you mean by throwing yourself at me? And how dare you say I ruined your life? All this time, you've just been toying with me, nothing more. You refuse to bear my child, because deep down, I mean nothing to you.
Wei Yao bit her lip, saying nothing, though fear gripped her heart. Yet she forced a defiant front, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water.
Speak up!
I never dreamed of becoming someone's concubine.
You never even asked if I'd agree.
So you think you deserve the principal wife's position? As if you could ever be worthy.
He'd meant to talk things through calmly, but his mouth betrayed him, acting on its own, spitting out words that cut straight to the bone.
You're better off confined to the west courtyard. It'll keep you mindful of your place. Once you've come to your senses, then you can return.
Wei Yao's heart had gone numb from the pain, leaving only desolation behind, and she had no desire to explain anymore. She just needed to voice what burned inside her. Wei Yao's face was etched with sorrow, her voice laced with unyielding resolve.
My lord, since my wishes can't be fulfilled, then just let me go. Why linger here in mutual loathing?
You dare to speak of me! As I said before, even in death, you'll only find rest within these walls of the Marquise's mansion.
These words stung Wei Yao deeply, and she masked her hurt with icy indifference as she met his gaze. They locked eyes for a tense moment, before Wei Yao's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile.
What is this? I couldn't bear to let you go. Or could it be you fallen for me? But what can be done about it? I've never liked you.
She spat out that final line word by word, staring straight into Shen Xiao's eyes. Seeing Shen Xiao's face drain of color once more, a look of utter heartbreak twisting his features, Wei Yao felt a vicious surge of satisfaction in her heart, her voice turning even colder, more merciless.
You cage my freedom. Ruin my chastity. Treat me like a mere pawn. I harbor no hatred for you. It is just that old saying. One day, as husband and wife, means 100 days of grace. Since you're so delusional as to think I'd ever like you. Oh, of course I like you. I like your wealth, your power and influence. But not you, the man himself. That is me, a vain, materialistic woman, through and through. Nothing for you. I can be just as intimate with other men.
Hearing Wei Yao declare she'd be intimate with other men, he lost all restraint, his pent-up fury erupting like a volcano.
Shut your mouth! Shut up! Wei Yao!
In this lifetime.
In life, you're mine, Shen Xiao's woman. In death, Shen Xiao's ghost.
Even in death.
I'll grind your bones to dust and scatter your ashes, crushed beneath my coffin lid. So you'll never escape the palm of my hand. Not in this life or any other.
Foying watched as the two parted on bad terms once more, beside herself with worry, and scolded Wei Yao in exasperation, as if berating an ungrateful pupil.
Concubine whore. You know softening up to the Marquise would fix this in an instant. So why force it to the breaking point? The Marquis hurts more from punishing you than from punishing himself. He truly cares for you. How can you not see that?
Wei Concubine doesn't know yet, does she? The old madam has already made the arrangements. In a few days, once the roads thaw from the ice and snow, we'll head to Huguo Temple in the suburbs of the capital to divine the wedding date for my cousin and me. From what I can see, my cousin seems quite anxious too. You've been with him for so long now. Do you know what he is so anxious about? Wei Yao tuned out her boasting and suddenly hit upon a brilliant idea. She looked up, gazing at Yi Zhen with utter sincerity. Instead of answering, she turned the question back.
Miss Yao, for the divination, will the wives and daughters go along too?
Of course. Aunt is going. First, to divine the wedding date for my cousin and me, and second, to pray for blessings on my cousin's behalf. I'll naturally go in person to copy scriptures and pray for him. Wei Yao's eyes lit up. She gazed at Yi Zhen with genuine sincerity.
Miss Pak, I know exactly where your hostility toward me stems from. What makes me so different from you? Why fight over it? If it is possible, perhaps we could team up.
Yi Zhen was caught off guard by her sudden bluntness, feeling a bit dazed. She eyed Wei Yao warily. What do you mean by that?
You must know, Missy, the Marquis is quite taken with this body of mine, isn't he?
Ye Zhen felt like she'd been played for a fool. She flushed with anger and embarrassment, about to lash out, but Wei Yao didn't give her the chance. She pressed on without pause.
Just hear me out first, Missy. If I were in your shoes, I'd be desperate to make all the Marquise's favorite concubines vanish without a trace. That way, his affections wouldn't be stolen by some other woman. Perfect! I want to leave the Marquise's manor. And you want me gone from the inner residence too. Right.
Don't try to sweet-talk me. I don't buy it. You couldn't possibly walk away from the Marquise's wealth and glory.
Missy, not everyone is like Concubine's son, coveting worldly glory and vanity. I was actually abducted by the Marquis. He has taken a fancy to this mere shell of mine, clinging to it desperately, without letting go. I've longed to leave for ages. Missy, everything I've said today is the absolute truth. I just want to escape this secluded mansion. If you can help me get away, I will be forever grateful to you.
Before she knew it, she'd arrived at the door to the room. Wei Yao composed herself and knocked politely on the door. After just one knock, a deep voice sounded from inside.
Come in.
Wei Yao bowed her head silently and stood behind him, her heart a tangle of emotions as she gazed at him.
Tomorrow, we'll leave the capital to suppress the bandits. I'll bring to justice all those who've ever harmed you, and drag them back here for you.
Sound good.
Wei Yao's heart stuttered, her eyes stinging, her throat choked with feeling, her voice coming out hoarse.
All right. As friends, You have to keep your word.
He reached out and pulled Wei Yao onto his lap, holding her tightly, inhaling the fragrance of her hair as he murmured,
Just be a little more obedient, and I'll cherish you for the rest of my life.
Wei Yao's emotions grew even more tangled, a true mix of bittersweet feelings. After a moment's thought, she replied earnestly,
My lord, truth be told, you're actually quite wonderful.
In the past, it had always been him claiming Wei Yao, but this time, Wei Yao intended to turn the tables and treat him like a courtesan. Wei Yao wrapped her arms around his neck in return. Shen Xiao, heartened by her response, grew even more fervent. Wei Yao, daunted, kissed him back with equal fervor.
Why are you crying? I'm sorry. I've hurt you again.
Shen Xiao held her close, his face etched with guilt, as Wei Yao wiped her tears against his firm chest.
No, to the bed.
That strange feeling in Shen Xiao's heart only deepened, his heart fluttering anxiously all night.
That night,
he seemed to be seeking some kind of confirmation, never quite sated, reluctant to let her go. The fifth round comes to an end. Shen Xiao finally lets him rest.
All right. How long will your bandit suppression take?
It could take as long as a month, or as little as half a month. No need to worry about me.
My lord, let me accompany the old madam to Huguo Temple to pray for your safety. It'll ease my mind a little.
All right.
As long as you're good, you can do whatever you like.
Wei Yao lets out a quiet sigh, turns his back to him, his voice muffled.
I'm so sleepy.
Sleep.
Luckily, he is no stranger to climbing trees and scaling walls since he was a kid, and this wall isn't too high. He is pretty handy at it. After flipping over the wall, he ducks into an elegant Zen courtyard.
Hold it.
He stiffly turns his head toward the voice. First thing he sees, a tall, lanky, upright figure.
Where this little thief come from? Daring to steal in a sacred Buddhist ground. Aren't you scared of the 18th level of hell?
This is Buddhist ground, Hao. Can you just curse folks like that?
Wei Yao hasn't quite adjusted to her disguise yet. Distracted by the interruption, she totally forgets to bind her chest. The man raises an eyebrow, sizes him up, then crosses his arms, calmly says,
So, you're saying, I've wronged you.
Which eye of yours saw me stealing?
If it is not stealing, then why climb the wall?
Wei Yao falters, afraid he'll yell and blow her escape. So she plays it safe and sweet-talks him. Her eyes dart, putting on a serious face.
There were bandits next door just now. Out of a sense of justice. I worried their boss might come this way to cause trouble. So, I snuck over to check. Since everything's fine here, I'll be on my way. This way.
With that, she tries to slip away, but the guard blocks her path, stepping in front swiftly, and demands sternly,
Cut the crap. Show me your papers first. Prove you're a law-abiding citizen, and you're free to go.
Wei Yao perks up. Perfect. She's got the papers now. No fear of ID checks wherever you roam.
Take a good look. I'm about to ball framing the poor guy. I'm an upstanding citizen, through and through.
Wei Yao stays cool on the surface, but inside, his heart's pounding with dread.
Phew, dodged a bullet.
Good thing he prepped thoroughly before fleeing, or he'd be hauled off as a runaway slave or crook in round 1.
Yeah, 小花. Lips twitch in disdain.
As if the name itself offends him deeply. Just hearing that name, Wei Yao cringes too. Yi Zheng must have set him up on purpose, but he can't let it slip now. He straightens up, dead serious, voice dripping with righteous fervor.
What? Sneering at my Hig name, eh? Our bodies, hair and all, are gifts from our parents. A name's their heartfelt blessing. No matter if it grates on the ear, it is brimming with parental love. So, that do it for you. Can I go now?
The shallow pretty boy looks properly riled up, steps back a pace, hands behind his back, and tosses out.
Beat it.
At the victory feast, Shen Xiao had drunk heavily, returning early to rest in the command tent. Deputy General Fu Ying hurried over, seeing Shen Xiao reclining in his chair, propping his cheek on his hand, eyes closed in repose, hesitating, unsure how to break the news.
What is it?
Word from the capital. Concubine Wei is missing.
Fu Ying's words hit like a thunderbolt, shattering the heavy silence. Shen Xiao shot to his feet, his legs stumbling forward 2 steps against his will, and asked in a trembling voice.
What did you say?
Lady Mother sent a messenger with the news that concubine Wei had been abducted at Hugo Temple, but only after her orders to investigate revealed the truth.
Seeing the dark storm brewing on Shen Xiao's face, he bowed his head hoarsely. He continued.
They only realized it was a scheme concubine Wei had orchestrated herself. Concubine Wei, she'd fled on her own.
Suddenly, it all clicked for him, the source of that gnawing unease from that night. And those strange, ominous words he'd spoken. Clearly a farewell.
Very well.
Indeed, how very fine of her.
She actually dared.
Why tell me only now?
It has been over 10 days. The world is vast and riddled with dangers. Wei Yao, alone and without kin. He couldn't even bear to imagine it.
Lady Mother said it was to keep you from being distracted on the battlefield. But now that the victory dispatch has reached the capital, she finally dared to send word.
Shen Xiao's eyes turned bloodshot, blazing with a fury that could shatter the heavens and raise the earth, as he roared hoarsely, like a lion backed into a corner.
Tears stream down, pooling on the ground. You will find her and bring her back to me. Without you, this heartless and indifferent woman. I've said too much.
In life, you belong to the Shen family. In death, a ghost of the Shen family.
But for a lifetime, through generations, you'll never escape me. I'll drag her back and make her suffer endlessly. Twist and turn in torment, never to slip from the palm of my hand again.
Warm midday sunlight filters into the flower hall of Yuan Hall. Ye Zhen stands at the lower end, sobbing uncontrollably. The old madam glares at her impatiently, time and again. Cry, cry, cry. All you know how to do is cry. How could you be so utterly foolish? Used by others, yet completely unaware.
I was swayed by that wretched woman's schemes. That is when I committed this foolish blunder.
The old madam shakes her head in utter frustration, her temples throbbing as she speaks. The necessary cleanup. I assumed you'd handled it. You'd better rack your brains and confess if there is anything else you're hiding from me. If Ah Shao returns and uncovers even a hint of this, you'll never set foot in the Hao mansion again as long as you live. Yi Zhen is so terrified, she dares not cry anymore, hesitating for a long, agonizing moment before finally choking out through sobs.
I even sent assassins after him. Yeah.
How could you be so utterly foolish? He left of his own accord.
Why go to such lengths to hunt him down? Aren't you just handing him leverage on a silver platter? You have to help me. That wretched woman drove me to such rage. I just had to vent this pent-up fury, so I hired more men.
You, a noble young lady.
How can you stoop to acting like some vulgar street shrew? Spitting, bitch at every shadow all day long.
Your mother has indulged you far too much. Yi Zhen bows her head in silence, looking more wronged than anyone could bear. The old madam falls silent for a moment, then lets out a heavy sigh before speaking with grave earnestness.
Hurry and find a way to recall every last man you sent out.
Ah Shao returns to the mansion tomorrow night. Do you have any idea how he clawed his way to his current standing?
Our only option now. You must hurry to handle the aftermath.
Find someone to take the fall for you,
and completely extricate yourself from this mess. Once your cousin returns and starts investigating every move in this Marquise's mansion, what could possibly slip past him? Right now, you can only pray that his feelings for that woman aren't that deep yet. Otherwise, no one can save you!
Shen Xiao returned to the Hao mansion that very night, slaughtering everyone and catching them utterly off guard. He galloped back with whip cracking, like a vengeful deity cloaked in apocalyptic fury.
It is you.
If you hadn't framed him, how could he have lost all heart? To vent my rage on you. Tell me, how do you want to die?
Zhang concubine lifted her heavy eyelids, gazing at Shen Xiao's cold and merciless face, and burst into manic laughter.
You're actually blaming me.
For me to come to this end today.
Isn't it all you're doing? You showed no desire to favor me. Yet why elevate me to this station, dangling false hopes before me?
I know. You wanted to shield him.
Fearing the future matriarch's jealousy toward him. So you shoved me out as your scapegoat. But on what right did you kindle my hopes? Only to deny me any path to survival! But how can he ever compare to me? Why can he so effortlessly claim what I could never attain?
Fine. Today, I'll let you die knowing the truth.
He rose to his feet and advanced on Sun Concubine with an eerie chill.
His eyes filled with contempt and loathing. How dare you compare yourself to him? You too, huh?
His gaze turned gradually hollow, as if addressing Sun Concubine, or perhaps speaking only to himself.
He never lusted after my worldly goods. And you? I sent him a single gift, and he returns two in kind. He deciphered the meaning in my gift and saved my life on the battlefield. And you? He never saw himself as my mere appendage, always meeting me as an equal in our fierce dance of love and strife. And you? His heart is purely benevolent, never harming a soul. And you? Tell me, in what way do you measure up to him?
Aunt Sun's eyes flickered. He recalled the half year he spent with Wei Yao in the side courtyard. They were once true and sincere friends. The light in his eyes fading bit by bit, dejectedly lowering his head, and said,
It was my mistake. I lost my senses in a moment of madness, but I truly never intended to harm him. It was the cousin Miss who forced me to do this. She will be the future matriarch of the Ho Mansion. I didn't dare refuse her. My lord, I know I cannot escape death. I only beg you to show great mercy. And spare my family. I was once Aunt Wei's drudge, toiling like an ox or horse, all for a fleeting romance.
Though Yi Zhen was goaded by him, Yi Zhen is no innocent. In the end, Shen Shao said nothing more, rising indifferently and departing. Aunt San could no longer hold on, closing her eyes in relief. The old madam knew at once. Shen Shao rushed back to the Marquis's mansion overnight and drowned concubine San. She sensed trouble at once and sent Yi Zhen back to the Yi residence overnight.
My son, it is your mother who has let your mother down and doesn't know how to face you now.
Shen Shao's face was icy cold, his eyelids barely twitching, as he silently watched her put on the act. Even she couldn't keep up the tears under his gaze.
Say something, won't you? It breaks my heart to see you like this.
Shen Shao finally stirred, lifting his gaze, and declared with unyielding resolve.
The alliance marriage with the Yi family, it is off.
The old madam's heart sank, her worst fears coming true. She let out a heavy sigh, her tone earnest and pleading.
My son, the wedding date is set. Invitations already sent out. How can we call it off now?
Fair enough. Then we'll retrieve them. But I can't promise I won't accidentally kill her on our wedding night.
The venom and chill in his eyes gave the old madam a start, and it didn't seem like an empty threat.
You're defying me for a mere concubine! Am I powerless? Where does that leave the Yi family's honor and the Marquis's mansion's dignity?
Yi Zhen hasn't even crossed the threshold, and she is already scheming harm. A venomous viper like that, I won't stomach it.
The old madam grew uneasy inside, unsure just how much Shen Shao had uncovered. He was disappointed in Yi Zhen, true, but she was still the niece he'd watched grow up.
That concubine tried to flee on her own. It had nothing to do with Jar.
Oh? Then why send her away overnight? Are you afraid I'll kill him? Since she is innocent, what do you have to fear?
The old madam hadn't anticipated being outmaneuvered like this. Her face paled instantly, her eyes darted evasively, and she replied stiffly.
She fell ill and returned to the Yi household to recuperate.
She wasn't lying about that either. After Yi Zhen learned that Shen Shao had drowned concubine Sun, she fainted from sheer terror and spiked a raging fever.
Since you're so convinced of her innocence, then hand her over. I demand a face-to-face confrontation.
Shen Shao's patience had worn thin. Time was of the essence. he still needed to organize the search. He rose slowly to his feet and said coldly,
I've come today to inform you, Mother. Not to discuss it with you. I will not proceed with this marriage. And if you can't handle it, then I'll resolve it myself.
Shen Shao has returned to the small courtyard where Wei Yao once lived. His soul seems trapped here. Only here. Does he feel truly alive?
Has General Long arrived in the capital yet?
General Long arrived in the capital 3 days ago. After completing his duties in the northwest, he has been carousing day and night. I hear he is back this time to report on his duties, and he wants the emperor to grant him another noble woman from the capital for remarriage. His last wife had barely crossed the threshold before she died just 6 months later. Now every family with daughters in the capital is gripped by panic, terrified their own girl might be the next victim.
The northwest is a harsh, frozen wasteland. Long Xin welcome back to report in. It is truly no place for the living.
Fu Yin couldn't fathom what his master was plotting, so he could only chime in agreement.
Yeah, he has already widowed 5 wives, nearing 50 and still set on remarrying, with over a dozen sons already. Who knows what he is fussing about?
Shen Shao's smile deepened, his voice laced with cruel anticipation.
Torture Yi Ji. Once we're at the ruined temple west of the city, interrogate him under duress until he spills how to contact those bandits. Then lure Long Xin there. A hero swoops in to save the beauty, sealing the match.
Fu Ying jerked his head up in shock, staring at Shen Shao in disbelief, but the man before him remained utterly impassive, as if he just suggested something utterly trivial.
Master, if you go through with this, won't you become the laughing stock of the realm?
Let them laugh. I've never felt more awake than I do now. In the past, I lived only for others, but now, I want to live for myself.
Wei Yao Cao呢? He felt worse than death, and only then did he grasp how vital she was to him. Mouths are on other people. Public gossip can melt gold, and even the most flawless soul will draw whispers.
This plan of yours won't do. It is far too reckless. Aren't you worried some schemer might seize him as leverage against you? Or that our rivals in court might spin it into a scandal?
Shen Xiang's face was drawn and weary. In scarcely half a month's time, he had wasted away a full size. He took a swig of wine, his heart heavy with worry.
Ye Zhen dropped over 800 taels of silver to hire killers after him. I'm afraid he won't last. I go pull her out myself. For now, this is our only play. It is the only way to keep him breathing.
Your cousin's a real piece of work, cold as steel. First letting her slip away on purpose, then finishing her off quick and clean.
I never gave him enough credit before. Those cutthroats chase nothing but coin, so I'll then go double the take to sway them. And who knows, they might haul him back safe and sound. Now half the world's out there thirsting for his blood. In a twisted way, it'll keep him safer.
With all these men we've sent out, you've got not a whisper on his whereabouts.
That is the very thing gnawing at me most. My scouts have called the gang's trail. Seems they've fallen to squabbling among themselves. One lot squandering the silver on wine, women and song. The rest gone to ground without a trace. I've already nabbed a few. But they haven't a clue where the others vanished to. I'm afraid he is already.
Why do your feelings run so deep for him? What is so damn special about him?
That woman's a siren. Why bother testing the waters? He couldn't for the life of him figure what a Shao saw in him. Shen Shao lingered by the door, downing gulps of wine, the liquor staining his crumpled robes. He mulled it over for a spell before breaking into a hollow, bitter laugh.
Yeah. So what is so great about him? Really? Callous as stone, blind to a good thing when it is staring him in the face. All the kindness I've shown, he lets it slip right through his fingers. But every wrong I've done him, but he'll carry that regret for the rest of his life.
You're nothing but good to her. It is just you never spoke the words, and she never knew a thing.
How am I supposed to say it? Can't he see all I've done for her? Must I, a grown man, go around spouting sweet nothings? I just can't bring myself to say it.
Since she is so blind to it all, then forget her. Just forget.
I can't. In this world. There'll never be another like her. The more I can't have her, the more it gnaws at me.
Now, he is drowning in regret. He never should have urged Wei Yao to flee like that. This joke's gone way too far. After a long day of errands, he was exhausted and starving. The hall was buzzing with voices, as everyone chattered away animatedly, gossiping about some news that shocked him even more.
Heard about it. Right. The Marquis of Nanning's Fiang straight up cuckolded him.
What do you mean? Cuckolded? You mean the shiny green hat on top?
Exactly. The kind where his head's gleaming green. It is turned into a full-blown verdant prairie. Lord Shen must be cursed or something. How does he keep getting dumped like this? First his concubine bolts. Now his fiancée runs off with some other guy. PFFT! What do you know anyway? Lord Shen's fiancée. She is fickle as flowing water. Hooked up with General Long, the governor of Longxi, and got spotted by a ton of people. Going at it in some dilapidated temple. Talk about shameless.
So that is the story, huh? The Marquis of Nanning's probably gonna have General Long's head.
But here is the weird part. Lord Shen turned down the Emperor's marriage proposal, and instead asked for a blank imperial edict, saying if he meets his true love someday, he'll ask the Emperor to bless the union then. Isn't that just bizarre? Shen Hao actually refusing a royal county princess.
Wei Yao was utterly stunned. She picked at her meal in a complete fog. Her mind stuck on just one thing.
也真cuckolded. Poor old Shen. Didn't she swear she'd marry no one but him? Wouldn't she die without him? This is way too messed up. They were this close to their big day. So how could she cuckold him now? How could she do something like that?
Mr. Qi eyed him coldly. After a moment's gaze, as if he'd spotted something intriguing, he smirked, sidelong, his voice laced with unprecedented thrill.
Wei Yang, I never imagined you'd be such a fascinating woman. No wonder Shen Xiao's risking life and limb to hunt you down.
What are you saying? I don't understand a word of it.
No more pretending. I've known who you are for ages.
Wei Yao met his gaze steadily, unable to fathom where things had gone awry, on the verge of a blunt confession.
My political differences with Shen Xiao split us at Huguo Temple. Since then, I've had people shadowing you. Shen Xiao's never caught your trail. Not because your disguise arts are so masterful, but because I've been concealing your tracks.
Wei Yao felt a chill. A man of such bearing was like a viper coiled in the shadows, striking without warning, fangs bared.
So this time, approaching me, was deliberate too.
No, this time pure chance. Fate, if you will. I could never have foreseen that after my grave injury by the Luo River, I'd cross paths with you. You're far too clever, Wei Yao. Why not come with me? I'll forge you a new identity and escort you back to Lingnan with honor. You'll never again fear Shen Xiao dragging you back.
I appreciate the kindness, but I'm content here. I have no desire to return to Lingnan.
Xu Xiang remained unperturbed. Instead, dangling an irresistible lure, he said,
I can clear your maternal grandfather's family's name. Let the Xia family clear their name of the charges. And let your mother's spirit tablet return to the Xia family ancestral hall with full honor.
Wei Yao's eyes widened slowly in disbelief, her hands hanging at her sides, clenching into fists.
Wei Yang, I'll give you a quarter of an hour to mull it over. Once you've made up your mind, wash your face clean before you come see me.
In less than a quarter of an hour, Wei Yao opened the door and stepped out. Jixiang stared at her in slight bewilderment, undisguised admiration flashing in his eyes.
How do you know about my mother and my maternal grandfather?
From the moment Shen Xiao started his loud search for you, I've been digging into your background.
So, are you and the Marquis sworn enemies? Will you harm him?
Wei Yao asked Xu Xiang with utmost seriousness, not expecting her to pose this question, a flicker of irritation stirring inside him. He replied evasively.
It is merely a clash of testimonies.
What exactly do you want me to do?
As long as you stay by my side and help me keep him in check, easing the torment he inflicts on me, I can clear your grandfather's name.
Yeah.
Really? I know your grandfather once served as the chief of the Imperial Medical Bureau. The Xia family having practiced medicine for generations, possessing many secret techniques. That is why I trust you enough to take this risk. So, shall we join forces? You lose nothing in this deal. Stay with me as a fourth concubine of status and influence. Free to do as you please, but once I've been cured of this poison, you're free to leave if you wish. I guarantee I'll hand over a generous sum for traveling expenses and a fresh identity. No strings attached. You'll never have to hide in the shadows again.
Wei Yao felt deeply tempted by the identity Yi Zhen had given her, which she'd long wanted to shed. If only she could trade it for a new one.
Can I take you at your word? Don't forget, my heart eater poison still courses through your veins.
What side effects does this heart trial poison have?
Wei Yao's breath caught, her face flushing with embarrassment.
This poison is straight out of the oven. You're my very first test subject. So if you start feeling off, keep me posted right away. That way I'll know.
Shu Xiang nearly lost his cool, saying it wasn't his good upbringing. That kept him from cursing a blue streak.
Are you sure you can cure this poison? The antidote.
You can trust me on this completely. All things in nature counter and complement each other. I've long since prepared the antidote for this poison. If you don't pardon me and truly clear my family's name in the outside world, then, on that day, I'll personally detoxify you.
No deal. As a show of good faith in our partnership, you need to lift this poison first.
Very well. Then, let's each compromise a step. Once you start working to exonerate my maternal grandfather, I'll hand over the antidote.
You're quite the shrewd one, refusing to take even the slightest loss. Fine, it is a deal.
Shen Shao and his entourage arrived in Qingshui town without a moment's rest, where officials had already eagerly gathered at the city gate to kneel in welcome.
Huang Daoyuan pays his respects to Marquis Shen.
Shen Shao dismounts from his horse, his face pale, his movements slow and deliberate, as he helps Huang Daoyuan to his feet with one hand in the rush.
Where is she? Take me to her.
With a heart full of anxiety, he patiently knocks for what feels like an eternity, the only response from inside being the frantic barking of dogs. But then the neighboring door creaks open.
Young sir, who might you be looking for?
Shen Shao lowers his hand from the door, glancing toward the Du residence, and asks with utmost courtesy.
Might I ask, if you're old Zhang, does a woman named Yi Xiaohua live inside?
All the Zhang's eyes light up the moment he hears Yao Hua's name. His face breaking into a grin, he sizes up Shen Shao from head to toe, then back up again, brimming with excitement.
Yes, indeed. But it seems Xiaohua has stepped out. She is not home right now.
A wave of disappointment washes over Shen Shao, as if even the heavens can't bear to watch this cruel twist, punishing him by making them just miss each other like this.
Do you know when she'll return, or where she might have gone?
But first, tell me, who are you to Xiaohua?
Shen Xiao declares firmly, without hesitation.
I am her husband.
A knowing smile spreads across old Zhang's sallow, weathered face, as if to say, just as I thought. His demeanor warms instantly, like an old friend.
Oh my!
I always said Xiaohua was such a so good things come to good people, after all. And look, you didn't die after all. Come on in and wait inside. Quick, I've got the key to her room, right here. Let me unlock it for you.
Shen Shao stands there, utterly stunned, as if wondering, didn't everyone say I was dead? Do you really hate him that much?
The battlefield's a dangerous place, isn't it?
Of course it is.
You're a fine man. Now that you've made it back alive, settle down and make a good life with Xiaohua. She is a wonderful woman.
With that, he grinned, shuffled off with a single step, glancing back 3 times as he headed next door, though Shen Shao felt a twinge of doubt. The moment he stepped into the bedroom, he knew without a doubt this was the right place. Shen Shao clutched the letter and hurried to the neighboring house. Li Niang had just mentioned she was heading home. She is in the kitchen cooking right now. 豆腐里放了盐水桑小银特了块儿 inviting him to take a seat and wait a moment. Then, heading to the kitchen to call Li Niang out. You said it is Xiaohua's husband who is come looking.
Yeah, tall and skinny. He is quite the looker too.
He is back. How could Xiaohua not know that? If it really were her husband, she wouldn't have left home without waiting for him. She took that young man Jin Yuanbao to the prefectural city first thing this morning. Hearing this analysis, Dou Fuli's eyes flickered with doubt as well.
I even had him stay at Xiaohua's place all afternoon just now. That guy seemed full of integrity, and he doesn't seem like a bad sort.
Oh, Dad,
Do bad guys have bad written on their faces? Wait here, Dad. I'll go probe him a bit first. Li Niang untied her apron and hurried out to the courtyard, where she spotted a tall, upright man sitting boldly on the stone bench. Shen! Shen Shao caught the sound of Shen and reflexively looked up, spotting a sturdy, dark-xinned woman staring at him tensely. It was clear she was calling him. You really are Shen Gao. I knew it! A kind soul like Xiaohua couldn't possibly have lost her husband on the battlefield. Heaven truly has eyes. You've returned safe and sound. Oh, no one will mock her as a widow anymore. Her words carried so much weight that Shen Shao took a long moment to process them all, but they still left a bitter aftertaste. Divine dog and widow. Thanks a lot. Wei Yao, such an original new nickname.
Yao Xiaohua had left the house early that morning. Do you know where he went?
Oh, she probably had no idea you'd come back. So she took her patient to Jiangling Prefecture City first thing this morning, saying she wanted to help him find his family, about the secret room of the Wang siblings. Li Niang couldn't just blurt it out. Better to wait till Shen Gao tracks down Xiaohua and let Xiaohua explain it to her herself.
Jiangling Prefecture City. Are you sure she really headed to the Prefecture City?
You're certain the patient needs to recuperate in the Prefecture City for a bit, before he can travel.
That patient was a young man, wasn't he?
Li Niang recalled Qi Xiang's face, her eyes sparkling with little stars. Yeah, such a handsome fellow. But then she realized her slip and clapped a hand over her mouth. Her husband's standing right here. Yet, here she was yapping about her and some other dashing young buck-off, doing who knows what together. Well, he is not quite handsome anyway. All simpering and effeminate. Just a soft, pretty boy. From start to finish. Xiaohua's heart has only ever belonged to you. Honest! Everyone else is just a passing cloud in her eyes. But those words only rang hollow in Shen Xiao's ears, making the cover-up all the more glaring, his heart sour with jealousy, leaving him utterly drained, thoroughly defeated. Early the next morning, Wei Yao had just arrived at the Emperor's suite when she spotted a burly man standing behind Qu Xiang, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, muscles rippling with power. Clearly a seasoned martial expert at first glance.
As for the Wang siblings, what is your plan for them?
There are 7 of them bound for the capital. I'll give them a lift along the way to the capital. Then we'll part ways.
It is a long journey ahead, and the Xiaoshan's wounds can't take the strain.
Your leg won't hold up either. So best to set out after a month of recovery.
Oh, really? You better not be pulling my leg?
Oh, I'm totally scamming you.
So let's hit the road tomorrow. Time will tell. If you end up limping for life, don't blame me. Chongjiang, ever the silent type, who only speaks when necessary, saw his master take a hit, but couldn't lash out. So he piped up to give him an out.
Master.
Why not head to the Zhao residence to recuperate? It is safe and comfortable there.
Is everything sorted?
Chongjiang nodded, caught off guard by the trust, then quickly pulled an envelope from his bosom and handed it over with respect.
All set.
Do exactly as I instructed, and have a carriage ready to pick me up shortly.
With that, he bowed and departed. Wei Yao glanced at Xiang, who seemed in high spirits, and seized the moment.
Is the Zhao residence a relative's place of yours?
So, do we bunk at the inn or tag along with you? The inn's way too pricey. In casual chatter, when can I get reimbursed for that 100-tael inn bill? Staying in this emperor's suite costs more than half a month's rent back home. Qu Xiang shot him a speechless glare.
Take those 2 little burdens of yours along. I've never seen a woman as money hungry as you.
Just then, a low voice sounded from the doorway of the Tianzi No. 2 room outside.
Search for them right away. First, scour every inn in Jiangling City and screen all the new guests who arrived yesterday.
Qu Xiang called the voices from across the hall, his brows knitting together as his piercing gaze settled gravely on Wei Yao.
Don't forget our deal. You don't even know him anymore.
With that, face stern, he slit open the inner envelope Chongjiang had just handed him, pulled out the travel permit inside, and unfurled it.
Take a good look. This is the new identity you wanted. Xia Xuan.
Shen Shao pores over the crude prescription in his hand. The handwriting crude and ugly, clearly the work of a child barely literate.
Got all the details. on every guest in this inn.
According to the innkeeper, yesterday 21 new guests checked in. Only one with injuries. The guest in Tianzi Room 1, a lame man named Wang San. The man? He came with 2 maids and a wounded young servant. And the whole group checked out early this morning.
Go after them and prepare medicine according to this prescription.
Master, what if it is a trap?
It has to be him.
He flips the vial over and hands it to Fu Ying, his voice laced with bitterness.
He has this one habit, etching records on the vial's base with symbols called Arabic numerals. He had someone else write it out, desperate to keep me from knowing it was him. But he has no idea. Every quirk of his I've long known by heart. Take this one that looks like a duck. It is a 2. The 2 for antiseptic pills against wound infections. And this hole-like shape it is a 7. The 7 means antipyretic pills for fever. These exotic numerals. No one in the Great Zhou writes them but him.
Shen Xiao's gaze drifts far away, and he lets out a wistful sigh.
He must have known I was coming, so he hid away to avoid me. That group with Wang San, it has to be him. Distribute the medicines. Prepare more according to his prescription.
After speaking at such length, exhaustion overtakes him. He slowly clutches his old abdominal wound and sinks back onto the bed.
He is safe and sound. That is all I needed to know. Now, I recall the number 4 already. Now that the target's clear, it'll be much easier to track them down. Pass the orders along.
My lord, even so, you should rest easy and catch some sleep. Who knows, when you wake, my lady might be right there by your bedside.
Fu Yang steeled his resolve, vowing to head out and search for them himself shortly. That group came from the western capital and ran into 4 suspicious suicides, great and small. But no, they were all hand-to-mouth survivors, tough as nails in the jungle. So I'm afraid the lot of them met their end on the road, long ago.
Wei Yao, even Wei Yao, said you harbor no feelings for him. If you truly feel nothing, then why sneak medicine off to him? And why sabotage my entire plan like that?
What are you talking about? I haven't the foggiest idea.
Qu Xiang's smile turned icier still, the rage in his eyes like sharpened blades lancing toward Wei Yao, his voice dropping to a frigid edge.
Enough with the theatrics. Tell me this, where did Shen Xiao get his hands on that prescription? His men are combing the area with great fanfare, hunting our group of 4. And somehow, they know 2 of us are lame and wounded.
Wei Yao's hand, concealed in his sleeve, bowed into a tight fist, as he righteously flipped the script with his neck for counter-biting.
How should I know? And you're seriously pointing the finger at me.
Heavens above. The twists in your mind are downright bizarre. If I were the one pulling these strings, would I have tagged along with you all the way here? I'd have scampered right back into his arms ages ago.
The more he ranted, the more righteous he felt, his eyes bulging round as saucers.
Who even knows who the real culprit is? When Chen Heishi was laid up recovering at Yunlai Inn just yesterday.
And what a fine spot it is. You'll blame it on me.
But I could just as easily say it was you. Aren't you just dodging that 1,000 taels you owe me? Cooking up all these schemes to ditch me, so he can hold me back by force.
Qu Xiang was so enraged by him that steam practically poured from every orifice, struck speechless and scrambling for a comeback, before bellowing in fury at Chongzhang by the door.
Hand over 1,000 taels, and make him scram this instant.
Chongzhang, startled with a jump, fished out a 1,000-tael silver note with a conflicted grimace and passed it to Wei Yao, then watched him depart with an equally troubled gaze.
Put someone on his tail, and don't let him out of sight without my orders. Don't let him set foot outside this courtyard again.
Understood.
With that, he fled the room as if demons were at his heels. No sooner had he stepped into the courtyard than he spied a beauty with rosy cheeks and peachy bloom, her lithe figure swaying gracefully as she held a food box, poised to knock at the gate.
I am Zhao Wan'er, miss. I've specially prepared a tonic ginseng soup for the young master. Pray, Manager Cheng, announce me.
Chongzhang hesitated a moment, torn on whether to admit her, when a cool voice drifted from within.
Let her in.
Zhao Wan'er's face lit up with joy, and she hurried inside with the food box.
Come here.
Zhao Wan'er beamed, and crawled on her knees to his side, kneeling at his feet, her hands twining around his uninjured right leg like creeping vines.
So eager to attend to me already.
To serve the young master is this humble girl's greatest fortune.
Wei Yao and the other two had been locked up in the courtyard for 2 days. On the evening of the third day, Chongjiang wheeled over the medicine box to change the dressing. Though he had arrived, he said nothing, merely fixing him with a cold, piercing stare at his mouth.
What is wrong with you? Why are you staring at me like that for no reason?
Seeing him hopping mad, Qi Xiang's gloomy mood unexpectedly lifted, and his sinister smirk softened into a genuine smile.
Nothing. I just wanted to see which of us would break the silence first.
He inelegantly rolled his eyes at him, but before he could fully roll them back, his scorching fingers brushed against Wei Yao's lips. Wei Yao jumped a foot in the air in fright, and hurriedly rubbed her lips vigorously with her sleeve, her face flushing with anger. She raised her hand to strike.
You lecher! Why did you touch me?
The soft, yielding sensation under his fingertips vanished, leaving Qi Xiang's heart feeling equally empty. A profound sense of loss welled up within him, a flicker of scorching possessiveness in his eyes.
You took advantage of me earlier, so I'm just returning the favor.
In your dreams. A woman can touch a man, but a man can't just touch a woman casually.
You've got it backwards, haven't you?
I've got it wrong. Then, let me ask you, under Great Zhou law, does a man who assaults a woman go to prison? Is there such a provision?
Yes.
Then, let me ask you again. Under Great Zhou law, if a woman assaults a man, does the woman go to prison for it?
That is sophistry.
Me? Sophistic? How exactly am I sophisticating? Doesn't the law itself admit it? That women can take advantage of men. Men just can't take advantage of women.
Qi Xiang actually found it quite reasonable. What has gotten into me? Wei Yao shook her fist at him, a fierce warning.
If you dare misbehave again, I'll bite you to death.
Qi Xiang let out a chuckle, throwing up his hands in surrender.
Okay. I'm scared you'll come after me. So, head back to the capital at dawn tomorrow.
With that said, without waiting for her response, he wheeled himself away. When Wei Yao entered the city gates, she parted ways with the Shaoshang siblings. Xiaoxiang was quick-witted, following Wei Yao's instructions, carrying the 3,000 taels of silver notes she had given him. He went straight to the capital's largest trading house to buy a residence.
Let's get started, right away. Tell me about the symptoms when your poison flares up, so I can start working on an antidote for you. You should immediately assume a role in my maternal grandfather's household.
Why the rush? I'm tired today. We'll talk tomorrow.
You rode in a carriage! So, what are you tired about? I couldn't sit still and walked back.
I said I'm tired, and I am tired. I need to rest now. Everything can wait until tomorrow.
I'm going to sulk as well.
I'm not even tired, but you're exhausted. I've never seen you act so delicate.
Xu Xiao seemed not to hear, and there was no sound from inside the room. We all waited a moment. Seeing that the other party had no intention of opening the door, she could only say irritably,
I'll come first thing tomorrow morning. If you keep putting it off, I won't make that antidote for you.
Shen Shao nursed his wounds at the original inn for a few days. Wei Yao seemed to appear and vanish into thin air, and he couldn't find her no matter what.
The old Shao family case you asked me to investigate. Any progress? But someone else was there too. Who took the dossier yesterday?
Who?
The heir apparent of the Prince of Zhenan.
Qixi.
His expression was inscrutable. The Xia family was exiled that year and ambushed en route, with only Shang Yunsong surviving. Who is Wei Yao's mother? She ended up drifting into a brothel, and later, the eldest son of the Wei family redeemed her for 1,000 taels of gold, making her his secret concubine. That is when she gave birth to Wei Yao.
Alas, where are you headed?
Shen Xian's eyes were slightly red, her face a mix of joy and worry.
It has to be him. Now I finally understand why I could never track him down before. Turns out someone wiped away all trace of his movements, just to get close to him, and use him as a weapon against me. Looks like our first hunch was spot on. Heir apparent Qi is the one pulling the strings.
Even if he is, then what? He has already taken refuge in the Zhenan Prince's mansion, and he has got heir apparent Qi risking treason to reopen his case for him. That means his ties to heir apparent Qi run deep. What good would it do for you to go there?
Shen Shao felt a cold splash of reality as he recalled Wei Yao's home in Shanghai town, the men's clothing there, and that pretty boy Lin Yang had mentioned.
I need to see it with my own eyes. If it is really him, I'll tell him myself. I've nearly finished piecing together the Xia family case, so he won't need to beg for help from outsiders anymore.
You're off base. Have you forgotten how I was hunted down? And what about this time, when assassins targeted you all the way from Xijing? How did those killers pinpoint your location so precisely? Doesn't that strike you as suspicious? First, the bandits at Yun Temple. Then the mastermind behind the Xijing Bliss Pavilion. All these troubles started the moment you met Wei Yao. Now, the heir to the king of Zhenan is making a grand spectacle to overturn the Xia family's verdict.
Don't you see it yet?
Qi Shizi和Wei Yao, they might have known each other for years. He has been closing in on you with an agenda from the very start. Or rather, he is just a spy the king of Zhenan planted right by your side.
Isn't he?
You're the one blinded by romance here. Even if he isn't, what is your game plan for barging into the king of Zhenan's mansion today to demand him back? You planning to burn bridges with Qi Shi outright? The king of Zhenan could seize on his heir's oppression in the capital as an excuse, launch a rebellion at the drop of a hat, plunge Great Zhou into civil war, and you'd, Shen Xiao, be etched in history as the eternal traitor, Wei Yao the infamous femme fatale. Both of you cursed and scorned for generations.
Shen Xiao's heart churns in chaos, yet she refuses to swallow it lying down.
It is just some petty family squabble among colleagues. No need to blow it out of proportion.
Fine. Off you go then.
Shen Xiao 掏喷老外丑 Xiao out. Zhou Yutang fumes with biting sarcasm from behind.
I'm afraid someone's about to draw a blank. Word is, young master, Lu snagged an ink treasure from the old dynasty, hosting a banquet at Baohua Pavilion today to invite every dandy in the capital for an appraisal. Prince Qin being his close chum. He is bound to be at the feast.
Shen Xiao doubles back, grabbing Zhou Yutang and dragging him along.
You've got to have an invite. Let's crash it together.
I have zero interest in going.
He is riding high at the Dali Temple nowadays, finally shaking off that old playboy label. I have no desire to hang out anymore with those immature fools who do nothing but eat, drink, and play all day long. Once he heads there, those guys are bound to pester him all over again.
Don't want to go. What? I heard from Fu Li that when he tracked you down in Zhaojia village, that white lady who was with you looks exactly like Xiao Baiwulang. And I wonder if Aunt Zhou ever learns of his existence, what she might do about it.
You're still as cunning as ever, just like when we were kids.
With that, he smoothed out his robes and strode off ahead.
Hey. Fine, I'll tag along with you this once. But if you dare stir up trouble and sabotage my big plans, that is it. For our brotherhood, I'm dead serious about this.
I'm already dying of envy as it is. So how could I possibly stand in the way of your scheme?
2 hours later, Shen Xiao's carriage came to a steady stop at Baohua Pavilion. The attentive shopkeeper hurried forward at once, bowing low on his knees.
This humble one greets Lord Shen.
No need for such formalities.
The shopkeeper rose with a submissive nod and said deferentially,
My lords, shall I prepare the elegant suite in Hoxton Pavilion for you today, as usual?
No. We're here for young Lord Lu's banquet. Where are they?
The shopkeeper suddenly realized and replied respectfully.
They're up on Hunting Mountain right now.
Wei Yao sat in the corner, holding a round fan, watching the cluster of noble young ladies fawning over one another, vying for attention, and fanned herself impatiently.
You boy crazy girls. Snap out of it! That Qi Shizi, who seems even handsomer than Panin in your starry eyes, is anything but gentle and refined behind closed doors. He has already got 6 wives. And you still want to squeeze in to fight over this tiny scrap? What is the point?
Wei Yao hadn't even finished venting when suddenly a sharper rang out. One of the young ladies stumbled and fell, splashing a cup of tea squarely onto Qu Xiang. Wei Yao was utterly speechless. This was Qu Xiang's 5th banquet so far, and the 4th time tea's been spilled on him, right? The same clumsy tumble, the same scalding spill. So sorry, Prince Qi. It is just that I lost my footing for a second. Why don't you head to the private room to change?
Very well. Who will attend me while I change?
Wei Yao still wasn't used to his new name, her face full of eager anticipation as she waited for the drama to unfold next. But Qu Xiang shot her a cold, warning glance.
Perfect calm, take my pulse. I'm feeling dizzy and nauseous right now.
After spotting the figure rapidly closing in from the base of the mountain, Qu Xiang glanced at Wei Yao, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. He reined in his emotions, whispering urgently in a voice only he and Wei Yao could hear.
Take me to the changing room. The poison in me has truly taken hold.
The poison needle struck. Damn it, I've waited so long, and at last this day has arrived. I've yearned for this forever, and now my dream is within reach.
Lu Xiaogong is like a fanboy meeting his idol, falling over him by pouring tea and pulling up a stool, wishing he could poke out his own dog-like head.
For Shen Shao. To pat while asking where the 7th prince is.
He is here. He is here. He just got splashed and soaked his clothes earlier. And he is elegantly changing now.
Shen Shao's throat felt parched as he gazed at Lord Lu Xiaogong and hesitantly asked,
Did he bring someone along?
Lu Xiaogong didn't think twice, covering his mouth with a sly chuckle, and gossiped sleazily.
Oh, him. He has recently snagged himself a stunning beauty. They're so inseparable. He takes her everywhere.
And right now?
Even his clothes need her to change them for him. They've been in there for quite a while. Who knows what they're getting up to?
Shen Shao's face drained of color inch by inch. Wei Yao took Qu Xiang's pulse thoroughly, her expression tinged with suspicion. His appearance is just as usual, but his face is so flushed, it is unnaturally red.
So, what on earth are you feeling? Your face is as red as pig liver, yet your appearance shows nothing amiss.
How could Qu Xiang possibly admit it? It is because Wei Yao merely helped him slip off half his sleeve, held his forearm to check the pulse, and he had a reaction he shouldn't have.
You stay away from me first. I need to change my clothes.
You'd better not be lying to me. Huh. I'll wait outside.
Wei Yao huffed and puffed as she pushed open the door and stormed out, wondering if she should slip away to a quieter spot for some fresh air, only to collide straight into a pair of phoenix eyes filled with raw pain.
Why?
Shen Shao's hands were trembling, his voice quivering, his whole body teetering on the edge of collapse.
What why? Do we know each other? My surname is Xia. My name is Xia She. Lord Shen, this is our first time meeting.
The weariness in his eyes and the indifference in her voice drew 2 daggers, piercing straight into Shen Shao's shattered heart.
Lord Shen, right in front of me, pulling and tugging at my woman. Do you take me for dead?
Shen Shao dudanzas instead of retreating, a pair of icy eyes locking straight onto Qu Xiang's with undisguised murderous intent.
She is my woman!
Lord Shen's so full of killing intent. You wanna throw down with me?
Sure, let's take it over there.
It was the sneaky, shameless wretch who snatched away Yao Yao.
Don't think I don't know. She is using him to get what she wants. Now she's trying to rile me up again. Fine. I'll throw the first punch and give him exactly what he is asking for.
Worst case, I take the hit for insubordination.
For him, a military flogging's worth it.
Wei Yao jumps in fright, rushes between them and pushes them apart with her hands, then hands Qu Xiang his crutch and drags him away.
Are you kidding? He is half crippled, and he wants to tangle with Shen Shao. That is just asking for a beating.
You're that scared of him. You act like a mouse spotting a cat. What? You think I can't protect you?
Are you an idiot or what? You fight him. You think you can take him.
No one knows Shen Xiang's boundless stamina and endurance better than she does. Qu Xiang feels utterly scorned and digs in his heels, refusing to budge.
Lose the battle, not the war. If I'm fighting him, don't you go pulling me away. I refuse to believe the 2 of us can take him down.
As long as Wei Yao's holding Shen Shao back, he is definitely the one getting pummeled. One scheme fails, on to the next. If Shen Shao's too scared of insubordination charges, then this is his chance to settle the score for that palm that sent him tumbling off the cliff.
Give me a break. Even with 2 more of us, we couldn't beat him. Let's just go.
In Shen Shao's eyes, this whole scene just looks like flirtatious banter. He clutches his spasming heart, as if a massive hole has been torn right through it, one that can never be patched up.
So, this is it. This must be what Pikagani feels like. The sensation of your soul ripping free from your body, leaving you as nothing but a numb, empty shell.
Zhou Yutang looked at Shen Xiao, finally couldn't hold back and asked gravely.
A Xiang, do you think by doing all this, he'll be grateful? He has already joined the Prince of Zhenan's household. completely transformed into another person. What is the point of it all?
No matter who he has become, this is what I've witnessed. Just let me do one last thing for her. Once this matter is settled, I'll head to the borderlands for a warrior on the battlefield, wrapped in horsehide upon death. Who knows where tomorrow lies? Just let him live a happy life, as long as he spends it with someone he can grow old with.
Your silent sacrifices like this, not only does he remain unaware, but he is even joining our enemies to wound you.
Is it worth it?
There is no worth or not in it. I just don't want to leave myself with even more regrets. He never truly belonged to me. It was I who pressured him back then. I forcibly kept her by my side. It is only natural for him to leave.
At this point, you're still speaking up for him.
Even you yourself once said, he is no caged canary, but a bird meant to soar free, isn't he? This mistake was mine from the very start. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't be in the capital now, but living a simple, happy life in Lingnan, with a devoted husband by her side until the end, bearing a few clever, obedient children, and growing old in bliss. And now she's being drawn into the vortex of power struggles, walking on thin ice.
Zhou Yutang's face was a mask of complex emotions. He let out a deep sigh. The word hero wounds those who bear it, and he felt it deeply now. If he hadn't had the thick skin, enough to throw caution to the wind, his little white would have been snatched away long ago.
If you truly can't let him go, then go and steal him back. Nothing is impossible for one who sets their mind to it. That day at Baohua Pavilion, I saw it too. Yao left in a complete daze, which shows she still cares about you. As the saying goes, a fine woman can't resist a persistent suitor, especially since she still cares about you. Just clear up all those misunderstandings. And even if it fails, at least you have no regrets in this lifetime.
Shen Shao was caught off guard by his sudden shift. Zhou Yutang looking every bit the seasoned veteran, assuming he was the sort who'd die for pride and suffer needlessly. He said it with a touch of disdain.
Let me ask you this. If one day Qi uses Wei Yao's life to blackmail you, will you save her or not?
Shen Shao clenched his fists, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes.
How dare he?
Xia, when it comes to love, why all this talk of self-restraint? You used to lecture Wei Yao on propriety and decorum. Did she ever yield? Her stubborn streak outshines even ours. If you ask me, if you want to rekindle things with her, just chase her down and shower her with affection.
Shen Shao eyed his solemn, oath-sworn expression, but it was all utter nonsense.
Xiaobai, is that how you tricked Wu Zuo into your arms?
Hey, watch your words. You call that tricking someone? That is called cleverly winning her over.
Zhou Yutang puffed up with pride as he spoke.
Let me tell you the straight truth. To force her to give in, I dosed myself with some strong medicine. That night, my wounds nearly split open.
Shen Shao glanced at Xiaobai by the door, cutting off his impending tall tale.
If only Xiaobai had overheard.
How could she possibly know? My schemes at Shaoqing are flawless, right?
Shaoqing 败了. Xiaobai's face flushed bright red, unclear if from anger or embarrassment. Zhou Yutang leaped to his feet, his voice laced with panic.
Qing, when did you get here?
I heard everything. What a clever scheme, my lord. With that, she spun on her heel and stormed off. Zhou Yutang scrambled after her, not forgetting to shoot Shen Shao a glare over his shoulder.
Fine then.
I was just trying to help you out of the goodness of my heart, and you go stabbing me in the back.
I wink at you to signal. Who knew you'd get so carried away, leaving me helpless?
Zhou Yutang had already dashed out after her, his furious shouts echoing back.
You just wait.
He scooped Xiaobai up from behind, pulling her tight into his embrace.
Hey, Qing, hear me out.
Shen Shao watched the chasing pair with envy.
Atan was absolutely right. Since you can't let go, then just let go and go after her.
Pei Yang stared in shock at the invitation in Qu Xiang's hand.
Sir Shuo has set up a banquet and invites you to the tavern.
And it specifically mentions you by name too. So, what do you think? Should we go or skip it?
No, I'm not going.
This has to be a home and banquet set for him. Maybe that big-headed fool from the Shen residence is there too. Ever since I saw Shen Shao that day, he has been dreaming of him every single night. The dreams are filled with all their moments from the past.
Maybe Lord Zhou has fresh leads on your maternal grandfather's case.
No way. How on earth would Lord Zhou know about my grandfather's case?
Qiu Xiang sure as hell wouldn't have told him, and Shen Shao's men are looking into it too. But they just dodged the tough parts and chased the easy leads.
He is the vice minister of the Dali Temple, so he knows all sorts of hidden secrets and underhanded dealings.
I know he is the vice minister of the Dali Temple, but what I mean is, why would he even care about my grandfather's case? He is using that as an excuse to lure me to Zhengling Tower.
I'm just speculating though. If you don't want to go, then don't. I'll head over and figure out what he is really after.
Wei Yao felt a vague suspicion stirring in her heart, her voice turning a little hoarse.
I'll go with you.
Zhengling Tower sat in a picturesque suburban landscape, and as soon as the carriage from Prince Zhenen's mansion pulled up to Zhengling Tower, Qu Xiang spotted Shen Xiao's warhorse right away.
Shen Xiaozela is here too. You're brave enough to face him.
I don't dare.
Qu Xiang looked at him, utterly speechless.
Fine then, you just wait here in the carriage.
Qu Xiang hopped out, stifling that inexplicable frustration he couldn't put into words, without so much as a backward glance. Wei Yao huddled inside the carriage, reaching for the door handle a few times, only to draw her hand back each time. He truly didn't have the guts to face Shen Shao. In the private box, Shen Xiao couldn't rest easy about Wei Yao's safety, and was the first to speak up.
Why has Prince Qi deliberately gotten close to Wei Yao? What exactly are your intentions?
Qu Xiang leisurely shook his folding fan.
What kind of talk is that from Lord Shen? A graceful lady. A gentleman woos her. This prince simply likes her. That is all.
Prince Qi, mind your words, and don't cause her any trouble. If you truly like her, you wouldn't take advantage of her.
Lord Shen says I'm using her. Do you dare claim you've never used her yourself?
What Shen regrets most deep down is that time at Yuan Temple when he went with the flow and let Wei Yao fall into the bandits' lair.
Our intentions from the start were worlds apart.
Oh? Different, sure. You and I are both just lovers behind the curtain. So what difference does that make? If we're talking differences, well, there is one. You're the ex from her past, while I'm the one sharing day and night with her now.
Shen Shao suddenly crushed the cup in his hand, couldn't hold back as the shards turned into weapons. Hurling them straight at Qu Xiang's throat, Shen Xiang dodged to the side, a smug sneer curling his lips.
What is this? Jealousy driving you mad already? No matter how jealous you get, she'll never come back to your side. Lord Shen, compose yourself, and stay away from my woman.
With that, he flung a cup right back. The two trading blows back and forth, tangling in a frenzy. Every bowl, dish, and porcelain piece in the room, taking the hit, shattering endlessly with a crash.
Wei Yao, come out. I know you're in there.
Wei Yao bit her lip, but stayed silent. He wouldn't be here to pay me back the silver, would he? No money for you. And no life either. Better to just pretend I'm not here.
The hatred of stealing one's wife irreconcilable. We cannot live under the same sky. I'm a bit worried they might actually start fighting up there. Ajiao's still recovering from her serious injuries. And Prince Qi's got that limp. So between one wounded and one lame, who do you think would win?
Wei Yao slammed open the carriage door, staring at her in speechless disbelief.
Then, what are you doing here?
I can't even climb up there to break it up. What has it got to do with me?
They're not fighting over me anyway.
She looked at Wei Yao, as if gazing at some exotic creature, and let out a couple of TSKs.
You really are heartless to the core. Asiao's been so good to you, and yet you still ran off. Fine. Running away is one thing, but getting tangled up with his sworn enemy. You're a real pro at twisting the knife in his heart.
Wei Yao ran upstairs, panting heavily. The moment she pushed the door open, a shard of porcelain flew straight toward her face. Terrified, her eyes widened in fear, forgetting everything else, even to dodge. This time, she was surely disfigured, but unexpectedly, a blur of motion flashed before her eyes. A tall figure stepped in front of her, the shard grazing his neck as it passed. Standing frozen nearby, crimson blood beads dripped down, one after another, staining the floor bright red.
Sir, Shen Hou suspects you're his concubine. Wei Yao, come and tell him. Are you truly his fiancée? Or This heirs Suyan.
Wei Yao's mind raced with thoughts of the wound on Shen Shao's neck. How deep was it? Her vision filled with those streaks of scarlet blood. He caught the pointed implication in Shen Hao's words and understood it all too well. Struggling, he parted his lips.
I am Xia Sun.
Shen Shao seemed choked, as if by an invisible hand, slowly turning around. His gaze, heavy with pain, met hers for a fleeting moment. He raised a hand to touch the gash on his neck, staring at the blood staining his fingers. A bitter, self-mocking smile crossed his lips. Without a word, he brushed past and walked away.
Though this heir is injured too. Come bandage me up.
Wei Yao seemed not to hear, merely staring blankly at the empty corridor, as if her soul had been torn from her body. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened with resolve, and she hurried off in the direction Shen Xiao had vanished. The wound was on his neck. He'd lost so much blood. What if she dared not even think it? She had to see the injury with her own eyes to find any peace.
Xia Suyan, get back here!
Suddenly, the sharp neigh of a horse echoed from behind. Wei Yao turned around, her eyes brimming with tears, vaguely spotting that tall, familiar silhouette mounted on horseback. Wei Yao hurriedly wiped the tears from her eyes, wanting to call out to him and explain everything. But before she could utter a word, her body was suddenly lifted off the ground as Shen Xiao scooped her straight onto the horse's back.
Why are you doing this to me?
Haven't I treated you well?
Why did you run away from me? Why become his woman? Do you even know him? Do you know what kind of man he really is?
Wei Yao freezes, a bitter, self-mocking pang in her heart. He is still like this, without even the basic trust he owes me, branding me a fickle, promiscuous woman without a shred of evidence.
Lord Shen, didn't you say I wasn't worthy of you? Then, what does this make you now? Besides, I am now Xia Suyan. This is only our second meeting today.
Please, my lord, show some propriety.
You want to shake me off? Unless I die first!
With that, he bows his head, claiming her breath in a wild, devouring kiss. Wei Yao recoils in shock and fear, fueled by fury at Shen Shao's unyielding obsession, her chin throbbing from his bruising grip once more, a surge of anger igniting within her, in a haze of rage and resentment. Her mind snaps.
What? Lord Shen, you don't find me tainted!
Shen Shao sways unsteadily before her, then surges forward to clutch Wei Yao's hand, his palm quivering faintly, as though he is fighting to rein himself in, his voice threaded with desperate pleading.
Enough with the games. Please.
My lord, this isn't some childish prank. I've simply accepted my true station. A lowly commoner girl like me could never stand beside nobles like you.
Shen Shao yanks her into a fierce embrace, his voice raw with helplessness and regret.
I'm sorry. Don't let my thoughtless words linger in your heart like this.
All right.
Sweet, I was wrong. Can you give me a chance to make it right?
Leave him.
Come back to my side.
Please.
What even is love? He leaves one battered and bruised all over, yet without a single wound. He makes life worse than death, yet offers no remedy.
My lord, we can never go back. I have no wish to return to those old days either. But now, everything is so much better. No one compels me.
No one harms me.
Or falsely accuses me.
Young Master Shi and I are just using each other.
Before the words were even out, Shen Shao clamped his hand over my mouth. A desperate plea filled his eyes.
Brother, if you say this now, it will only squander the last shred of my substitute. In this game of the heart, I've already suffered utter defeat. I'm simply bewitched, utterly unable to forget you.
His heart felt like it was torn open with a gaping wound. Raw, bleeding agony. Shen Xiao gave a bitter smile, tears glistening in his eyes.
It is my own selfishness, greedily clinging to your warmth, unwilling to let go. You're always so clear-headed, like an onlooker, witnessing my desperate struggle as a trapped beast. In everything I've ever done, I've always weighed the gains against the losses. But I never realized that in love, there are no gains or losses, only victory or defeat. Whoever bears their heart now has already lost. I've already lost. Today, I just want one answer from you. Merely so I don't end up in utter defeat. But now, it seems, I was the one being presumptuous. And I'm the one who let you down.
Wei Yao's tears streamed down her face against her will. How proud a man he is, Yet now, he is humbled to such depths. Her earlier sharp words against him were just to vent her frustration. She never meant to wound him this deeply.
You stubborn fool!
If I can't even hold on to myself, how could I ever keep you? I once dreamed of hiding you away, so you'd belong to me alone. But I can't do that to you.
You are Kunyak of the heavens.
Not a caged goldfinch. I'll set you free.
I only ask that you don't hate me.
And don't strike risky deals with tigers anymore. Fate unfolds as it should.
Justice will find its balance.
Even with the truth staring him in the face, he still lacks the courage to hear it straight from her mouth that she and Qi are already together. The harsh reality.
I've uncovered new leads in your maternal grandfather's case. Your mother's nursemaid may still be alive. She knows the entire affair, from start to finish. Once we locate that nursemaid, there could be a chance to overturn Yuansu's verdict.
Wei Yao gazed at him through misty eyes, hiccuping softly while kissing him with a heavy sniffly voice.
It is real. Where is that wet nurse?
Her old home is in Hongling village, Xiangyang. I'll go there myself to check.
I'll go with you.
Before he could finish his words, Shen Xiao's face suddenly hardened. He fiercely tackled her to the ground, then held her close as they tumbled down the hillside several times. In that split second, right where they had been crouching, several pure steel feather swords thudded deep into the earth, half their blades buried in the soil, the fletching on their tails quivering faintly, a clear sign the attacker had struck with deadly intent. Shen Xiao knew that if they kept this up, both of them would hardly survive. He gazed at Wei Yao with deep reluctance to part, leaning close to her ear, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear.
I'll go up and take care of them. You stay right here and don't move. Come out after a quarter of an hour. Then keep running along the riverbank. There is a village not far ahead.
No.
You can't go.
Don't think I don't know. If you go out there, you'll surely die.
Be good. I'll come back for you on the train.
Wei Yao tiptoed and wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him tightly, sobbing softly.
No! No! Where you are, that is where I'll be. In life, we sleep as one. In death, we perish together.
Zhen Shao closed his eyes, and finally pulled her into a tight embrace.
Die with me. You won't regret it.
No regrets. I won't regret it.
Then it is settled. We can't just wait here to die. Our only hope is to dive into the water and drift downstream with the current. But I don't know if there are waterfalls downstream. Shall we take that gamble? If we win, we seize a slim chance at life. If we lose, we shatter on the rocks.
Great.
Zhen Xiao pulled Wei Yao underwater with him, and once they left the rocks they'd been clinging to, the river's savage torrent made them feel profoundly insignificant before nature's might. One gasp of air, and they'd be lost to the yellow springs. Wei Yao's heart sank, her mind buzzing with dread, her body tensing. As she tremulously reached out to check his breath, it was faint as a silken thread, coming and going erratically.
Senior brother! Senior brother! I'm gonna die! Su Guanhai! As long as you wake up, I'll go back with you, no matter what! Don't you dare die!
Hey!
If you die, what am I supposed to do? I have no peace left in me anymore! No, just die then! Did you hear me? I'll drown myself!
Zhen Xian found herself wandering the Gobi at dusk. As far as the eye could see, nothing but yellow earth. Not a single streak of any other hue. Even the light itself, a murky amber.
If I could live this life again, it'd be with a 10-mile bridal procession and an 8-carrier sedan. Bringing home that woman named Wei Yao as my wife. Having her bear my children. With kids to tie her down. See if she could run away then. I wouldn't give a damn what anyone else says, or how they talk.
Yao immediately helped him up, helping him tilt his head to spit out all the water from his stomach. Shen Xiao choked and coughed for quite a while, spitting up several more big gulps of water, before his breathing finally steadied a little.
Senior brother! How are you? How are you holding up? What is really going on with you? You can't let anything happen to you!
Shen Shao knew it was likely from not eating properly. these past few months, his old internal bleeding issue flaring up again. But Wei Yao's reaction was so intense. It seemed she didn't truly have no feelings for him at all. This realization brought a spark of joy to Shen Xiao's heart.
Why are you crying? Don't you hate me? I gave you your freedom. Did I ruin your chastity? If I die, you'll be completely free of me. So why the tears?
Don't you dare talk about dying! How could you even die? I do resent you, and fear you, but I've never wished death on you.
Do you think everyone's as heartless and ungrateful as you?
Shen Xiao's eyes widened in shock, his spirits lifting with a surge of anger. He could hardly believe it. It hurt so much.
Me, heartless and ruthless.
Wei Yao sobbed even harder, choking on her tears.
They say a day as husband and wife means 100 days of grace. Yet, you've never trusted me. It is either kill me or lock me away. And now you're slandering me for having an affair with Zhiqiang. Or to the heartless one.
Shen Xiao's eyes bulged sharper than a hawk's, leaving him utterly rattled.
That damned strange scent. That doggone 7 fragrance trap. How dare it slander her. Making me misunderstand her all over again. Nearly causing me to let go of her hand for good. Just you wait. This grudge I'll repay. In the next life, I'll be reborn as a soul. All you ever see is how I've been bad to you. Can't you see all the good I've done for you?
You've been so good to me. But you've never once considered my feelings. I just can't bear it anymore. I've told you before. I don't want to be anyone's concubine. I tried talking to you about it nicely, but you don't even try to understand me. I won't compromise myself either.
So that is why you up and left without a word. In your eyes, I'm just someone you can take or leave. And there's nothing between us worth holding on to. Or is it that you've just been toying with me all along? These past few months, I've been searching for you. I haven't had a single peaceful night's sleep. I haven't had a decent meal. A few days back, on the road from Xijing to Jiangling, I even faced an assassination just like today's, and I'm still carrying these wounds on me. My body's completely worn out. If I die, scatter my ashes into the river.
And that is not all.
Wei Yao took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She looked around, spotting a village path not far off. Her heart lifted.
Can you move? Here, Grand Preceptor. Let's go over there.
2 beggars, oh no, 2 drenched from head to toe, filthy and disheveled. A young couple, looking utterly wretched, supported each other as they stumbled onto the village path.
Could you, good auntie, help us buy 2 sets of new clothes? Use the rest for our medical fees.
1 piece of platinum crab equals 10 taels of silver. Those herbs weren't cheap. It must have nearly used it all up. Death is fine. Girl, what fabric do you want for the clothes?
Just plain cotton clothes will do.
Wei Yao had no heart for lengthy explanations right now. Once asked, she focused solely on Shen Xiao's wounds. She knelt by the bedside, gently patting Shen Xiao's face, trying to wake him up. But it ended in failure.
Shen Xiao! Shen Xiao! Wake up, please!
Wei Yao had to wipe her tears. She frantically went to fetch the old physician. After the old physician examined him through inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, he concluded,
Your husband has likely been toiling day and night. Old injuries have not healed without proper rest, and today's wound has become infected. His emotions swing wildly. With this new wound and old injury flaring up together, causing this deep coma. And now a sudden high fever has set in. I'm afraid things look grim. You do everything you can to rouse him. This old man will go decoct 2 more doses of medicine. If there is no response soon, he may never wake up.
Another grueling ordeal. And after feeding him the medicine once more, Wei Yao then Qiaowei, utterly drained. Wei Yao wiped Shen Xiao's body with warm water to ease his fever, while speaking softly to him, hoping to stir him awake.
Do you even know? I never wanted to lay eyes on you again for the rest of my life. You take your broad Yangwen path. while I tread my lonely single-plank bridge. We were never meant to walk the same road.
What is the use in forcing us to stay bound together?
When every thought of you twists my heart in pain. I swore I'd never forgive you in this lifetime. But
why is it that the moment I see you,
I can't help but forgive you? Am I really that gutless? I'm so afraid. Please, don't frighten me like this. If you don't wake up soon.
Tomorrow, take that 1,000 taels you gave me.
And buy myself a pretty boy even more handsome than you. Bring him home and marry him right away. Just to make you regret it forever.
Shen Xiao was truly roused into a semi-conscious haze by her words. He drifted hazily through his memories, catching fragments of Wei Yao's voice. Convinced it was just another dream, his brows knitted tightly, as if murmuring in his sleep.
Don't go. I'll treat you right. I'll change. I swear.
You always make it hurt so much.
Shen Xiao slumbered deeply until the wee hours of the next morning before stirring awake. His head pounded, like it was cracking open, every muscle in his body sore and throbbing. His wounds burning like fire, his throat raw and scraped like by a knife, his mouth thick with the bitter tang of medicine.
What is the matter? Did someone bully you?
You're finally awake. You scared me half to death.
Thought you were gonna bite the dust. A man always bursting with life and vigor, suddenly gripped by a fever that wouldn't break, delirious and muttering nonsense the whole time. His temperature refusing to drop no matter what. His mind lost in the fog. I nearly thought you were done for.
My wounds hurt so bad. My stomach's aching too. My throat's sore as well. And my hands are killing me.
Anyway, everything hurts except the hook. Every damn spot. Looking all terminally ill. Like death's knocking any minute. Wei Yao totally fell for it.
Just lie still, okay? I'll whip up something for you to eat.
Don't leave me. One look at you, and the pain's gone.
This cheesy line hit Wei Yao like a curveball, and his cheeks flushed against his will.
I'm not going anywhere. Just to the kitchen to make you some porridge. Then right back.
Shen Xiao awkwardly mustered his best pitiful puppy dog eyes, clinging desperately to Wei Yao's hand. This is torture. A tough guy like him pulling off this act. He is about to hurl from it.
You gotta eat something. I'll be back in a flash. Count to 10. And I'm here, promise.
Shen Xiao knew when to quit while he was ahead, so he let go, cleared his throat, and murmured weakly.
Okay.
Then, I'll wait for you.
Shen Xiao grinned when Wei Yao really came back quick, pure satisfaction on his face. Wei Yao was at a loss for words. How this one illness turned him into such a total kid.
Not full yet.
Shen Xiao smacked his lips, still savoring the taste. The porridge was just okay, but Yao Yao, you're drop-dead gorgeous. A sight more tempting than any meal.
For your stomach. No binging or overeating. Just have a little something now. Then, wait half an hour before more. Here, knock back this stomach medicine first.
He had a million things to say, itching to grab Wei Yao and spill it all, pour out his deepest heart to Wei Yao. But dawn hadn't broken yet, and Wei Yao surely hadn't slept a wink last night. He didn't want to wear him out.
The day was still young. Get in bed and catch some sleep.
No, neat. You go ahead and rest. I'll just crash here.
You're being so distant with me. But he is still mad at me.
Wei Yao let out a sigh. He'd even run off like this, as if he didn't want to keep things so vague between them anymore.
You've got wounds on you. I'm afraid I'll crowd you. Besides, I'm not that tired anyway. Lying down and resting my mind for a bit is fine.
AI. Are you still resenting me?
Wei Yao looks at him in confusion. Shen Xiao gazes into Wei Yao's eyes, his voice parched as he speaks.
I wish I hadn't tried to seek justice for you back then. I wish I hadn't made you kneel in the ancestral hall. I wish I hadn't spoken so rashly, because I accidentally hurt you.
He has already made up his mind to marry Wei Yao, to win her over. First, I have to make her happy, right? To cheer up Wei Yao, I should first resolve all the past misunderstandings. and untie all the old knots in our hearts.
So, let me ask you. You don't even have the most basic trust in me. It breaks my heart. But I also understand you, because it is this unbridgeable chasm between us.
Hearing Wei Yao admit the resentment in her heart, Shen Shao lets out a sigh of relief. Some things are better said out loud than bottled up inside. At least Wei Yao is opening up to him. He then grows puzzled again.
Hongzhe? What Hongji?
Wei Yao suddenly wants to talk things out with him. She sits on the edge of the bed, gazing at him intently.
In your view, having multiple wives and concubines is perfectly normal. But in my view, I don't want to share a husband with anyone. Even though we've been intimate, I don't think that means we have to be exclusive to each other.
Shen Xiao stares at Wei Yao in shock, momentarily at a loss for how to respond.
Are you mocking me again for not knowing my place? On the contrary, I'm well aware of my own identity and position. I know exactly what I want, too. Since we've come this far today, I'll be frank with you as well. I've never once considered the position of your principal wife, and I have even less desire to return as your concubine. So let's keep our distance. It is for the best for both of us.
Deep hurt clouded Shen Xiao's eyes as her blunt words of rejection pierced through him. They shattered his sincerity on the ground, grinding it to dust.
You rest now. I'll go prepare the carriage for our return to the capital. Once you're able to get out of bed, we'll head back to the capital. The capital has renowned physicians and rare medicines, which will aid your recovery.
If Wei Yao left right now, how could he ever create such tender moments again? Back to the capital, returning to the capital. Wouldn't that just bring them right back to where they started? Shen Xiao grew anxious inside, but couldn't figure out how to make him stay. His heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out.
You can't leave! You stole something of mine and haven't returned it yet!
Don't falsely accuse me! I never steal from others!
You stole my heart!
Shen Xiao gazed at him steadily, confessing for the first time, a bit nervous. Once Wei Yao realized what was happening, his face flushed red, and he started stuttering. Shen Xiao's face turned even redder. He'd lived for over 20 years, but he'd never spoken such sappy words to anyone so earnestly before.
I've never really had any friends growing up, nor any siblings. And most of the time, I've been all by myself. So, I never learned how to care for someone, or what it feels like to like someone. I never imagined I'd meet someone like you, someone I can't help but adore. A sweetheart I never tire of. You make me worry constantly. My thoughts consumed by you. You've let me taste the sweetness of love. It is my fault for not recognizing my own feelings sooner. Always making you sad and upset. I regret it so much, and I want to make it up to you. Will you give me a chance to love you? To protect you forever?
Wei Yao met his gaze, seemingly calm, but inside, his emotions were in turmoil. Hearing Shen Xiao say he liked him, he felt overjoyed. Elated, Wei Yao could no longer deceive himself. His heart held feelings for Shen Xiao too.
In your heart, is there really no room for me at all?
Wei Yao lowered his head, silent, wondering how to respond, if he should even answer.
Then do you like him?
Wei Yao still kept his head down, his voice full of uncertainty.
Xixiang.
Shen Xiao's voice was a bit hoarse. Wei Yao lifted his head, utterly speechless.
How could that be? It is just a transaction between him and me. He promised to help clear my maternal grandfather's name, and I'm helping him detoxify the lingering poison in his body.
Shen Xiao's gloomy mood brightened once more. As if suddenly remembering something, he reached out and firmly grasped Wei Yao's hand.
Just wait till I'm feeling a bit better. Then we'll head straight to Xiangyang. I know more about your grandfather's case than Qixiang does. Once we track down that wet nurse, the truth about your grandfather's case will finally come out. Stay away from Qixiang from now on. He is scheming enough to make a hornet's nest. Look straight forward. If he ever tries anything shady against you, how could I ever rest easy? I just want you close enough that I can see you with a single glance back. Whatever you set your mind to, I'll back you all the way. Don't ever leave my side again. Promise me.
Truth is, when a man's this protective, it hits way too hard.
But look at me. I'm just fine, aren't I? I'm not nearly as fragile as you think. Those 3 years after my mother passed, I learned how to look out for myself like nobody's business. Otherwise, you never would have met the pure, untainted me.
Shen Xiao paused for a beat, then shot upright, fury making his hair stand on end.
Who was it? Even Zhongwang couldn't hold a candle to you.
Wei Yao looked up at him, eyes narrowed in suspicion. When just a second ago, this guy was all feeble and frail, and now his voice boomed like a thunderclap.
Shen Xiao knew he'd been caught red-handed,
so he guiltily averted his gaze from Wei Yao and let out another weak little cough.
Tell me, who the hell was it? I'll make them pay for you. Leave them wishing they were dead.
With someone vowing to shield her no matter what, how could she not be touched? Wei Yao broke into a radiant smile, sly and fox-like all at once.
But I've already gotten my revenge. Slipped him an aphrodisiac strong enough to floor a bull. Ruined him right then and there, for life.
Suddenly, Shen Xiao felt a chill in his, well, you know. He chuckled indulgently, gazing deep into Wei Yao's eyes with utter sincerity.
Trust me, from now on, no one will ever bully you again.
Wei Yao's eyes stung with tears. She sniffled hard, gently pushing him away.
Dawn has already broken. You rest here first. I'll go fetch your medicine. It is time to change your dressing.
This whole road ahead is so long.
Just take it slow. What else can be done? Who told me to be so pure-hearted and dig this pit for myself, burying myself nice and deep in it?
Shen Xiao lay back weakly.
My head's spinning, and my hands feel so limp. Starved all day on just porridge. Didn't even get a bite of meat. I feel so drained.
Wei Yao takes a few deep breaths, and finally takes the cloth, grumbling.
Sit up straight. Lift your right arm. Left hand. Camera.
Shen Xiao lifts his dim, watery eyes, saying discontentedly.
You wiping my upper body.
Don't push your luck.
What is there to be shy about?
It is not like you haven't seen it before. We've even kissed. So why be afraid of a little touch?
Wei Yao hears his shameless words. Her face flushes red, and she smacks his forehead.
Shut your mouth!
Shen Xiao feels smug for a moment, forgets himself. He is in no position right now to spout that nonsense at her, and hurriedly grabs her hand, pleading desperately.
I'm sorry. Don't leave. You can hit me, yell at me, whatever. Just don't ignore me.
Open up! Alright.
As long as you don't go.
I'll crawl if I have to.
Wei Yao glares at him, speechless.
Has this guy been possessed or what? How is he so different from Kang Zhen? He doesn't care about saving face anymore.
If my wife's about to run off, what face do I have left? Can I cuddle up to my face at night?
Figure it out yourself.
With that, she slams the door, locking him inside. What a chaotic day it has been. And now, come evening, sleeping arrangements are another headache. Shen Xiao leaned against the bedhead after hearing the news Fu Ying had brought back. He let out a cold chuckle.
Since that schemer wants to frame me and pin the blame, then we'll turn his scheme right back on him.
Bring me paper and pen. My wounds are on the mend.
The cold smirk on Shen's face melted into a genuine grin.
Rest easy. With your lady here by your side, you'll be on the mend in no time.
Fu Ying believed that much, for the master's wounds had flared up over and over before, all because she wasn't diligent with his meds, and that knot of worry weighing on his heart. Now that we've found a Lady Wei, or rather, from now on, it is Madam we call her, with that heart's tangle finally undone. Just to stick to the medicine faithfully, rest up properly, and he'll bounce back quick as that.
Deliver this letter to His Highness. Have him issue a warrant for my arrest at just the right moment. Once our foe thinks he has won, he'll make his next move for sure. We'll be ready and waiting for it. Don't disturb me in the meantime. Just send word by flying pigeon if anything urgent comes up.
Master, you're not heading back to the capital.
Not a chance.
Why rush back when he has got a wife to woo? That very night, Shen Xiao dug into the chicken Wei Yao had stewed just for him, practically bubbling over with bliss. This is way too delicious.
You eat the drumstick. Yeah. Yao, the wing's yours. And you get the mushrooms, my Yao.
I really can't eat another bite. Stop piling more on my plate. You'll eat it yourself.
Last time you barely touched your soup.
Your skin and bones.
Shen Xiao's tone was pure pig-fattening cheer. A heap of chicken bones piled before him from a plump 5-pound hen, minus the bits he'd fed to Yao. He gobbled up the rest in one go. Wei Yao stared at him, utterly speechless. Turns out she's been raising a pig all along. Shen Xiao luo man, silent. It looks like it is time to play his trump card. Seduction. Who says the honey trap is the only scheme in this world? A handsome man's allure can be just as deadly.
What is wrong?
The wound on my back is bothering me a bit.
Could you take a look?
Come in. Let me take a look.
Wei Yao turned up the lamp wick and fetched a jar of wound ointment. Shen Xiao was already seated at the table, though he'd really rather sit on the bed. Afraid she'd toss him out, he'd have to take it slow.
The wound's a little red and swollen. Did you scratch it because it itched? You mustn't scratch it. It is forming new tissue, or it'll get infected.
But it is a bit numb and still hurts.
Hearing the pitiful whine in his voice, Wei Yao's heart softened a touch, and her tone gentled.
It is okay. Just hold on a little longer, and it'll heal up soon. Yeah.
Shen Xiao reached out and drew her in, and Wei Yao found herself in his lap. Shen Xiao held her close, as if she were a treasure he'd lost and reclaimed.
Do you know how much I've missed you these past 6 months?
I've regretted it every waking moment.
Wei Yao parted her lips, at a loss for words.
Don't give up on me, alright? Please don't push me away again, okay? Give me a chance to start over. From here on out, no one else. Just you and me.
Together for life, just the two of us.
Shen Xiao gazed at her with eyes full of devotion, his vow resounding with conviction. Wei Yao froze, her mind blanking out. Speechless, Shen Xiao seized the moment to slowly lean in, his lips drawing ever closer. He couldn't even recall just how it had begun. But by the time awareness dawned, they had already shifted positions, bodies bared in tender honesty. A sudden pang of pain struck, snapping Wei Yao back to clarity in an instant, and she hurriedly pushed him away. Wei Yao dreaded him saying another word that had cut straight to the heart, and quickly covered his mouth, pressing hard against that long-neglected ground. Now grown tender and raw, she simply couldn't handle his relentless tending. It was just too much to take.
How could you be so heartless?
Saying you're done and just walking away, up and leaving without a backward glance, leaving me all alone in this endless void.
What is with that bitter, lingering tone? Like it is all his fault, when it is all over between them. Yet, here she is, coming at him like this. Wei Yao Fiuma, and let loose again.
You damn dog of a man!
Shen Xiao silenced her once more, falling back on the same old move, diving even deeper this time. Wei Yao took several deep breaths, regaining her composure, then reached out to shove him away, snapping in frustration.
You're wound! You trying to get yourself killed!
Seeing she still cared about him, Shen Xiao figured even death couldn't come soon enough now. His voice came out low and rough, edged with a touch of madness.
No more holding back.
I'm yours, body and soul. My life is yours too.
Everything, all of it.
With that, he pulled her into a fierce embrace, pouring out his pent-up longing without restraint. Wei Yao fretted over his injury, not daring to push too hard, and bit him in sheer exasperation. But deep down, Shen Xiao was blooming with joy, a far cry from the endless distance and cold indifference before. Getting hit or cursed by her had somehow turned into bliss.
I never dared admit how much I liked you back then. But when that endless longing tore me apart night after night, only I knew the agony it brought. Wei Yao, I like you.
No, I love you.
I love you, Wei Yao.
Be honest with me. Do I still have a place in your heart?
Wei Yao turned her head away, not knowing how to respond to him. If she didn't answer, he'd just keep at it, kept pressing her. Wei Yao's throat had gone dry, and she could only give a vague concession.
I don't know.
Shen Xiao felt a pang of disappointment, but then he realized that right now she was at least starting to let him in. He still had a shot, and he trusted in himself.
It is okay.
I'll wait for you.
Until you and I are together for life. Just the two of us.
Wei Yao was even more shocked. A lifetime together. Just you and me forever. She couldn't even bear to imagine it. Shen Xiao seemed to sense her thoughts. My love for you runs as deep as the ocean.
As long as you're willing, you won't have to worry about a thing. Just leave it all to me.
What do you mean by this now?
Why come stirring up my heart again?
I just want to be by your side, day and night. I'll take your name as my own, pierced through my ear like a vow.
What kind of nonsense is this?
No, wait. Just trust me. Once you've seen the vast ocean, other waters seem shallow. And without Wushan, no other clouds compare. I've thought about this for so long, and I've never been clearer. All I want is you. Will you have me? Can you love me? Can you love only me? Can you love me above all else?
Wei Yao fell silent, with no reply coming. He figured he hadn't tried hard enough, shaking her world upside down, nearly unearthing the gods themselves.
You're gonna spare me sometime.
But Shen Xiao... Patience is the one thing he never lacks. As if he'd never stop without an answer, he pressed on relentlessly, kissing her again and again, whispering sweet nothings, over and over.
If the Marquis's manner doesn't suit you, then we'll make our home in the General's estate.
When did I ever say I'd go with you?
Don't you love the pharmacy in the General's estate? And those soothing hot springs there?
Wei Yao's eyes sparkled for a moment. Then she shook her head firmly no. He was terrified of those deep confining courtyards, or anywhere beyond. They made her feel safe somehow.
Fine, then. Wherever you are, that is where I'll be. And we can go anywhere your heart desires.
What if I want to go somewhere without you? How heartless that sounds.
You wash your pants and forget all about me.
Listen up. If you pull any more stunts, I'm seriously gonna lose it. Yeah.
Okay. If I behave myself, can I crash here tonight?
No way.
You said it is pretty much settled, right? Shen Xiao nodded eagerly. He was just about to chime in, but Wei Yao cut him off mid-sentence.
Right here? Since it is all but wrapped up, we'll set off for Xiangyang tomorrow. I've got the stuff almost all packed. I'll tidy up the rest in a bit, and we'll hit the road first thing in the morning.
Wei Yao finishes her meat bomb, not sure if it is breakfast or lunch, steps out of the carriage, and sits down next to Shen Qiao.
How many days to get to Xiangyang from here?
It is 1,300 li away. Should take about 7 days.
Full of twists and turns. Any quicker way to get there?
Sure. Take the carriage, or ride horseback.
But I don't know how to ride a horse.
No worries. I'll teach you later. So let's stick with the carriage this time. Riding horseback is too bumpy. It'll chafe your thighs raw. And they're already swollen.
Shut your mouth! Let's talk seriously!
I was being serious.
Wei Yao takes a deep breath, then says to him gravely,
Let's pretend last night was just a dream. Until I've sorted out my thoughts, we should keep some distance. This whole unclear mess isn't good for either of us.
Shen Qiao sighs to himself, his mind racing, figuring out how to talk her out of this distance idea. Shamelessly.
But I don't make a habit of daydreaming. I can't just pretend it was a dream. You took my innocence. You owe me responsibility.
Wei Yao looks utterly incredulous, pointing at her own nose, in shock.
I took your innocence! You've got it all backwards.
That was my first time with you. Don't just do the deed, and then act like it never happened.
What the heck? You're talking like it is not your first rodeo.
No way.
It was my first time. You expect me to buy that? At your age.
Hey, if we're sticking to business, don't make it personal. What do you mean? At my age, can't a guy my age still be pure as the driven snow? Chaste and all, I've kept myself pure as jade just for you. And here you are, teasing me about it.
Why drag age into this? That is like stabbing me right in the heart.
Besides, am I really that old? If you think I'm not up to the task, I can prove myself all over again.
Quit pretending to be all proper. You've got a dozen beauties back in your harem. You think I haven't seen that?
Actually, before I met you, I never thought those lines were just for show.
Meh. When he loses it, he even fools himself. And the way he says it looks dead serious. Even he has to buy his own story. The flimsier his case, the louder he blusters.
You're the one who cured my secret flaw. So now I can only commit to you alone. That is why I'm glued to you for life. Don't even dream of shaking me off.
So that is why you went through all that hassle to track me down. Just 'cause you can have me. And nothing more.
No, I'm coming after you 'cause I love you. I want to marry you.
It only works with you, cause you're the only one I love.
Ever since I cheated death once, Shen Xiao's been tearing down the road of total freedom, clinging to one guiding rule. As long as I ditch the morals, nobody can tie me down.
Yeah, right. Like, I buy that.
You think I don't know about that whole raging for a beauty mess you caused in Shijing?
Master Shen Xiao suddenly snaps back to that whole fiasco and scrambles to clear his name.
What raging for a beauty? Don't fall for those twisted rumors.
He thick-skinned as ever, pulls Wei Yao in tight, while easing up on the reins to slow the carriage, spilling every last detail of the Shijing drama to her, desperate to make sure she doesn't think there is anything shady between him and that girl he saved from the Bliss Pavilion.
You know how it was back then with us. Your skin would just erupt.
Erupt? What do you mean? That is just an allergic reaction. A hereditary condition.
Shen Xiao yanks the carriage to a stop, grabs her arms in a panic, inspecting her from every angle.
It is an illness. How is there an illness like that? Does it have any serious side effects?
My mom said this condition runs in my dad's family. It is genetic. He had no idea what effects it might have. He just said, Dad's doing just fine. So I should be okay too. I'll eat when I'm supposed to, and sleep when it is bedtime. Why not enjoy life? While I still can.
Even though your dad's still going strong, what if there is some hidden complication down the line? We can't afford to be careless. I need to track down some top physicians and ask if there is any real treatment.
Wei Yao felt perfectly fine and wasn't worried about it at all, so she steered the conversation elsewhere.
So, you mistook that woman for me. That is why you went meddling in someone else's business in Shijing and got yourself chased down for it.
Yeah, that is exactly it. So, you're not gonna marry me. I'd be heartbroken, you know.
Shen Xiao looked utterly aggrieved, wearing an expression that screamed, I only ended up in this mess because I was searching for you. Misunderstood by total strangers. My good name's ruined. And you can't possibly misunderstand me on top of it all. You've got to take responsibility for me. Sure enough, they missed the inn and perfectly blew past the relay station too. Now they're stuck camping in this godforsaken mountain nook. No village ahead or shop behind. Wei Yao's itching to give him a good pounding.
One little wiggle. And that grilled fish you made, absolutely delicious. Smells amazing. And the rice is spot on too. Of course, you're tasty as well.
Wei Yao's patience finally snaps.
Just shut your mouth, will ya? Where the hell did you pick up all this cheesy crap? It is seriously gross. You know that.
I told you not to laugh at me.
With your wife, honesty gets you leniency. Resistance means the hammer comes down hard, so he doesn't get the wrong idea about him again.
Don't tell me Master Zhou's the one who taught you this.
Hey, how'd you guess?
Wei Yao slaps her forehead, totally speechless. She figures Wei Yao's not about to dive into this mess with him, since even he doesn't know how to explain it. For a moment, they just stare at each other in silence, the air turning awkwardly thick.
Hurry up and eat. Finish up, so we can crash early. Gotta hit the road at dawn tomorrow.
Shen Zhao shamelessly climbs into the carriage, spots Wei Yao lying there in the tight space, her eyes glazing over the ceiling. He asks, all jittery.
Yao Yao, you in a bad mood or something?
No, just not sleepy. That is all. Why aren't you sleeping yet?
I'm here now. Where you are is where I'll be.
Wei Yao's face screams exasperation, but before she can even shoot him down, he drops his voice all creepy-like.
You're not scared of ghosts? Out here in the boonies, you know, there are tons of restless spirits lurking. I just hit the outhouse and spotted a few graves right next door.
Wei Yao felt a chill down her back. The expression on her face stiffened a bit. While bickering, they munch on rations, perched together on the carriage bench, watching the sunrise.
So beautiful.
Wei Yao sighs from the heart. Wei Yao gazes at the sunrise, while Shen Xiao gazes at her. His eyes brim with deep tenderness.
Once we're married, we'll head to the border to watch sunrises and sunsets, where the border sunrises are even more grand and magnificent. Not just the sunrise. The sunsets are stunning too. Bound to linger in your heart forever. Only then will you grasp what they mean by solitary smoke, rising straight in the vast desert, the setting sun round over the winding river.
When did I ever say I'd marry you?
Why not? You clearly have feelings for me.
As the ancients say, if two hearts can endure for long, why chase after every dawn and dusk?
Wei Yao isn't buying his cheesy line. She wants a straight answer.
You're still hung up on what happened before.
With Wei Yao pressing like this can't be dodged any longer. He has come to understand so much himself.
Shen Xiao, do you really know what I want?
Wei Yao's sudden leap of a question catches Shen Xiao off guard, his face going blank for a moment.
I've been the one deluding myself from start to finish.
Right.
No, I like you too.
After these days together, she is certain of her feelings now. Turns out all those special moments with him before were born from this liking. Liking Shen Xiao means I can't bear to let him go. Liking him means I care about every little thing he does.
Say it again!
Wei Yao doesn't feel the least bit shy. In her eyes, admitting my feelings isn't so hard to say after all.
Shen Xiao, my heart is yours.
The words had barely left her lips when he pulled her into his arms. Shen Xiao's chest was broad and warm, as steady and dependable as the man himself, filling her with an endless sense of security.
Sure, if you want me to come back with you, I'm game. I'm even down to have kids with you. But I'm not stepping foot in the Hao Mansion. I'll stay out here on my own. Your parents can't tie me down with Uncle Seven's switch. And you can't curb my freedom either. You can't dictate what I do, or what I don't. Down the line, the kids are with me, and you for the child support. You can drop by whenever you feel like it, and head out whenever you want.
But the way you see it, I'm just some fickle, heartless, ungrateful type.
Esses, how could the Hao family's heirs just wander the streets?
Subject to everyone's whispers and stares.
Wei Yao hadn't even thought of that angle. He'd been on the receiving end of that gossip as a kid.
And it stung bad.
But a kid with their dad sure as hell won't thrive like they would with their mom. He paused for a beat, mulling it over carefully, before saying,
Then, we just won't have kids.
Wei Yao! You're dead set on driving me up the wall, aren't you?
Wei Yao shot him an innocent look, as if to say, heaven knows. She was dead serious in this chat with him, so why were they talking past each other?
Everything I said was for real.
In this world, only as husband and wife can we melt into one. With you in me in you. I'd love you so deep, it'd shake me to the core. Only as husband and wife do we share a bed in life, and the tomb in death. Then centuries on, bask together in our kids' ancestral rights. Since you care for me, why won't you marry me? Deep down, what am I to you, really?
I see you as my boyfriend, duh.
Boyfriend? What is a boyfriend?
Wei Yao racked her brain for a sec, then struggled to put it into words.
Boyfriend and girlfriend. It is the kind of relationship that is ripe for marriage.
I disagree. I won't be your boyfriend.
That is the chasm between us. You're always so domineering, doing whatever you please, without ever considering my feelings. Your love feels so heavy, always trying to tie me down, control every move I make, begging me to step into your gilded cage. In my eyes, loving me is just a pretext for what you really want. To lock me away in the name of love. You want me to draw my own prison lines for you. I'm disappointed. The wrongs I suffered in the Marquise's mansion before, I can't just laugh them off. I'm pretty patty about these things. I can swallow 10 times the hardship, but I won't take even half a bit of grievance.
Shen Xiao staggered, wounded by her sharp words, clenching his lips tightly, his gaze filled with hurt and deep pain as he looked at her.
I know I've made so many mistakes in the past, and hurt your heart. I've realized how wrong I was, and I've changed all of it. So why won't you trust me now?
I do trust you. It is just that our worldviews don't quite align, and we need time to work through that. I don't want to rush into giving myself completely like this. As I said, I'm willing to start as boyfriend and girlfriend with you. And if we can spend time together without tiring of each other, we'll fall deeply in love without a doubt. Marrying you isn't out of the question.
He was terrified. This hesitation made her feel so distant and unfamiliar, impossible to reach, leaving him with the constant illusion that she might vanish at any moment. He seemed to summon a tremendous resolve, speaking slowly, but with unwavering certainty.
What you just said, I accept it all. Boyfriend it is. Then, as long as I have a place in your heart, I'll prove my sincerity to you, so you'll marry me willingly one day.
Yi Shouzheng felt so insecure. I'm entrusting my entire life and fortune to you. If I ever dare to change my heart, you can throw me out penniless. I promise no one will bully you ever again, and no one will dare to frame you. Anything you desire, whatever I can give, I'll give it all to you. I don't want anything else. As long as we're together for the long haul, never to part. From now on, don't doubt me so easily. And especially, don't keep bringing up breaking up. That really damages our bond, and it hurts me deeply.
Wei Yang's heart softened slightly, slowly wrapping her arms around his waist in return, and nodding gently.
Okay, I promise you.
Shen Xiao, full of passion, wanted to seal the moment with a deep kiss. No. But Wei Yang slowly stood up.
Wait here for me. I need to use the bathroom. No peeking. Got it. Or I'll whack you.
Shen Xi wasn't that tasteless, even though he really wanted to look. But a gentleman knows when to act and when to hold back. One shouldn't gaze on what is improper. This is what to refrain from.
Actually, I was in Lingnan last year, and I caught a glimpse of you once.
Wei Yang's face is full of question marks. She racks her brain, trying to remember when and where they might have crossed paths in Lingnan last year.
You saw me in the Zhennan Prince's mansion. Is that why you wouldn't let those Chiliarchs pick me? You've been eyeing me ever since, smitten by my looks.
Shen Xiao's face flushes red, and he flat out denies it.
No. It was right when the army was heading back to the capital. I sneaked into the Zhennan Prince's mansion that night, and stumbled into the room you were staying in by accident. You were in the middle of bathing.
I said, you've got all those concubines in your backyard already. And I was the last one to show up. How could someone from the Drunken Immortal sect be sent to serve you? So it turns out, you peeked at me while I was bathing.
Just hear me out first. I didn't see a thing. I was glancing down from the rafters in a rush, and all I caught was you sitting in the tub with your hair loose. It startled me so bad I slipped, and nearly tumbled off the beam. But then the guards outside leaped through the window and bolted, almost getting nabbed by the Zhennan Prince's secret guards.
Yeah, right, like I believe that. A quick glance. With just a quick glance, how could you possibly remember who I was?
Though it was just a fleeting glimpse, Yao Yao's beauty is simply unmatched. Like a lotus blooming from the water, stunningly heart-stopping. It is etched in my mind forever as your future husband.
Every time I recall how mortified I was, everything exposed to his eyes, I just want to slap him dead on the spot.
Be honest with me. Was it because you saw me bathing that you wouldn't let those Chiliarchs choose me?
Alright. Well, yeah, I figured I'd already seen you in all your glory, so it wouldn't be fair to hand you off to anyone else. Might as well keep you on reserve for myself. I never thought you'd turn out to be the most breathtaking beauty in that whole batch, with all the official duties piling up afterward. I completely put you out of my mind.
Forgot. Yeah, right. So, how'd you end up summoning me here again? And now I'm getting totally set up by the rest of them.
This is exactly the serious business I wanted to fill you in on. Truth is, last year during my inspection tour of the Lingnan camps, I uncovered suspicions that the Prince of Zhennan was holding troops for his own gain. That is why I snuck into the Prince of Zhennan's mansion that night, to hunt down proof of his troop hoarding. But fate had other plans. I stumbled right into you instead, and later, when I recalled you and had you brought to my quarters, it was because my informants reported the prince's mansion was illegally mining iron ore, the Wei family being their top vassal supplier, churning out the most weapons from that illicit ore. And you being a daughter of the Wei family, I figured you must be a spy the prince planted right in my midst.
Well, I kinda wish I were the spy here. That way, I wouldn't have fallen so completely for you.
See, it is destiny. Plain and simple. The old man under the moon's red thread wrapping us up tight as a silkworm cocoon. Even the Jade Emperor couldn't pry us apart.
Oh, come on. Spare me the poetry. Get to the real point already. So, what has the Qi family got to do with any of this?
Qi Xiang is the heir to the king of Zhennan. He schemes with a profoundly cunning mind. Two-faced and deceptive, insidious and sly. A beast cloaked in fine robes. Ruthless and merciless. Brimming with ruthless ambition.
Hold on. Get to the point.
He appears to be in the capital pursuing his studies. Yet in truth, he has stirred up many students at the Imperial Academy, promising them lavish rewards to aid the king of Zhennan, all in a secret plot to rebel. On the surface, he is here as the capital's honored hostage, but behind the scenes, he has bribed countless officials and curried favor with both the underworld and the courts, committing unspeakable evils to amass his fortune.
Wei Yang's heart raised with growing alarm as she listened, each word filling her with deeper dread. Oh heavens! To think I'd been walking side by side with a wolf in sheep's clothing. Did I really believe he'd help my maternal grandfather clear his name?
The assassination attempt we faced in West Mountain, that was his doing too, wasn't it? He drew close to me from the very start, all to use me as the blade against you.
Yao Yao, you're so sharp.
And on your journey from Shijing to Shanghe Town, those attacks along the road, they were behind those as well. The reason they're hounding you without mercy is surely they've uncovered your tracks, learned of the king of Zhennan's hidden crimes, and seek to silence you forever, lest their schemes come to light.
That is only the first reason. The second is that the Emperor has tasked me with heading south to Xuepan, and the Xuepan affair touches on matters of utmost gravity, which I cannot fully disclose to you. Just remember this. The world is rife with treacherous hearts, and from here on, no matter when or where, never place your trust lightly in others.
Wei Yao was overcome with profound guilt, her eyes slowly welling with tears, choking back sobs as she clung to Shen Xiao's arm. My throat.
I'm sorry. I nearly got you killed. I never realized I'd drag you into all this mess.
Her tears streamed down unchecked, stabbing at the deepest secrets in her heart, the very wounds he spoke of time and again.
I truly am a cursed soul. I brought doom upon my own mother. And now, I've cursed you too, leaving you in this wretched state.
How could you ever think that? Who filled your head with such nonsense? How on earth could you be anyone's bane? In my eyes, Yao is the most radiant woman in all the world. A little fairy sent from the heavens to save me.
With his calloused thumb, he gently brushed away Wei Yao's tears, speaking to her in the wise, weathered tone of an elder who has seen it all.
When others lash out at you, it is precisely because you shine so brightly. They envy you, because they can never measure up to you. So they hurl poisonous words to wound you to the core, hoping to trap you in endless self-torment until you fade into the same dull mediocrity as them. Once they've dragged you down to their level and made you just like the rest of them, only then do they find some twisted peace. The world can't bear to see others thrive. It is a plague on us all. Don't shoulder the malice of strangers as your own burden. Just lend your ear to the words of those who truly love you, for in them lies the honest truth.
Wei Yao's tears spilled like beads from a snapped string, sobbing so fiercely she could scarcely speak. Since her mother's passing, no one had ever spoken such words to her, guiding her to face the hidden scars within her heart with courage. They asked around as they made their way along the path, and finally arrived at the village nestled at the foot of the mountain. Where do you two come from? What brings you to see me?
We are descendants of the Xia family.
She stepped forward excitedly, then suddenly dropped to her knees before Wei Yao with a thud, clutching at Wei Yao's skirt as tears streamed down her wrinkled face.
Miss, my dear miss.
Wei Yao 叫迷场, quickly stepping back and bending down to help her up.
I'm not... You've got the wrong person. The miss you're speaking of must be my mother.
Tears brimming in her eyes, the old nursemaid clutched Wei Yao's hand tightly and slowly rose to her feet.
I really want you.
Then burst into heaving sobs of overwhelming joy.
That is wonderful. That is just wonderful. It is the little miss. The Xia bloodline endures.
Are you truly my mother's wet nurse?
I was the one who nursed the miss with my own milk from her full moon onward, and raised her single-handedly from a babe. And your mother, why didn't she come with you?
My mother... She passed away from illness 4 years ago.
The whirlwind of emotions proved too much for her frail, long-suffering body. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted against Wei Yao's shoulder.
Is this fine gentleman the little Miss's secret lover in the backyard?
Wei Yao froze for a moment and couldn't help glancing back at Shen Xiao. Seeing him standing there by the door, face as dark as a thunder god, that look really does suit him a bit. She burst out laughing, utterly delighted.
Not her backyard fling. He just said he is from the Xia family. And looking at his age, could he be your uncle?
Wei Yao cracked up completely. Shen Xiao felt like he'd been struck by a bolt. Uncle. He turned to stone right then and there, actually mistaking him for her uncle. Does he really look that old? Boo-hoo-hoo.
Grandmother Jiang, he is my father.
Shen Shao's low spirits were instantly soothed. Husband, Yao Yao's finally admitted. He is her husband. Doesn't that mean Yao Yao's ready to marry him?
So the little miss is getting married.
How old are you this year?
I'll turn 18 by year. End.
Nurse Zhang nodded with relief, her eyes sparkling as she sized up Shen Shao, scanning him up and down. And after a long look, she nodded approvingly.
Handsome and poised, talented man, and a beautiful woman. They're a perfect match. A heavenly pair.
She recalled Xia Yunsang's wistful words from back then.
She said the young miss was just like you, figuring out her true feelings early on.
And their tree gold vow turned into something else entirely.
Did Mom have a boyfriend back in the day? She has never told me about her past.
Nurse Zhang hesitated for ages, then finally mustered the courage to ask.
Is your father surnamed Qi or Wu?
Wei Yao froze, staring in shock as she locked eyes with Shen Shao, both of them reading utter astonishment in the other's gaze.
So pretty. Turns out his mom was a total player.
Wei Yao was lost for words.
All of them, nope. Butterfly, his surname is Wen.
After Nurse Zhang said those words, she felt that something was amiss. How could I say such things in front of the young miss? Won't this shatter the image she holds of her mother in her heart?
Grandmother Zhang, to tell you the truth, we've come today actually to ask a favor of you.
Namely,
to help clear my maternal grandfather's family's name in this case.
How could this case ever be overturned? The Xia family's crime was decreed by the emperor himself. As the saying goes, when the sovereign decrees death upon a subject, the subject must die. If you try to overturn it, aren't you defying the emperor himself?
Grandmother Jiang, you can rest easy. In pursuing this matter, we'll proceed with utmost caution, never putting ourselves in harm's way. So please, share with us everything that happened to the Xia family all those years ago. It would provide us with invaluable clues. And Yao Yao longs to hear about her mother's past.
Nurse Zhang's cloudy eyes flickered with unease. And after a moment, she closed her eyes. At last, she let out a heavy sigh.
This old servant remembers only that time, when the young miss toiled day and night without rest, brewing an antidote, and brought the 5th young master to the secluded villa for treatment. She even tended to him personally every single day, whether applying the eczema ointment or massaging the meridians in his legs. She never let another soul lay a hand to it. Perhaps it was in that year of close companionship that feelings grew between them. I remember it all so vividly, because that is when the Xia family teetered on the brink of survival or ruin. After she entered the palace, the old master succumbed to overwhelming worry, taking ill and never recovering. Accompanying the sovereign is like accompanying a tiger. He feared his noble son-in-law might suffer the slightest mishap. The new emperor would doom the entire Xia family to perish with him. The old patriarch grew sicker by the day. He only held on for half a month before passing away. Alas!
After Shen Shao finished listening to his tale, a long silence hung in the air. This whole affair reeks of mystery at every turn, with something extraordinary lurking everywhere. He couldn't help but glance at Wei Yao, a bold suspicion taking shape in his mind, as he said gravely,
How on earth can we uncover the true identities of the 5th and 7th young masters? Or rather, what exactly do they do? Which family do they come from?
Back then, this old servant rarely set foot outside the manor. What little I know of these matters comes from mere snippets overheard from Xiling and the senior maids, and guesses drawn from the young lady's every little gesture. But this old servant would stake his life on it. Those two were far from ordinary. Their very presence was utterly intimidating, with just a single glance, enough to make this old servant too afraid to look up.
Well, was the 5th young master the handsomer one, or young Master Qi?
This old servant only caught a fleeting glimpse back then, so I'd say they each have their own unique appeal. I often heard Xiling going on about how The fifth young master seemed so aloof and reserved, yet he was warm-hearted deep down. Young Master Qi, on the other hand, was outgoing and quite the talker.
魏瑶苦恼的 in frustration, tilting her head to gaze at Shen Xiao.
So, should we track down young Master Shu first?
Or maybe start with the fifth young master?
How many families bear those two surnames in the capital?
At least 3,000. If not 5,000, I'd wager.
We've so many to choose from. How do we even begin?
No need to fret. Let's head to southern Xinjiang first and consult my father. Since he was acquainted with my mother-in-law, he might hold some key insights.
Wei Yao's eyes lit up as she gazed at him with utter adoration.
Yeah, we should go ask your father first. Why didn't I think of that? Your brain's working like a charm.
Huh. Shen Xiao's heart bloomed with joy from the praise. A big, dopey grin on his face. Just like a kid who'd scored some candy. If he had a tail, it'd be wagging so fast, it'd blur into a shadow. Wei Yao fidgeted with the hem of her dress, looking a bit anxious, wondering if Shen Qiao's father would take to her.
Don't worry. My dad's really easygoing. He doesn't fuss over all those rigid formalities. Just be yourself, whatever feels natural.
As the two were chatting, suddenly a booming voice like thunder rolled in from afar.
Ah Xiao, you little rascal. How'd you end up all the way out here in the border town? What is really going on back in the capital? I sent out batch after batch of men, and not one could track you down. So how'd you suddenly turn up in the border town?
Wei Yao had never met Shen Xiao's father in person before. She'd only glimpsed his portrait in full battle armor from his younger days in the study. How to put it? This must be what he looked like in his middle years.
Dad, this is Wei Yao, your new daughter-in-law. Yao Yao, go on, call him Dad.
Wei Yao's mind went completely blank, and she instinctively went along with it.
Dad.
Old Lord Shen was blindsided from the get-go, first stunned by her striking looks, as the initial shock and lingering doubts began to fade before he could even wrap his head around it. That single dad left him utterly flustered and fumbling.
Good.
At that moment, a graceful figure glided toward the flower hall entrance, a poised middle-aged beauty in a green robe, as if she'd hurried over with a light trot. Slightly breathless, yet remarkably composed.
Oh my, it is really you, Xiaojia. You've gotten so thin.
Lu Yi, this is my fiancée, Wei Yao.
What a charming young lady. Look at that delicate little face, just like a porcelain doll.
Absolutely perfect.
You two are a match made in heaven.
Aunt Lu is a clever woman. The Marquise's house has only this one precious son, Shen Xiao, and she can never have children of her own. So she poured all her motherly love into raising Shen Xiao.
How have you been feeling lately?
Very well. Very well.
Your father and I are both doing just fine.
But you,
how did you lose so much weight? It must be from all that dusty travel and not getting enough rest along the way. No, I'll go tell the head cook to prepare lunch. Get your old courtyard all tidied up. And you two can rest up nice and easy after the meal.
Shen Xiao pulls Wei Yao forward a couple of steps and hands her over to Lu Yi. In a gentle voice to Wei Yao.
Go back and rest with Lu Yi for now. If there is anything you want to eat, just tell Lu Yi. No need to hold back. This is your home too, you know. Dad and I have some matters to discuss. I'll come find you shortly.
Shen Xiao finishes, then smiles at Lu Yi and says,
Lu, I'm entrusting my wife to you. She is a bit shy, so please bear with her.
Hey there! Who would have thought that thick head of yours would finally wise up, and you're even more smitten than anyone? Rest assured, she is the whole mansion's precious treasure. I'll guard her with my life.
Once they're gone, the old Marquis leads Shen Xiao to the study. The moment they enter the study, the old Marquis booms out in his usual thunderous voice.
You little rascal. Spill it. What is really going on?
Which matter are you referring to? The capital's troubles. Or my wife's situation.
Let's start with the capital.
Someone in the capital is plotting a rebellion, aiming to take me out first as their biggest threat. But we have no idea who it is. The enemy lurks in shadows while I'm out in the open, leaving us way too exposed. So we're turning the tables, putting me in the shadows and them in the light, to draw the snake out of its hole.
The old Marquis listens gravely to Shen Xiao's explanation, his brows furrowed tight enough to crush a fly.
Say. In the end, it is always the common folk who suffer. This peaceful empire was truly hard won. and even harder to defend.
It won't come to that, Father. I've already coordinated this in secret with the Crown Prince. Just waiting for that guy to lose his cool. The moment he makes a move, we can nail him right there in the slaughterhouse of power.
We must ensure it is foolproof.
No. But we can guarantee the realm won't fall into chaos.
That is for the best.
Shen Xiao sheds his usual laziness, sits up straight, and locks eyes with his father.
Yeah.
The old Marquise's pupils contracted sharply, his voice turning sharp in an instant.
What are you asking that for?
She is Yao Yao's mother, and I want to take Yao Yao as my wife, help her fulfill her deepest wish, and clear the Xia family's name.
Absolutely not. You cannot marry her daughter, and you must not dig into the Xia family case. Help. Stop right there.
Shen Xiao froze, stunned by his father's intense reaction.
Why?
No reason at all. You just can't. End of story.
Shen Xiao shuddered under the old Marquise's unyielding tone, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his temples, his hands and feet turning ice cold in a flash. Could Yao Yao possibly be his biological sister? Shen Xiao swayed on the verge of collapse, struck dumb as if by lightning.
Father, I love her. She loves me too. I hope you can bless us.
The old Marquis took one look at his son, weathered and defeated, like a man on his last legs, and sighed, his heart softening despite himself.
It is not that I want to tear you two apart.
It is just...
If you still want to chase your ambitions, you can't take that woman's daughter as your wife.
How exactly did you come to know Yao Yao's mother?
How did you meet? That tale's too twisted and full of turns. I couldn't unravel it all in a heartbeat. In short, her mother saved my life. That is the truth of it.
Shen Xiao squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for one last desperate stand.
Since Yao Yao's mother saved your life, the least I can do is repay that kindness tenfold. The finest way to honor her is for me to wed her savior's sole surviving bloodline back into our home. Cherish her like the most revered ancestor, so her spirit in the heavens can rest in peace. A son repays his father's debts. This favor, let me repay it to his daughter with my whole life. And Yao Yao's already carrying your grandson. Whether you approve or not, I'm marrying her anyway. Do as you see fit.
The old Marquis's heart burst with joy. Now, he was a grandfather too. No matter whose daughter she was, she had to be brought home as a wife.
Wait a minute. What did you just say? You said the benefactor's only bloodline left in this world. How could she be that sole bloodline? And there is more. What is Yao Yao's family name again? How could her surname be Wei? How old is she this year?
You actually... I don't know. How old is she?
I'm no immortal being, so how would I know your wife's age?
You and Yao Yao's mother. Was it just a straightforward doctor-patient bond?
Or is there such a thing as an improper doctor-patient tie?
Dad, can't you just spit it all out at once? You're scaring me half to death.
He slaps his forehead in frustration. Right. When Dad first met my mother-in-law, someone had slipped him the extreme cold poison, and it was her masterful healing arts that saved his life. The lingering effect, complete sterility, if it hadn't robbed him of any chance at more kids. Aunt Lu would have had your siblings ages ago.
You still haven't answered my question.
Yeah, she is 6 years younger than me.
He really doesn't want to touch this topic. Really. Can we please stop harping on how she is older than Wei Yao?
Her family name is Wei, and her father is...
Wei Rong, the patriarch of the Wei merchant clan in Lingnan's outer reaches.
So that is the story. Turns out, she is just a merchant's daughter.
Yeah. Can you tell your son what went down with the Xia family back then?
No, Dice. If you truly want to marry her, tell Yang to drop the Xia family investigation. Or you might lose him for good. It is your call.
How could the fallout be this dire?
As your father, I can't reveal this to you. This is the imperial family's forbidden secret. I once swore a venomous oath to take this to my grave, so stop asking about it, and quit digging any deeper.
Just settle down and live happily with your wife. Let bygones be bygones.
Shen Xiao's mind reeled in frustration. He'd finally brushed against the edge of the truth, only for it to be mercilessly severed. This sudden turn of events, naturally, it also alarmed old Marquis Shen and Lu Yi. The two rushed over anxiously, one after the other. Fu Yi tried acupuncture and induced vomiting, and after all that effort, finally stabilized Wei Yao's allergic reaction.
Doctor, is there any medicine that can quickly stop the itching?
From the young lady's pulse, it seems she is already with child. In the heat of the moment just now, we had to use that potent drug. Though the dose was small, it can't be guaranteed not to harm the baby. The young lady, for the time being, needs to stay in bed and be closely monitored. If there is no spotting, the baby should pull through. If there is spotting, then this pregnancy might not hold. For safety's sake, let's hold off on any more medicine and just endure it a bit longer.
Shen Xiao stared at Wei Yao, unblinking, his lips parted slightly, frozen entirely in place, as if he'd been acupunctured and paralyzed. She is with child. He is going to be a father. He is really going to be a dad. That boast I made earlier, it is coming true.
How could I be so foolish? Always stirring up trouble like this.
This isn't your fault. If we lose the baby, it just means it wasn't meant to be. We're still young.
We can have plenty more down the line.
This is just a mishap. Don't shoulder all the blame yourself. None of us saw this coming, that you'd be pregnant right now. Gee, the doctor said it too. Whether we keep this little one is a 50-50 chance. Starting now, we'll face it together. We'll turn this trial into a blessing. You focus on keeping a calm mind and body. Get plenty of bed rest. I'll handle copying the scriptures and reciting sutras every day. Morning and evening, we'll pray to the Bodhisattva. They say a couple's hearts beat as one. Their strength can break through even metal. We'll face this together. With all our heart, we'll hold on to this child.
What do you say?
Will this really make a difference?
The world is vast, full of wonders. What if there's a divine healer who can help?
Father's already sent people out searching.
It is all up to us now. Until the very last moment. We won't give up.
Now, lie down quick.
Let's think of something happy.
Like how we first tied the knot.
Or those quiet mornings and evenings together. I'm already itching to carry you over the threshold in an 8-man sedan. With my family name. Piercing your ears with it. We'll share the same quilt in life. And the same grave in death. Together forever. Life after life.
All right.
I didn't get a 10-mile dowry procession.
Yao Yao, you're worth 1,000 armies.
Those worldly possessions can't even compare to you.
In that case, you got quite the deal, didn't you? You only paid one bride price. And now it is buy one, get one free.
Seeing her smile, Shen Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. I've been stuck in bed for 5 days, and I just can't take it anymore. Not to mention this all-over ache in my back and limbs. I'm feeling totally foggy and bloated, and I've got this extra layer of fat around my belly. He yanks at his hair in frustration and snaps.
Why don't you go ask the old doctor again? How much longer do I have to stay put? I think I'm totally fine now. I can eat, drink, and sleep without a hitch, and nothing on me feels off anymore. I'm bursting with energy.
Shen Xiao's even more worked up than Wei Yao. But the old doc said we gotta wait a full half-month to see if it is sticking.
Just hold on a little longer. Okay, only 10 days left. 10 days tops.
Another 10 days in bed. By then, I'll be so round I'll look like a ball. I won't even need legs to get around. If I want to go somewhere, I can just roll right over.
Chubby is just so adorable.
I love you all plump.
Save your sweet talk for someone else. Once I really puff up like a ball, you probably not even spare me a glance.
How could you ever be fat?
I adore both these little balls of yours.
So, you think Little Shu the cook is pretty?
Little Shu the cook is the daughter of the medicinal cuisine pavilion owner. So fat her eyes are squeezed into slits, tipping the scales at over 200 pounds. And her absolute favorite thing is stuffing her face. Plus, she fell hard for young Master Shen. At first sight, every time she drops off the medicinal meals, she is batting her lashes at him like crazy.
How could you two even compare? You're the one I cherish.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
The two are locked in heated debate when Lu Yi strolls in grinning ear to ear, escorting a white-haired, spry, old nanny, full of pep.
Here she is. Your dad's finally hooked you up with a gynecology whiz. The most legendary midwife in the border town. She is best at preserving pregnancies and delivering babies.
I am but a humble midwife. I've had the honor of meeting the young master and the young lady.
No need for formalities, Mama Jiang. Now, let's take a quick look at her belly.
Mama Jiang glanced at Wei Yao and was momentarily stunned by what she saw. Once she recovered, she turned to Shen Shao and Lu Yi with a polite smile.
This humble woman needs to help the young lady undress for the examination. Would the gentleman please step outside briefly?
But Shen Xiao showed no sign of leaving the room. Mama Jiang's background is a mystery, so what if she has any ill intentions toward Yao Yao? I've got to keep a close eye on things. Plus, it is my wife. Which part of her body haven't I seen already? Why would I need to step out?
Congratulations, young master. The baby in the young lady's womb has been saved. She'll still need to stay in bed for about 10 days, because only when she is bedridden can all her blood flow to her abdomen, helping to stabilize the pregnancy.
Shen Xiao let out a massive sigh of relief, a smile of pure joy spreading across his face like never before.
Great. Good.
That is wonderful. Reward. Handsome rewards for everyone.
His grin hadn't even reached ear to ear yet, when Mama Jiang's expression turned grave.
The lady was born with a narrow pelvis. The perk is it lets a man fully enjoy himself, strengthening the marital bond. But the downside is a narrow birth canal, making delivery tough. So the baby in her womb can't get too big, or it'll lead to a difficult labor. Our young master stands tall, with a robust build, so your child with the young lady is sure to be a hefty one. That is why you must keep a tight rein on the lady's diet. Less rice and wheat, more fish and shrimp. No relations in the first 3 or last 3 months.
Shen Shao's legs buckled as he took it all in, carefully etching every warning into his mind.
1 kid's plenty for us in this lifetime.
Son or daughter, doesn't matter. No more after that.
I want to, so that, after we're long gone, the kids will have kin to keep each other company in this world.
Shen Laohu piped up from outside the door.
2? Come on. You gotta aim for 5 at least.
The Shen line's already so sparse, and we've finally snagged a daughter-in-law who can pop 'em out. Gotta share as much wool as we can from this sheep, right?
Yeah.
Shen Xiao拍了他们. What about his spot as head of the house? They're not even giving him the time of day, huh?
The Shen newlyweds can pop out as many little ones as they fancy. What is that? Got to do with us anyway. We just need to keep ourselves in tip-top shape. Stick around a few more years, so we can lend a hand minding the grandkids a bit longer, with no worries about us on their backs. Won't they just jump at the chance to have a few more?
You've got a solid point there. Up at dawn tomorrow, join me for some morning stretches.
Lu's mind races with question marks, gazing at Wei Yao's face flushed with vitality, brimming with energy, while Shen Laohu chuckles till his eyes crinkle shut. The guards from the whole mansion galloped back at full speed, delivering the urgent news straight to the old marquis in southern Xinjiang. After hearing the news, Lady Shen Zhao was burning with worry, pacing restlessly.
You should head back right away. No need to worry about me. The moment I'm back on my feet, I'll hop in a carriage and come find you. I'll take good care of myself. Your mother's health comes first. Once she sees you're safe and sound, she might just start feeling better.
How could I possibly leave you here without a worry in the world? It is 1,000 miles to the capital.
Traveling in this scorching summer heat.
Who knows how rough and exhausting the journey will be?
We can just take it slow. Worst case, I'll sail back. A boat. Ride's nice and breezy. Plus, I can enjoy the views along the way. Treat it like a little getaway. Besides, even with you there, the carriage won't magically stop bumping. Right? You go on ahead. Get your mother back on her feet soon, so we don't miss our waiting day. That is what really matters, if we keep dragging our feet. With my belly getting bigger by the day, we'll be the laughingstock of the whole capital. You want me gossiped about behind my back for life.
Who dare laugh at you? I'll have their heads.
But there are plenty of busybodies in the capital. You can't exactly gag every noble lady in town. Besides, with this belly, I won't look good in my wedding gown anyway. I don't want our one and only wedding, our lifetime memory, to be anything less than perfect. I'm telling you, when you get back, deck out the whole mansion in full wedding splendor. And make sure there isn't a single pretty maid in sight. If I come back and spot one, I won't even step through the door. You'll be the joke of the entire capital.
Shen Xiao saw her pouting so adorably, his heart melting into a puddle. He couldn't help but start dreaming of their wedding too.
Yaya, are you the little fairy heaven sent to save me?
Okay. I confess, I am the fairy goddess heaven sent to save you. If you ever treat me badly, I'll just fly away and head back to heaven. But if you're good to me, then I'll stay by your side forever, even in the next life.
Wei Yao boasted about herself without a trace of blush. Utterly bold and unapologetic. Whether she was truly a fairy or not, he couldn't say, but he knew she was the sweetest candy heaven had sprinkled into his world. When Shen Xiao and the old marquis arrived at the Hao Mansion, the old madam had already gone from that once plump figure to a fair-skinned beauty reduced to a shriveled little old lady.
If you dare bring that vixen home as your daughter-in-law, I'll hang myself right then and there, turning your wedding joy into a funeral dirge.
Oh, right. If you do go and hang yourself, I'll have no choice but to stash your body in the cellar. No matter how you slice it, we've got to wrap up the wedding first, before giving you a proper send-off. I won't have my grandson born without a name or a place in the family, only to grow up and be the butt of everyone's jokes.
The old madam clutched her chest in fury, stumbling back several steps with a thud, her footing giving way in a stagger, nearly tumbling to the ground. But the old marquis was quick to react, catching her just in time.
We're old man and wife after all. If you want a hug, just say the word.
No need for all these theatrics, honestly.
Alright. While the kids aren't around, let me give you a squeeze. Come here.
With that, he boldly pulled the old madam into a tight embrace, something she'd been craving these past few days, only held back by the sheer awkwardness of their bitter fallout all those years ago. She just couldn't bring herself to swallow her pride.
You old coot! Still as shameless as ever! Get off me! There's no room for you in this Hao Mansion anymore. This is my home with my son. You can scram back to your southern border and play house with that little concubine of yours.
No place for me in the whole mansion. So whose house is this? Anyway, the Shen's or the Yes? What do you mean? Me playing house with my concubine? Wasn't it you who abandoned me? You knew full well I couldn't handle the cold after that poisoning. And as the Shujiang general, without an imperial decree, I couldn't just waltz back to the capital. But you're still dead set on staying in the capital with A Xiao. So between us, who is letting down whom?
Who have I been busting my ass for all this time? I've toiled away tirelessly for you, holding down the Hao Mansion and this massive estate all alone, raising A Xiao all by myself into the man he is today, while you've been living it up in southern Xinjiang with Lulu, not even bothering to send me a single letter over the holidays and festivals. And now you have the gall to claim that I've let you down. That is just plain ridiculous.
The old marquis's eyes are bloodshot, straining to contain his emotions as he rises to his feet, pacing furiously back and forth across the room, trying to steady his nerves.
These days, we're both getting on in years. All that happened before, just let it go. I've stopped harboring those grudges, and you should too. Whether you believe me or not, the one I've always loved deepest is you. Once our son is wed, come away with me to the southern frontier. The climate there is so mild, the landscapes like paintings, and none of this endless scheming and intrigue. The perfect spot for us to settle into our later years.
Off to the southern frontier with you, just to watch you. And that vixen all lovey-dovey. In your dreams!
The old marquis bristles with fury, his mustache quivering as he glares.
What a pretty picture you paint. But even in my wildest fancies, I'd never exploit you like that. While the family you've always cherished has done nothing but use you. After all we've been through, can't you see their true colors yet?
The old madam recalls her natal family, the ones she poured her heart into, now regarding her with the coldness of enemies. Overcome with a pang of bitterness and injustice, she dissolves into heartbroken sobs.
What a waste. Life, Wallen. I'm an outsider here in your family. And a stranger back in my birth home, too. Now I'm caught in the middle,
pleasing no one. So what was the point of it all?
Seeing her weep so heartbrokenly, he can't bear to wound her further. Awkwardly shifting his hips, he eases down slowly onto the bed's edge, then scoots a little closer to her, and a bit more still.
Well, anyway, just remember this. Now that you've married into the Shen family, you are one of us. I won't just leave you hanging like that. Now that you've finally seen those folks for who they really are, from here on out, no point wasting another thought on them. Just settle down nice and easy with me in the southern frontier, living out our quiet days. After the two of us are long gone, we're meant to be buried side by side. We can still be holding grudges against each other, even inside the coffin, bickering and scrapping every single day. Can we?
When Wei Yao woke up again, the sky was pitch black outside. No lamps were lit in the room. It was utterly dark. The room's outlines blurred into shadows.
Who are you?
And here I thought you'd forgotten about me, your prince, already.
Qixia.
Why can't it ever be me? Huh, you haven't figured out how to cure my poison yet. And now you want to pretend we never met.
Wei Yao pursed her lips tightly, her heart pounding with shock and fury. He dragged her here against her will. Yet now he acted like they could just chat casually.
Your poison. I haven't come up with a solid plan yet. Why don't you tell me who poisoned you? Maybe I can talk it over with them. Get them to hand over the antidote.
Sure, the one who poisoned me is the emperor himself. To keep the balance of power in check, he controls the vassal kings by dosing every vassal king and heir in Greizhou with this poison. As long as a vassal king wants to stay alive, he has to obey without question, bowing and scraping like a servant. That way, during the annual tribute, they get 1 dose of antidote. But once the heart turns against him, there is no choice but to find a way to cure the poison. As it happens, my father and I have set our hearts on rebellion. We aim to seize the throne, overthrow his tyrannical rule, and usher in a new dynasty.
Wei Yao 怎么不死问更多? Waves of dread crashing through her, watching his lips move without really hearing, her thoughts frozen in horror. These are words no one should hear.
I'm not close to the Emperor at all. I probably can't help with this.
No worries. My father has already found a way to neutralize this poison. We won't have to cower under his thumb, scraping by in fear anymore.
As he spoke these words, his face darkened. His gaze turned fierce. Wei Yao's heart pounded in terror.
Xia, just stay quietly by my side. And once I ascend the throne as emperor, you'll be my noble consort.
Wei Yao recoiled in disgust at his touch, struggling to break free.
What nonsense is that? Let me go right now. I'm already married.
When did the betrothal happen?
How come I never heard about it?
Have you forgotten I was Shen Shang's concubine? Or that whole affair? I'm not of pure virtue. I don't deserve you. So in your mercy, just let me go.
Whatever she can give you, I can give you too. A mere Lady Hall means nothing. Just keep me happy, and the Empress's throne could be yours one day.
Let go of me! I don't like you. I don't want to be with you. If you force yourself on me, I'll bite my tongue and end it all!
Qu Xiang lifted his head, his refined expression fading, replaced by a look of deep hurt.
Have you forgotten all the pain he caused you? Why go back to him? Haven't I been good to you? I've never made you suffer. So why can't you accept me?
Seeing him relent a bit, Wei Yao quickly scrambled out from under him, hugging her knees as she shrank into the corner of the bed, watching him warily and lashing out.
You've had so many women. They've tainted you. You don't mind that. Shen Shao's different. When we were together, he was still untouched, pure as a maiden. I owe him my loyalty.
Qu Xiang let out a chuckle, then fixed her with a serious gaze, asking in earnest.
What if I kill them all? Would just you be enough then?
Wei Yao's teeth chattered, unable to form a single full sentence, just staring at him defensively, shrinking back in terror at the bed's edge.
It is fine. Once he's gone, There'll be room for me in your heart. I can wait.
The unyielding woman demanded in a panic.
What have you done to him?
Serve me obediently, and I'll tell you.
Wei Yao squeezed her eyes shut, taking a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm, resisting Qu Xiang's hold on her emotions. If this keeps dragging on, the baby's slipping away again. Wei Yao quietly patted herself down. Hey, where is the poison? How come there is not a trace left?
Looking for poison on yourself. No point in trying. I've already taken all that stuff, and you're probably feeling weaker by the minute, right? That is the soft tendon powder I slipped you, just to keep you from hurting yourself or making a break for it. Sorry, but you'll have to bear with it for now.
Wei Yao shot him a glare, then squeezed her eyes shut tight, scrunching up her face, twisting it into an ugly grimace.
If you don't look at me, I'll kiss you.
Wei Yao's eyes flew open in fright, glaring at him with fury, still pulling that grimace, looking like she was seething, but holding her tongue.
My whole body aches. So why don't you sing me a song? Like that night when I was out cold, and you sang me that lullaby.
Wei Yao stubbornly pursed her lips, refusing to give him the time of day. Qu Xiang flashed a slight grin.
Not gonna sing. Then I'll have to kiss you.
Oh, you know how to do with threaten people. Some hero you are.
I disgust you that much. What is so great about Shen Xiao anyway? Why stick by him like that? You think you really know him?
Wei Yao rolled her eyes, muttering to herself.
No matter how rotten he is still better than you. As long as I like him.
Even if he is a total piece of crap, he smells like roses to me.
Huh, he puts on two different faces. One in public, one behind closed doors. Just your run-of-the-mill sanctimonious hypocrite. You know how Miss Yi Zhen from Dr. Yi's family ended up as General Long's concubine, passing over a young hotshot like Shen Xiao to marry him. She insists on marrying off to a godforsaken place like the Northwest, choking on sand. Has his brain been kicked by a donkey, or what?
It is truly reaping what he sowed.
If he hadn't gone around harming people,
How could harm have come to him?
you call him a hypocrite. Then, what does that make you? In my eyes, you're nothing but a full-blown demon.
You trample human lives without a second thought.
All for hoarding wealth.
How many innocent women have you destroyed?
Those bandits in Runan, and that den of vice, the House of Bliss, they were all your doing.
Was it him who told you? Then did he ever tell you that this empire was forged by my Qi clan right alongside the Zhao house? And by rights, half of it should have been ours. Yet my Qi ancestors, for the sake of uniting the realm, spared the common folk the pain of families ripped apart and willingly retreated to Lingnan, settling as the Zhenan king in our quiet corner of the world.
Wei Yao's thoughts were all jumbled up. Before she even realized it, she curled up in the chair and fell asleep. Shen Xiao crept onto the roof of the west wing, lifting a tile aside, and there she was, just like that.
Yao Yao, wake up. Come on, wake up.
Wei Yao heard that familiar voice and jolted awake in an instant. But once she saw who it was, disbelief washed over her face.
It is really you!
I'm sorry. I got here too late. And you had to go through all this.
Shen Xiao could feel her body trembling ever so slightly, his heart aching with pity and guilt.
Don't be scared. I'm here now. I'm right here. It is all my fault. I never should have left you alone in the southern frontier. From now on, no matter what happens, even if it kills me, I'll never let us be apart again.
These past few days, he hadn't slept or eaten, his worry driving him half mad. But now, seeing her safe and sound, his heart finally started beating again.
How have you been holding up these past few days? Did anyone mistreat you? You feeling all right?
Wei Yao bowed her head, guilt flickering in her eyes. How could she ever tell him about Qu Xiang forcing that kiss on her? But she absolutely couldn't let him know.
He fed me soft tendon powder.
It has kept me bedridden for days. Couldn't even move a muscle. Not even to use the chamber pot had to have the maid help me. So humiliating.
Shen Xiao let out a quiet breath of relief. Qu Xiang even sent someone to tend to her, so aside from dosing her with that soft tendon powder, he hadn't subjected her to anything truly cruel.
You've been through hell, and we can't just let this slide. Just hang tight for now, and when the moment's right, I'll make him pay for this. Wait till I get my hands on Qixiang. I'll dose him with a full pound of knockout powder first. Then toss him into the snake pit to feed the serpents.
No. Knocking him out cold before dumping him in the snake pit. That is way too merciful for the likes of him.
He'd croak without tasting a shred of agony.
No. I'll use him as my poison taster. Start with the fire venom.
Then the ice venom. And finish with the enchanting venom.
I'll make him suffer the torment of ice and fire in hell.
To know the curse of begging for life and finding none. Or craving death with no escape.
The two nestled together, pouring out their hearts, until the moon climbed high in the branches. Around the 4th watch of the night. Only then did Shen Xiao turn to Wei Yao and say earnestly,
We can't linger here much longer.
While it is still the dead of night, I'll see if I can get you out of here with me. But I haven't scouted the guards in the prince's mansion yet, so it might not work. And if we fail, we'll probably end up like 2 sieves riddled with arrows. Shall we give it a shot?
Then, how did you get in here?
I saw plenty of guards outside the courtyard during the day.
There is no reason that once night falls, the guards would suddenly be so lax.
Shen Zhao knew she couldn't hide it from him, so she let out a sigh and answered honestly.
When I let him in, it felt like someone was deliberately going easy on us. Like they were luring me straight into a trap, a turtle in a jar.
Are you out of your mind?
You knew full well it was a setup to draw you here. And you still came.
What if I did? You and the child are both here. How could I stay away?
You need to go now.
Don't worry about me.
His mother won't lay a hand on me just yet.
But that is a different story. He wants you dead, doesn't he?
Qixiang has said more than once that he wants him dead. And if it is truly Qixiang pulling him into this trap, I'm afraid it is more than just a simple matter of taking his life. There must be some deeper, unspeakable plot at work.
I'm not leaving. Our family has to stick together. Come what may, even in death. We'll face it side by side.
Qixiang, lurking in the secret chamber, could bear it no longer. And he shoved the hidden door open, his face a mask of icy fury as he stepped out from the bookshelf.
Going somewhere.
Where do you think you're going? Since you've come to my Jenin Palace, Marquis of Nanning, there is only one path left for you. So why not take a stroll across the Naihe Bridge?
Lord Jenin saw his son's eyes blazing red with rage. His face twisted in a savage cruelty the Lord had never witnessed before. His heart skipped a beat. Shawar, what has gotten into you?
Stop this now!
All the hidden guards were drenched in cold sweat, wondering why the Lord seemed even more on edge than the air. All because of this woman.
You He Yuzang, what is your connection to her?
Whether you're asking him to return a favor or settle a debt, the dead take their debts with them. But no, there's that old saying a mother's debt falls to her daughter.
Young lady, you and Yunzang, what is your connection?
Oh, rather, what a coincidence. My mother was named Sha Yun Sang too. That Sha Yun Sang you mentioned, could she possibly be my mother?
Jitan pulled himself from the memories with a bitter smile, raising his hand to dismiss all his men, leaving only him and Qixiang, along with Shen Xiao and Wei Yao, in the room.
How old are you this year? Have a seat.
Wei Yao hesitated, unsure if she should reply, and turned to Shen Xiao for guidance. Shen Xiao met her eyes with a reassuring glance, then fixed his gaze on the king of Jenin, before speaking slowly.
She is 18 by lunar reckoning this year.
A wave of immense joy slowly spread across the king of Jenin's face, his eyes brimming with fatherly affection as he gazed at Wei Yao without blinking, his eyes gradually welling up with tears.
Your mother.
Did she ever tell you who your father was?
Wei Yao shook her head honestly, her heart a tangle of conflicting emotions. Convinced this must be the deadbeat father, she'd always imagined, though finding her real father should have been a joyful moment. She felt an inexplicable urge to push him away.
My child, I am your father.
Wei Yao's heart churned with mixed feelings, her expression complicated as she looked at the king of Jenin, still harboring doubts.
Are you really my father? And why have you turned a blind eye to me and my mother all these years?
Back then, the entire Xia family was exiled. I rushed day and night, hurrying from Lingnan to fetch your mother. But when I arrived, I found that over 80 members of the Xia family had already been slaughtered along the way. They were all ambushed and slaughtered. I went mad with desperation, searching for your mother. But among the remains, I found only the bracelet she always wore. I believed those bones were your mother's. Little did I know she had survived and quietly brought you into the world.
Wei Yao's heart twisted with bitterness, grieving deeply for her maternal grandfather's family's fate, and feeling such profound injustice for her mother. What kind of man would abandon his own pregnant wife to face exile with her entire family, banished, and simply turn a blind eye? The South King composes himself, taking a deep breath, clasps his hands behind his back, fists clenched tight. He gazes down at Wei Rong, prostrated on the ground, and speaks in an icy tone.
Lift your head. This king has questions for you. If you dare utter a single lie, we'll drag you out right now and tear you apart with 5 horses.
If Wei Yao keeps grinding that sword any longer, Wei Rong might really end up splattered in blood. She steps forward at once, squats before him, and says coldly,
Lift your head and look at me. Who am I?
Hearing her voice, Wei Rong trembles as he raises his head, and at the instant he sees her face, it is like he has seen a ghost. He lets out a piercing scream, and topples sideways.
How dare you show such disrespect to this king's princess? This king will take your worthless life on the spot.
Wei Rong is utterly stunned by her words. Princess. If she is the princess, that woman's true identity.
Mercy, Your Highness. Mercy, Your Highness. We truly had no idea she was your daughter. Back then, his mother never told me who his father was. She just said she'd borrow my name for a bit. As long as I kept the secret, she'd send money to my sister every year. It was all just to stay alive. I was forced into it.
He didn't do anything wrong back then. Yet, that woman poisoned him, forced him to raise her child as his own, with nowhere to turn for justice. That poison tormented him for years. He couldn't even sleep, and his head turned into a vast green prairie. Yet, he had to swallow his tears and accept it.
Tell us, what exactly happened back then? How did you first meet Yun-san? How did she end up as your mistress?
That day, I got drunk with a few buddies, teasing me non-stop at the table for being such a henpecked husband. Not man enough. I was just dying of frustration, desperate to prove my manly authority. So, I tagged along with them to the brothel. And that day, the top courtesan was up for auction. I was already pretty wasted, and those no-good friends of mine kept egging me on to bid. I lost my head in the moment, threw down a fortune, and won the courtesan, who was none other than the boy's mother.
Wei Yao gazed at the King of Zhenan's arm, which he hadn't managed to conceal in time. She hesitated, words dying on her lips. The King of Zhenan stared at the direction Wei Rong had departed, lost deep in thought, as if ensnared in some inescapable enigma.
Now that you've returned to the prince's mansion, treat this place as your own home. Just live well as a carefree county princess, without a worry in the world. Whatever catches your fancy, whatever your heart desires, just tell your father. Even if it is the moon up in the sky, this king will find a way to pluck it down for you.
I don't want to stay in the prince's mansion. You probably don't know yet. I was abducted by Qu Xie. Shen Xiao and I were on the verge of marriage. The wedding at the Marquis of Nanning's residence was all set. But now...
You're still so young. Why rush into marriage? Are you truly certain you want to spend your life with him?
Though parents' orders and matchmakers' words hold sway, his mother passed away far too soon, leaving him freshly bereaved, and father hardly seems in a position to interfere. He has already made up his mind.
If we delay any further, this belly won't stay hidden much longer.
The King of Zhenan nearly lost his footing, desperate to snap out, in outrage. What utter impropriety! But he held back, terrified of frightening away this daughter who felt utterly distant from him, and could only whirl around in fury to glare at the true culprit.
Yao Yao and I are deeply in love, and in this life, I'll marry no one but her. hearing his vow of fidelity for life. He pleaded, "Please, your highness, grant us your blessing."
The king of Genan regarded him with deep suspicion, even tempted to burst into mocking laughter. One lifetime, one devoted pair, for someone of his lowly status to dare pursue such unwavering monogamy, how difficult it is.
Young man, don't speak so rashly. Otherwise, you'll have to swallow the bitter consequences of your own folly.
It is no easy feat for a true man to stand by his word. What I've said, I'll see through. Yao Yao and I have struggled so much to be together, and I'll cherish and adore her all the more for it.
The king of Genan's face clouded with a tangle of emotions, and after a long silence, he gave a faint nod.
Remember this vow for the rest of your days.
That is it.
Choose an auspicious day and be on your way.
He turned to gaze at Wei Yao, wanting to reach out and gently stroke her hair, yet fearing she might pull away. He held himself back. He gazed at it for a long while, frozen in stunned silence for ages, and finally let out a bitter chuckle, clutching his chest as tears streamed down, like a lost and helpless child.
Father, what am I to do? How should I go on?
Before I ever met Wei Yao, I plotted tirelessly to topple the throne, craving that unparalleled authority, to carve my legacy deep into the river of time.
Just live your life as best you can. What is destined to be yours will always find its way to you. What is not meant for you, let it scatter on the wind. All those shadows from before, treat them as nothing more than a fleeting dream.
I understand now. Father, from here on, no more forbidden desires will stir in me.
King Genan felt a weight lift from his heart, his face alight with quiet joy. But then last night's events came back to him, and his sharp instincts caught a whiff of something off. So he schooled his features into solemn resolve, turning to Qu Xiang.
Last night, what were you planning to do to them? You know Yao Yao has no love for you. So why abduct her to Lingnan? And why deliberately draw Shen Shao to the manor too?
Qu Xiang hadn't expected his father to see right through his hidden agenda, his gaze flickering uneasily, as he shifted topics to dodge the point.
I just didn't want her marrying him. That is all.
Oh. If you didn't want her wedding Shen Shao, why lead him straight to the manor? To ensure they'd never cross paths again, wouldn't that serve you better?
Realizing the truth couldn't stay buried, he chose to lay it bare.
Father, have you ever heard of an ancient relic called Li Wang?
Li Wang? Never crossed my ears. What manner of thing is it?
The forgetting bone can erase all memories of the one you love so deeply, and transfer those lost memories onto another soul.
Genan King's face darkened in an instant upon hearing this, his voice thundering with fury.
Utter nonsense! Where did you even get this from? What is all this rubbish?
Yes. That person handed it to me.
Genan King furrowed his brow deeply, pausing in thought before turning to Qu Xiang with grave solemnity.
Cut off all ties with them right now. To think he'd give you something so venomously cruel. I've had this gnawing dread about it from the start.
In the imperial study, the white-haired emperor sits on the dragon throne, clutching a memorial in his hand, unable to read a single word. He suddenly slams the memorial down, frowning as he glares at old Marquis Shen kneeling below. He snaps irritably.
What exactly do you want from me?
Lingnan's being under constant raids by those Japanese pirates, and the Prince of Genan sent messengers begging for grain and fodder multiple times. Why won't your majesty dispatch the military supplies?
What is the rush? We'll discuss it in 3 days.
Your majesty, we can't delay any longer. My son and daughter-in-law are still out there, and the Marquis of Nanning's house has only this one heir left.
Rest assured, your son's got real skill. He'll be just fine.
The old Marquis grits his teeth, then plays his trump card, declaring loudly.
My daughter-in-law is Xiao Yunsong's daughter.
The emperor freezes at the words, the memorial slipping from his grasp to the floor unnoticed, shock washing over his face, followed by doubt and utter disbelief.
You said...
Whose daughter? His voice tense, urgent, barely above a whisper, as if afraid to startle the truth away before he can hear it.
You heard right. It is Xia Yunsang's daughter. Goes by Yao Yao.
Lady Zheng's sister-in-law. She is alive.
Where is she? Aya, don't lie to me.
Take me to her now.
I need to see her.
The old marquis gazes at his frantic, desperate expression, pain etched across his face, and averts his eyes, unable to bear witnessing Emperor Zhudi's anguish any longer. If only I'd known it would come to this. Why did it have to come to this back then?
4 years ago, she passed away from illness, leaving behind just one daughter, who is 18 years old this year.
Are you trying to fool me? Yunsang clearly died 18 years ago. She was indirectly done in by me. How could she possibly have a daughter? Are you just trying to trick me into sending troops to save your son? So you're deliberately spinning this tale to dupe me.
Lord Shen the Elder gazed at his solitary, desolate silhouette, his heart aching with pity. He let out a heavy sigh and laid bare everything he knew.
哈哈哈哈哈哈哈哈！嗨嘿嘿嘿嘿！你看，佛刚给他走，后给他最清楚，佛盖头一戳几戳，他是看口上去动身干口，佛刚领空中盖嘎巴，哈星星星中呀开天空，放大一定向炸，花盖个行狂阳，放神空空听中刚明刚阳，是生金光亮的榜呀等刚呀等刚等刚刚的这个。
Don't pull these kinds of jokes anymore. I've had enough teasing. I'll deploy the troops.
Old Marquis Shen gazed at his solitary, forlorn silhouette, his heart aching with pity. He let out a sigh and laid bare everything he knew.
18 years ago, the assassination the Xia family faced on their exile route, Yunsang didn't die. Instead, after twists and turns, she ended up in a brothel in Lingnan, rescued by a merchant surnamed Wei. She gave birth to a daughter in that village. The mother and daughter relying on each other to survive. And they've been living there ever since, until 4 years ago, when she suddenly passed away from illness, leaving behind a daughter named Wei Yao.
How did you find out Yunsang didn't die 18 years ago? That she ended up in Lingnan and gave birth to a daughter. The girl is named Wei Yao, with the surname Wei.
Who the hell
is her father?
That last question came out almost as a furious, hoarse roar, breathless and urgent.
I don't know whose daughter she really is either, but when I looked into her eyes, they were so much like yours. And that little girl has the same allergy to Wangguo.
Zhudi's face filled with shock upon hearing this, his eyes wide as he staggered back a step in a daze, muttering under his breath.
Just like mine. 18 this year. It has to be you. She must be my daughter. Quick. I need to see her now.
He hurried a few steps toward the door of the Imperial study, almost reaching it when, as if struck by a sudden thought, summon the Crown Prince.
I'll summon him and deploy the troops right away. Deploy the troops immediately. I'll lead the expedition myself.
He hiked up his sleeves, dipped his brush, and began drafting the Imperial Edict. Halfway through, suddenly, he bellowed toward the door.
Guards! Summon the Crown Prince!
The old Marquis watched this whole baffling display in silence, his face a mask of calm, but smug as could be inside. That is it. Thought he was so tough, huh? Turns out he is a real softy for his own blood. If you've got the nerve, don't send those troops. Let your daughter hate you for life. Before long, the Crown Prince arrived promptly. Clad in his python robe, the Crown Prince was young and strikingly handsome, exuding noble poise and a steady composure. Though young, he already carried the full imperial bearing. He stood straight and proper in the center of the imperial study, bowing deeply to the emperor, and said with utmost respect,
Your son humbly greets Father Emperor. May I ask why Father Emperor summoned your son so urgently? What is the matter?
Lingnan has been raided by Japanese pirates. I have decided to lead an imperial expedition myself. Once I depart, you are to act as regent. Here is the Edict of Succession and the talisman for the Imperial Guard. If I truly do not return, you may ascend the throne at once. Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you. You have a younger sister, and I'll go fetch her for you right now.
Emperor Zhou's heart leaped with uncontainable joy. He finally had a perfectly legitimate excuse to dump this scorching hot throne right in his son's lap. He'd been itching to shirk the whole thing for ages. This seat was exhausting and downright dull.
Father Emperor, please explain yourself clearly. What sister? It is the sister your mother left behind for you. Oh dear. That is a long story. Just focus on governing well, and I'll fill you in when I get back.
Only then did the crown prince recall Emperor Zhou's plan to lead the expedition personally, and he hurriedly grabbed the emperor's sleeve to stop him.
Father Emperor, you absolutely cannot lead this expedition yourself. This is no small matter. Lingnan is fraught with peril. I beg you to reconsider.
Before he could even finish, Zhu Di whipped around and shot him a fierce glare. Zhu Di fixed him with a stern glare, yanking his sleeve free from the prince's grasp, firmly.
I've made up my mind on this. No one's gonna stop me. Now head back and tackle those memorials. And don't forget to ship extra grain and fodder down to Lingnan. Can't have your sister going hungry. I'm Alta here. I'll see you off.
He took off like a shot, dragging the old Marquise along, thinking to himself that being emperor sure ain't all it is cracked up to be, no real perks to show for it. At least the fine mats and ginseng kept him pampered every single day. Body in top shape, legs and feet nimble as ever, running like the wind. Wei Yao, ever so perceptive, picked up on his thoughts right away. The moment he stepped out, she was right behind him.
You're in such a vulnerable spot.
How on earth did you get here?
Don't you realize you're pregnant? How could you act so recklessly?
Wei Yao's face was smudged with dirt, but her eyes shone with an unusual brightness. She blinked her wide eyes up at Shen Xiao and said innocently,
Wasn't it you who always said husband leads and wife follows? Wasn't it you who said a family has to stick together, all in one piece? Even in death, we go together. I'm just doing what you told me to do. Nothing wrong with that, right? If you won't take me along, I'll find my own way to you. You can't shake me off that easily.
Shen Xiao's heart swelled with a mix of bitterness and warmth. His weary, starving body suddenly surged with endless strength as he pulled Wei Yao tightly into his embrace and planted a fierce kiss on her, then chuckled softly.
You fool.
You're the biggest fool in the world. What? You left me all that money, and so generously suggested I take our child and that fortune to shack up with some pretty boy, living in your house together, sleeping with your wife, beating your kid, and spending your cash. Talk about self-sacrifice. You're a real model of selfless giving.
Shen Xiao's words hit him so hard, steam was practically rising from the top of his head as he ground out through clenched teeth.
No way. If you dare go near some pretty boy, I'll haunt him even as a ghost. I won't let him off.
So tell me, who is the real fool here, you or me?
They're both fools. Fools through and through. A matched pair.
He placed his palm gently on Wei Yao's belly, where no bump was visible yet. But if he felt carefully, a faint curve tugged at his lips. His heart swelled with the tenderness she'd stirred in him, suddenly making him cling to life like never before. He couldn't die here. Shen Shao, after all those years of battle-hardened days, this puny little backwater was nothing. What was there to fear?
How could Lord Shen Eiqing possibly show up in Lingnan?
Shen Shao feared the emperor might misunderstand his close ties with the king of Zhenan, so he had no choice but to come clean about everything involving him, Wei Yao, and Qi Xiang. He spilled every last detail. After Zhu Di heard it all, he was absolutely livid. Well, 30 years ago, I snatched his bride right out from under him, and now, 30 years later, his own son comes to steal his daughter.
Lord Shen's romantic fortunes run deep, indeed. How about I grant you a royal princess in marriage, and make you a prince consort? Sound good?
Your Majesty, my heart already belongs to another.
And in this life, I wish to wed only her, so I beg your Majesty to withdraw your decree. You really fancy that girl? That powerless little orphan, with no influence. She'd bring you zero advantage. And you're truly willing to pass up a prince consort's position for her?
Without a doubt, in my heart, she's the finest woman under heaven. As a real man, I stand on my own merits. not by leveraging my in-laws to secure my status.
Judy eyed him with a tangle of emotions for a good long while. This young buck's got real heart and loyalty. Not a wasted moment of the years I've poured into grooming him. As for his looks, they're decent enough, almost rivaling my own dashing days of youth.
Your Majesty once promised me that I could decide my own marriage, and even left me a blank imperial decree. A king's word is unbreakable. So, Your Majesty, please grant me that decree. Bestow upon my wife, Wei Yao, the rank of a first-rank madam.
Judy couldn't help but be tickled by his earnest plea, and broke into booming laughter. Utterly delighted by the young man's resolve, Shen Xiao was left utterly baffled by his over-the-top guffaws, stared at Emperor Judy in utter bewilderment, then shot the same dazed glance at his old man.
If you want me to issue the decree, that is fine too. But first, bring her here so I can take a proper look.
Shen Xiao's face lit up with joy at those words, temporarily shoving all his doubts to the back of his mind. He scampered off eagerly to fetch Wei Yao. The old Marquis shot Emperor Zhu a look full of helpless exasperation, thinking to himself,
This guy's no emperor. He is a sly old fox that is gone full demon. In just a few words, he has not only tested the boy for son-in-law material, but also roped my dimwit of a son, grateful as can be into parading my girl right under his nose, so he can size her up, bold as brass. Just you wait. In a moment, he'll zero in on Yao Yao's face for sure, and start nitpicking, like she is his long-lost daughter.
My mother never once told me who my father was, nor shared a single story from his past. But I knew he once had a love that cut deep into his soul. For every full moon, he'd drown his sorrows in drink. And once drunk, he'd murmur the same poem over and over. Want to hear it?
Judy's face darkened with grief at the mention of Shao Yunsang, his eyes heavy with sorrow. He nodded, his features twisted in agony.
10 years of life and death, vast and hazy. I try not to dwell on it, but how could I ever forget? Even if we met again, we wouldn't know each other. Dust veils the face. Temples frosted white.
I let her down. It is my fault.
Oh, my fault.
Judy's tears fell silently, without end. His blood vision fixed on his daughter, her face so like his lost loves, everything before him fading into a haze. Until with a thud, he slumped onto the table.
He is all right. Just had too much to drink. He really is my biological father.
You made His Majesty drink, just to test if he is really your blood father. You know that one cup you downed came straight from the Emperor's genes.
Why pour that cup on anyone else, when I could have picked anyone but my deadbeat dad? But now, looking at it, he turns out to be that deadbeat dad of mine.
Shen Xiao jumped at that deadbeat dad line, whispering under his breath in a panic.
LVE Yao Yao, mind your manners.
He is still out cold from the booze. He won't hear a thing.
Hearts can be fickle as an army's. Better stay on your toes, just in case.
Zhao Yao, dreading another rambling sermon like the Tang monks, hurried to cut him off.
Fine, I get it. If His Majesty's got the same weak spot as me, so, a quarter of an hour later, he'll break out in a red rash all over his body. Hurry and have the imperial physician prepare some allergy meds, just in case.
He is a bit on edge right now. I just want to send him packing, so I can have some peace and quiet to myself. Shen Xiao has a massive trauma when it comes to allergies, and he shot Zhao Yao a look that said it all without a word.
I'm here today to petition for Yao Yao to be involved as county princess. Take the decree and get out. I beseech your majesty to issue the decree.
Nonsense! What a masterpiece! She is clearly my princess! You, as emperor of the realm, how dare you act so unjustly?
27 years ago, you stole my fiancé away, and now you're scheming to steal my daughter too.
This is beyond outrageous.
What do you mean by your fiancé? Yunfeng never loved you at all. Back then it was you slimy schemer who slithered in when she was vulnerable, tricking her into betrothal with you.
I tricked her.
No, it was you who played the fickle betrayer, shattering her heart. She agreed to marry me of her own free will. Had it not been for your meddling, she would have long been my wife, the princess of Zhenan. Setting all that aside, with me by her side, she'd have at least enjoyed a life of wealth and tranquility, not endure the family's ruin through your vicious persecution like she did, and died nursing that bitter grudge.
Emperor Zhou's eyes blazed red in an instant. Indeed, if Yunzang had wed Khitan back then, would her life have turned out entirely different?
You claim Yao Yao is your daughter. What proof do you have?
How could I possibly prove it now? What you did back then was far too cruel. Seizing the crown prince into the palace and granting him titles. Abandoning Yunzang outside to grieve in utter despair. It was I who rushed there in the nick of time to stop her from ending it all. She was in utter despair, dragging me along to drown her sorrows in drink. That night, we both got thoroughly drunk.
Emperor Zhou, hearing this, lost every shred of reason, lunging straight at him with fists raised.
Shut your mouth, you sanctimonious hypocrite! Don't you dare slander Yunzang!
The Prince of Zhenan, blinded by fury as well, refused to back down and swung back hard. The two of them trading furious blows. They grappled right into a brawl, fists slamming and thudding everywhere. They've been bottling up this fight for over 20 years, neither giving an inch, and neither gaining the upper hand.
Look, I knew this mess was gonna get someone killed. Mother, you really are something else.
18 years ago, if you hadn't poisoned me, how could I have forgotten Yunzang overnight? Stop spewing lies! When did I ever poison you?
You were clearly trying to control the vassal princes. You even dosed me and my son with a deadly poison. Now you even have the nerve to pin it on me. You're the real villain, always rushing to accuse first. Back then, you were the one who snatched her from me. After you put Yunzang under house arrest, only then did the crown prince come about. And now with Yao Yao, you're trying to take her too. That is treating me like I don't matter. Open your eyes, you cur, and take a good look. Who do Yao Yao's eyes take after? She is clearly of my blood.
Seeing the two about to go at it again, Zhao Yao hurriedly stepped between them to break it up, but she really didn't know what to say to ease the tension. What were they fighting over again? Oh, right. It was about who gets to be my dad. She suddenly had an idea and decided to test the waters.
How about this? Why don't you all be my dads? I've been fatherless for so many years, and now suddenly, I have 3 dads. Just thinking about it sounds pretty cool.
The two would-be dads, hearing her say that, their faces froze, and their bristling aggression cooled, leaving them silent.
Your Highness, Yao Yao is very grateful for your kindness.
But I can't lie to you.
I truly am not your daughter. Because my mother once told me, my tendency to allergies comes from my father. Yesterday, I had His Majesty take a drink, just to confirm whether he is really my father. Because I'm a 1 glass lightweight too.
However reluctant the Prince of Zhenan was, but the facts are staring us right in the face. He has no choice but to face the truth.
I truly regret it. A child as sincere and sweet as you. It is just that. You're not my blood after all. Whether blood or not, what does it matter? A goddaughter is still my daughter. Since we've clicked so well, let's keep calling each other father and daughter, to honor this father-daughter bond. From now on, no matter where life does you wrong, don't forget to come to me for backup.
For now, Zhao Yao's identity hasn't been made public to keep her safe. Everyone understands and says nothing, and they address her as Lady Shen.
Marquise, Lady Shen, please hurry and go see His Majesty. After His Majesty woke and learned this was the late Empress's quarters, he only took a walk around the courtyard, and grew worse again. Won't say where he feels unwell, won't eat, and keeps himself shut away, staying under the tree by the room. We're worried sick.
Zhao Yao looked at the tightly shut door, and at once understood what was going on, and let out a soft, yeah, 放毒之神消.
Wait for me outside. I'll go in and say a few words to him.
At that moment, Emperor Zhou was slumped over the dressing table. Hard to tell if he'd fallen asleep, not moving at all. His silhouette lonely and desolate.
Father, are you grieving and blaming yourself over what happened to Mother and me?
Hearing that, Emperor Zhou snapped his head up. turned in disbelief to look at Zhao Yao, his voice shaking with emotion.
Just now, you called me. Do you acknowledge me?
Whether I acknowledge you or not, you're my father, and that fact cannot be changed. And what lies between you and my mother is a grievance of your generation. As the younger generation, I dare not overstep and judge. But mother never spoke ill of you to me, nor did she ever belittle or vilify you. So I believe mother did not hate you. Otherwise, she couldn't have been so open-hearted. I have lost my mother now. I can't be without a father too. I finally found you. If I didn't acknowledge you, wouldn't I be the one losing out?
Hearing this, Emperor Zhou's eyes welled with emotion. His voice was hoarse.
Your mother never once spoke ill of me.
Zhao Yao nodded, but she was grumbling to herself. It's not just that my mother never said anything bad about you. She never even mentioned you.
Since the wedding comes first, they can't be without a residence. I had planned to build the most lavish princess residence in the capital for them. But the Yan clan is still a looming threat. So this will have to be done in secret. As for their residence, we'll use the general's manor as a stand-in for now. And Yao Yao also said he likes the hot springs at the general's manor. Head back and have the general's manor renovated. Use it as a temporary home for the newlyweds. Once the princess residence I ordered is finished, we'll have them move in there. What do you think?
Actually, the Marquis of Nanning's manor could serve as their bridal home too.
So, taking a noble daughter-in-law really puts you on the back foot. This isn't bringing home a bride. It is basically marrying off my son.
Don't think I don't know the wrongs Yao Yao suffered in your Marquis of Nanning's manor. And that old madam of yours who looks down on everyone. She has always despised his humble birth, and let that little viper from the Yi clan bully him. The Yi clan is rotten from top to bottom.
His Majesty is using a reward as an excuse to make it up to you. I had all these things delivered to the Grand General's residence, and to your princess's residence as well.
Yao Yao.
His Majesty truly dotes on you, to his very core. If not for what happened back then, you would surely have been the most beloved true-born princess in everyone's eyes.
Zhao Yao's eyes had been opened, and she no longer cared for worldly possessions. They were just lifeless things you can't take with you. The man before her was the treasure she truly meant to hold tight.
So this is what comes of keeping too many little wives. You men want to enjoy that so-called Chiren fortune. Yet, you don't realize a woman's jealousy can be more terrifying than demons. So, 3 wives and 4 concubines, holding one on the left and one on the right comes at a price.
Shen Xiaoqi failed to catch the subtext, and immediately swore to the heavens to prove his devotion.
I've never wanted 3 wives and 4 concubines. From the hair on my head to the tips of my toes, I belong to you alone. Know that you've become a princess of high rank. Don't wrong me. I'm the one who should worry you'll kick me to the curb.
With that, he theatrically clung to Zhao Yao's arm and buried his head against her chest. Zhao Yao nearly stumbled under his weight, and speechless tried to push his head away, but she couldn't budge him. She huffed.
If you want to talk, then talk! Why are you copying a feel?
Inside, the heated mood gradually mellowed with a patter of rain. The 2 of them a little out of breath, wrapped in the same thin quilt, pressed close and nestled together.
You never keep your word.
Then, did you feel any discomfort?
No.
See, and you're supposed to be a physician. Can you use a little common sense? How could it possibly poke anything? That head of yours really is different from most people.
Then, how do you know it won't poke anything?
How could Shen Shao possibly say it? He'd already gone to Nanny Zhang, blushing, and asked her about every last detail. He has his pride, okay?
Forget it then.
Okay, I'll say it. I went to ask Nanny Zhang. She said, just keep a slight angle and go slow. And as long as you don't feel any discomfort, it is fine.
You asked Nanny Zhang, and you even asked her how to do it.
Thinking of that, Shaoyang is that he'd actually discussed their bedroom affairs with Nanny Jiang. He just wanted to crawl into a hole. Isn't that basically a huge social death scene for him? How will he ever face Nanny Jiang after this? From this moment on, the name Zhao Yao is completely a thing of the past. In an instant, she became Great Zhou's most exalted princess Zheng Da, and took the name Zhao Yuyao, and cut herself off from the humble Wei Yao she once was.
Yao,
Do you know, His Majesty has proclaimed to the realm that Jiangnan is to be granted to you as your fief, along with the forces of the southern marches, all of which have been granted to you as private troops. This is unprecedented since the founding of Great Zhou. You're the first princess ever to hold a fief. You're also the first princess to command private troops. His Majesty truly dotes on you, to the core.
A fief? Soldiers!
Am I hearing this right? If that's the case, wouldn't that make her the Empress of the Southern Border?
Yes. Your status now truly leaves me in awe. As your old man, I'll have to stick with you from now on.
No problem. Whatever funds those private troops have, I'll come collect them for you.
His Majesty has assigned you 100,000 private troops. Add the forces in father's hands, and Lingnan musters a total of 250,000 troops.
With so many men, how much grain do they eat each day? And how much silver must be paid out each month? Can I afford to keep them?
Relax, the grain is the court's responsibility. You don't need to worry. You only need to, during the annual military review, sit calmly on the dais and accept the soldiers' homage.
It's true. So I won't have to pay to keep so many men.
No. The southern frontier borders Zhaoji. These 250,000 troops are not just your guards. It is also a bulwark for Great Zhou against Zhaoji. Therefore, pay and provisions must be issued by the court.
Ah, I see. I don't understand these affairs of state at all. Teach me, will you? Otherwise, what if I become a laughingstock?
Shen Shao rubbed her cheek, doubtingly. Shen Shao's Yao Yao was always so self-reliant. She could easily rely on her status as a princess and want for nothing. Yet she insists on standing on her own ability in this world.
Okay. Now that the overall situation is settled, tomorrow, as your father, I'll treat you with the utmost respect and teach you everything you wish to learn.
Then, can you stay at home and keep me company from now on?
I'd like to, but I'm afraid you can't. 3 days from now is your investiture ceremony as a princess. At that time, His Majesty may have you reside in the palace. Only when we marry will he let you out.
Our wedding is still nearly a month away. Do we have to be apart for that long?
In truth, she wasn't very close to her cheap father or her cheap elder brother. Though they both treated her well, she always felt an indefinable sense of distance.
But I don't want to go into the palace. I don't want to face my other half-siblings. I feel painfully awkward.
The world isn't so black and white. This face we wear isn't so easy to shed. In life, there are plenty of things beyond our control. As long as the retired emperor is still around, you royal descendants have to show up, right? Just keep it at a nodding acquaintance, that is all. Think of it as giving the retired emperor some face. Elders always hope their children and grandchildren live in harmony. And you won't lose out either. When the time comes, you'll definitely receive lots of gifts.
At the word gifts, Yu Yao's eyes lit up, her money-lover nature on full display.
I'm not close with them. Just taking other people's things. Wouldn't that be embarrassing?
Even though he has plenty of money now, who would mind having more silver? He has got 200,000 troops waiting. He is handing out chicken leg bonuses.
What is there to be embarrassed about? If they give it to you, just accept it openly. With your status now, accepting their gifts is giving them face.
Those words made Yu Yao blossom with delight, and she started giggling.
Already this happy. Then the news I have next. Won't you be over the moon?
Hearing this, Yu Yao sat up straight, eyes sparkling as she looked at him.
What news? Hurry up and tell me.
The retired emperor asked me which of his rewards you like most. I said a big pile of gold is your favorite. Guess what he said?
Did he give me another pile of gold?
Shen Xiao gave her a think bigger little boss look and said, holding back a laugh.
The Supreme Emperor heard you like money. He even had a nominal account set up, putting the money house in your name, and said, if you want to spend,
Just go withdraw it. Take as much as you like.
He sounded a tad jealous saying so.
What do I do? As your husband, I feel I'm about to be outshone by your father and brother. Will my lady look down on me for being poor?
Of course, but what is mine is yours. And what is yours is mine. Besides, you're not poor at all. You're loaded, positively oozing money. Don't think I don't know. Did you and Zhou Yutang set up the Great Zhou Merchant-run money house?
Indeed, nothing escapes my lady's sharp eyes. Looks like even my private stash has to be handed over now. How could my money house possibly compare with the Supreme Emperor's nominal account money house? One's a little boat, the other's a battleship. Okay. My lady, please don't hold it against me.
You never looked down on me for being crude and ignorant. How could I ever look down on you? All of this is just worldly stuff. I just want to stay by your side day after day.
Zhao Ruolin could no longer keep up her facade with Zhao Yuyao. She could no longer pretend deep sisterly affection toward this interloper who barged in out of nowhere. It's very good for you to eat more fish, little sister. I've heard the more fish you eat, the smarter the baby in your belly becomes. When our elder sister was pregnant with Bauer back then, she ate fish at every meal. After Bauer was born, the child turned out bright and quick-witted. He was just about to discuss with the third princess why eating more fish makes babies smarter. That babies turn out smarter, this little bit of popular science. When he suddenly heard the third princess shift her tone, she gazed curiously at her belly and said, I'm thinking, little sister, you must be nearly 5 months along now, right? I wonder, which minister at court is your prince consort? Everyone craned their necks, waiting eagerly, all waiting to see who exactly Princess Zhengde's prince consort is. He really knows how to place his bets, to have landed such a prize.
My prince consort, third sister, certainly knows him too. It's Shen Xiao, the Marquis of Nanning.
What did this country bumpkin just say? Her prince consort is actually Shen Xiao, the one with such striking grace and handsome bearing, the exceptionally gifted Shen Xiao. The very Shen Xiao he loved in his youth, longed for yet could never have. How could it possibly be him?
Pretentious. Shen Xiao is waiting for me outside. Why not have him come in and dine with us?
You child. He's waiting for you outside. Why didn't you say so earlier?
I was thinking that today is a family banquet, and since he hasn't formally joined the household yet, it might be improper to bring him in.
What's there to be taboo about? Sooner or later, we'll all be one family.
Soon enough, Shen Xiao followed Wang Di. Wearing a dark red military court dress, the qilin embroidered in gold thread upon his chest looked vividly lifelike. It made his bearing even more imposing. His austere features were stern and cutting. He radiated a ruthless, battle-ready aura that warned strangers to keep away. A loud cheer shattered Zhao Yuyao's reverie. She was veiled beneath a gossamer, thin red bridal cover, lifting her gaze ahead. In the misty haze, she spotted Shen Xiao in vibrant red wedding robes, riding a stately steed slowly toward her.
Yao Yao, you are the princess of Great Zhou. Always keep your station in mind. If the Shen family ever dares to give you grief down the line, just come tell your big brother. I'll come get you and bring you home. And from then on, big brother will take care of you.
Shen Xiao froze. Had he finally dealt with the rival? Today, the biggest hurdle to claiming his bride turned out to be her brother-in-law. Fearing the two emperors might suddenly drop a bombshell on him.
Yao Yao's still so young. Why not hold off on the marriage a little longer? I say we scrap today's ceremony altogether.
At those words, he jolted in fright and dropped to his knees before the two emperors with a thud, loudly pledging his unwavering loyalty.
Your Majesty, rest easy. From here on, I vow to cherish the princess with all my heart. If she bids me head east, I'll never veer west. If she tells me to do the dishes, I won't touch the laundry.
Why the sudden urge to look down on him? The Grand Emperor's heavy heart eased, cracked into a laugh by Shen Xiao's antics. Looks like this son-in-law's got the right idea after all.
Today, I entrust my daughter to you. I hope you'll cherish her always. Otherwise, I'll bring her straight back to the palace without a moment's pause.
Your Majesty, you have my word. Little Xu treasures Yao Yao more than his own life. I won't let her suffer even the tiniest slight.
The Grand Emperor nodded. Falling silent, he feared that if he spoke again, tears would spill, shattering his elder's composure. You're just making a fool of yourself for nothing.
It is about that time. You two, come bid farewell to me and your mother. It is time for me to leave the palace.
The princess's grand procession stretches from the palace gates all the way to Xuanwu Gate. Truly 1,000 servants strong, a 10 li red dowry.